able to excuse Trump spending all our tax money on himself. But then, if the minute any citizen asks for the money, they're suddenly promoting socialism.
Yeah.
Then to me, you're backwards.
He was spending it on himself.
Yeah, he is
Every
spending it
single
on
one of those
himself.
are public buildings, Tim.
Bullshit.
He doesn't own those buildings.
The jet ain't a public building. That Qatar jet ain't a public building.
It is public property.
No, it's not. Ain't
Yes,
no.
it
Okay,
is.
if it's public property, who else in the public get to use it or get to enjoy it?
The president of the United
Other
States.
than him, who else get to use it or enjoy it?
Okay, we have you do know that we have an Air Force One.
Yes, that every president uses that.
And only the president gets to use it.
Every president, not just one president. We don't have an Air Force One that only one president uses.
Whose fault is that?
The fact that
what you're trying to say is the Qatari jet, the one
that's not Air Force One either, by the way. That Qatar jet is not meant to be Air Force One. Trump approved it. Trump has already approved a remake of Air Force One. There is a new one coming out.
Why? That's right.
Right.
Why?
Because the other one's getting old, but it didn't have to be replaced immediately.
No. Why aren't we using the Qatari? Why aren't we using the Qatari?
Because it's more luxurious, and Trump just wanted to upgrade his living conditions.
Well, here's what you don't want to say. The left threw a fit, so the president said, "Okay, I'll take this and I'll put it in my presidential library."
The left didn't throw it.
We'll donate.
The left didn't ask for this shit. So you're telling me
to my presidential library.
So you're telling me
you guys fucked yourselves out of a really nice plane.
You're telling me the left told Trump, go get a jet from a foreign country and then put it there. Then what the hell did the left tell him? What did the left tell him?
No. The left told him since he was gifted a plane, they decided that there was something nefarious about that. Qatar had a dozen of them laying around. No, there's not. But it's okay. We'll take care of the jet for you. You'll never hear another thing about it. Don't you worry about that fucking jet, bro.
It is something.
That jet will be safely ensconced in the presidential library, and when you go to Trump Mar-a-Lago, you'll be able to sit in it.
It is something nefarious about it. The fact is, the president is always making it sound like private donors and folks are just willing to give him hundreds of millions of dollars, no strings attached. We'll throw a UFC fight on the White House lawn. You don't have to pay nothing for it. We'll host a military parade, sir. You don't have. Anytime somebody's just throwing money at you like that, you guys tell the Democrats and the folks at the bottom all the time, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Yet you're trying to convince us that everybody is just giving Trump millions and millions of dollars with no strings attached. What happened to no such thing as a free lunch?
I didn't say that.
That's what your party is saying.
How do you explain donors to the Democratic Party? Do you guys do everything your donors tell you to do? Are you only taking money from people that you're willing to follow? They claim that he is taking money from Israel and that they're bribing him to do. So does that mean that you guys are taking money and that you do everything your donors ask you to do?
Yeah, I believe you asked me how do I explain this stuff. I call it a bribe, and yes, some Democrats.
Well, guess what? That's your form of government, buddy. When your side, when the Democrats are doing it, and the right is doing it, then it's a wash, isn't it?
No, that when you promise to drain the fucking swamp is not. Now you're just being swampy.
So in other words, they're not even telling you they're going to drain the swamp. They are the swamp. They just telling you, fuck off, Tim.
I don't see
They're going to take our money.
And what is the difference? What is the difference
from a bunch of?
What is the difference between that and what Trump is doing? I mean, that's exactly what Trump is doing is swampy shit.
Because I don't think that he handles it the way that Elizabeth Warren or a Bernie Sanders handles it. I think that he does everything by the book. I think that he does things when he's donated money to. I think that he announces. How in the fuck do you know that he's got the money to begin with? Because he told you he did.
I don't believe what he's telling us.
We had to go. Yeah, that's right. We had to go in and find all of the graft and all of the stuff in Minnesota and California. We had to discover that shit. One of you guys told on the rest of you, and we found all of the fraud.
And I am 100%.
All the old people in California that you didn't have anything to do with, or all of the leering centers that you had in Minnesota. We had to find that shit from you.
Well, first of all, this quarter.
Trump is in your face telling you, hey, Qatari gave me a jet. What do y'all know?
Well, first
Guess
of all,
what?
Trump.
$17 trillion has come in from other countries, has come into the United States in investments.
No,
They
first
expect to make money from that.
you're giving Trump. First of all, Trump is not in our face being transparent. Trump is in our face telling us lies. Remember, he's still saying
not
that you're now just for folks who see this, you are saying that Trump has never told a lie, right? I want to make sure I get that again. You have never.
I am waiting, and I've been waiting for now going on 2 years for you to tell me something that Trump lied about. That is what I would like to hear from you.
Okay.
You've never been able to.
Yes, I have.
Because no, you haven't.
I'm about to do it again.
You have never been able to prove that the president knew what he was saying was false. Because in order to be a lie, let me remind you one more time. In order to be a lie, you have to knowingly say false statements.
Okay.
Knowingly.
And I'm going to repeat, him saying that Hillary Clinton started the birther movement is him knowingly saying something that's false.
And by the way, it was actually Hillary Clinton's campaign, and you know that that's code for Hillary Clinton.
Bullshit. So
Her campaign did not come up with that on their own. Now, you can say it's bullshit all you want, but I'm going to send you documents tonight that will prove to you that Hillary Clinton campaign started the birther movement.
Okay. Well, what I am going to say is, if we want to go by what a campaign person says, remember Trump with the picture of Obama's monkeys? Well, that's just one of my staffers. If we're going to go by associates, then we're going to blame Trump for every damn thing.
Got you.
I mean, so that means he's a racist then. So then that means all of the folks that are close to Trump that say racist shit, then it's safe to you agree he's a racist then, right?
No.
You just if you're going to tie the birther movement,
responsible. Hold on, he's responsible for what someone on his staff did. That I agree with. And if they were disciplined or if they weren't disciplined, that should tell you a little something. But the president, the buck stops with the president. I never once denied that he should take action on the individual that did that. It hurt a lot of people. And I don't think he even realized how many people were hurt by that.
I don't think
you obviously.
If he didn't care how many people were hurt, because if he cared, he would have at least apologized. He didn't even apologize for that shit.
Yeah, I know. You don't know that. You don't know if he knows or doesn't know. But okay, let's assume
he knows by now. He knows by now, and he still hasn't apologized.
Yeah, I wouldn't have apologized.
Right, then it doesn't matter if you know or not. If you're going to say you're sorry, who gives a fuck? You might as well just say you agree with it. If you ain't going to...
I think you can...
That's like...
I think you cannot agree.
Go ahead,
I think there's room for you not to... I think there's room for you not to agree with it, but then at the same time, not really give two shits because of all the incoming fire. You're too busy ducking incoming fire to worry about your little feelings.
Well...
Now, look, I thought it was hysterical, okay?
I'm sure you did.
Okay, and by the way, but I'm also sensitive to the fact that you did not. You didn't get it from me. Did you get that from me?
No.
You didn't get that from me.
But you're trying to somehow, some way defend him not saying he's sorry. If I'm sitting next to you on public transportation, you sit out and step on my foot and I yell, ouch, and you don't say shit, I'm safe to assume you meant it. If you don't apologize and you know you did something, you knew you hurt me, and you just did, then as far as I'm concerned, he meant it.
You're right. I would have handled it totally differently.
Yeah.
I would have handled it differently. He did not. But at the same time, if I'm getting my shins kicked by your two kids that are sitting on the seat next to you, and then I step on your foot, I may not say I'm sorry.
Okay then. So
I might be saying, why are you letting your little minions here kick me in the shins? I'm sorry about your foot, but tough shit.
Okay, then so he was
going on.
All right, then so he's being racist in revenge. Whatever the case may be.
You have tried 3 times to kill the man. Do you think
what
he
the
cares
fuck?
About something?
Ain't nobody who tried 3 times? You're gonna blame the assassin?
3 times. Just because you guys suck at it does not mean you didn't try. Put your best call. A man died. Okay, a man. Let's be real. In Butler, Pennsylvania, a man actually died.
Yes, that happened.
So let's stop. What?
So you're going to blame, so because 3 random citizens tried to take Trump's life, they may have
Not
been.
random.
Hold on, you
No,
got.
no, sir. Not
What
random
are they
citizens.
then?
Not by their own mouth. Now, if you want to distance, I would want to distance myself from it too. So I don't blame you. I would want to say that my party is not capable of doing that. So I don't blame you for that.
So you're 100% certain that this came. You're 100% certain
in this room.
So who did Biden order the hit? Is that what you're saying?
Didn't say that anybody ordered the kid to do it.
Well, if
he got his marching orders
from where?
Help. Well, Tim, what do you think?
You're
do you
using.
Think he was a fan of the president? You do?
That's what
you
I'm.
Think that that was a love tap? You think that he was expressing his love for the president at that rally?
Your boy got so many enemies. Straight talk. It could be Muslims. Hell, it could be.
It was one of his fans.
It could be Marjorie Taylor Greene's husband.
You don't want to come into my live and act this way. Now, look, man, I'm giving you right down the middle, okay? Take a swing. Do you think that the man that killed Corey Competore in Butler, Pennsylvania, was a fan of the president of the United States when he shot at him?
No, he was a former MAGA that hated him not draining the swamp. He was a.
So he was never in favor. He was never a left on the left.
There's no way.
Not even after being a fan of the president. Even if you said that he was a fan of the president, doesn't sound like a fan of the president to me. All right, we'll move to the one.
Hold on, let me respond to that in detail. Let me respond to that in detail. Here's what you get, because you guys seem to think, just like with Charlie Kirk, you seem to think that anybody that takes out a well-known Republican has to be some form of a card-carrying Democrat. Fact is, Trump's tariffs have hurt a lot of farmers that voted for Trump. People are losing shit that voted for this guy.
Any evidence that was? You have any evidence? I'm happy to hear whatever evidence you have that this was not a card-carrying Democrat. I will listen.
I don't.
When you write on the bullet, okay. When your boyfriend is a transvestite or transsexual or I can't even keep up anymore. Okay. Waiting for you at home in his little furry costume. That does not sound like one of my fellow Republicans.
I know it doesn't sound like it to you, straight talk.
Like one of you.
But I don't know if you realize it's straight talk. But there's a whole lot of people on your side that fucks those trans people. The internet tells you that. It's a lot of Republicans.
You know better than me.
It's a lot of Republicans. I'm telling you. It's a lot of MAGA. It's a lot of MAGA. It's a lot of MAGA going up in the back of those trans people. Don't automatically assume that.
I am not 100%.
I'm telling you,
not the expert on that. I'll rely
on you. I'm telling you, do not assume that anybody that has
possibly convince me. You can't possibly convince me, and I don't think you're convinced that this was not a card-carrying liberal who shot Charlie Kirk. Now, let's move on.
JC, I'm going to bed, JC. That's why I got the robo. I'm telling you this, straight talk, that there are plenty of folks on the right that would never vote Democrat even if you put a pistol to their face that do not like Trump. Anytime something happens to Trump, it does not have to. Huh?
That's not me. I would never vote for a Democrat. You could put a gun to my head.
Right.
100%.
Well, but you support Trump. I'm telling you, Trump has hurt.
Yes,
Trump has hurt MAGA. Trump. When somebody tries to take Trump out, there's no guarantee that person is a Democrat. Just like you're mentioning Tyler Robinson that tried to take Charlie Kirk out. Okay, well, he had a transgender associate, but you're ignoring the fact that his family was religious. He lived in Utah. He owned a 50 cal. None of that sounds liberal. You're just picking at the trans and running, huh?
No, there's many other things.
There's many other things on the right, too.
There's tons of messages in the Discord server. You're not paying any attention to this at all.
We've seen the server. We've seen the messages. They don't even look like something a 22-year-old would write. The messages look like
going to carry that much water.
Yeah.
So you honestly believe that? What do you think? Who do you think took Charlie Kirk?
I believe Tyler Robinson leaned right.
Goddamn, dude. You do some fucking gymnastics that the Russians would be proud of, man. I am not kidding. Motherfucker, you are in the Olympics right now.
Thank
from
you.
now on.
Thank you.
You are the captain of the Olympic team because your gymnastics are on another level.
This motherfucker is out. This motherfucker's in rural Utah firing 50 cows and you're telling me he's a true blue liberal. He's down in southern rural Utah firing 50 caliber weapons, very religious family, and you're going to tell me this dude is a tree-hugging, blue-haired liberal, huh?
Yeah, he went against his family. He's having mental issues.
He went against Trump.
Dude, he was sucking off dudes. Okay, he had a boyfriend.
So is
his love to.
You do realize
that
Bruce
is not conservative.
You do realize Bruce Jenner is. You realize Bruce Jenner's MAGA. How you explain that? Yeah, he is MAGA. Bullshit. He's been at rallies. Bruce Jenner is absolutely MAGA. Caitlyn Jenner, what his name is, that dude is absolutely MAGA.
Okay.
You didn't know that?
Okay. I know a lot about Bruce Jenner, okay? And he's not.
That's crazy.
I know that you can label yourself whatever. I suppose you're going to tell me Dylan Mulvaney is now MAGA.
No, I'm going to tell you.
Anybody that's off their fucking rocker is now MAGA. Is that what you're telling me?
No, this dude.
What planet are you from?
Okay. If you don't want to believe.
Anyone that does anything like that is automatically MAGA. So you guys are not guilty of shit, because all you've got to do is throw the guy in the MAGA camp. Into the basket of deplorables. Is that what it is?
No, Bruce Jenner was on television and shit promoting Trump. This is different than the other Dylan Mulvaney. This guy's on TV admitting he supports Trump. Bruce Jenner is MAGA, man. I don't know if you can disagree with it, but it was well known that person was MAGA.
I do know what he said. I don't believe.
Why the hell would a trans lie about that? Why would a trans? That's like Farrakhan all of a sudden lying and saying he's voting for Trump. Why would somebody do that?
Why? I'm sorry. Somebody was talking about Scott Bassett being married to a man.
I'm saying, why would a transgender person go on television and lie and say they're voting for a candidate if they're not? Why would Bruce Jenner?
No, listen. I know what he said. I know, and maybe he did. I did not go in the voting booth with Bruce Jenner, okay? I did not. Bruce Jenner loves attention. And let me tell you how much
that ain't
Bruce
good
Jenner
attention.
Loves attention. Well, let me explain something to you. My daughter goes to a school called Graceland in Iowa. Bruce Jenner, they named the athletic complex Bruce Jenner Athletic Complex in Graceland. You can look it up online. And when they did that, they put in millions of dollars in this athletic complex, and they called Bruce and they said, "Hey, we are going to rededicate because he went there when he won the decathlon. That's the school he was going to. So they rename it the Bruce Jenner Athletic Complex, and they call Bruce and they say, "Hey, Bruce, we're going to have a dedication. Would you like to come?" And he said, "Well, I'm Caitlyn now." And they said, "You understand, we're naming the athletic complex the Bruce Jenner Athletic Complex.
Okay.
Would you like to come to the dedication?" And he came. He showed up.
Okay.
So the man obviously doesn't believe in what he's saying and just loves attention.
I got a viewer that's posting right now. We the Rabble says Caitlyn Jenner even ran for governorship of California on a GOP ticket. So he ran out. You didn't hear Fox or nobody saying that this person is lying about their party. I mean, he ran as a Republican governor.
I get it. Listen, I'm not denying any of the things that you're saying. I do think. Look, he thinks he's a woman. He can think he's MAGA all he wants. The motherfucker thinks he's a woman.
But that's what I'm saying.
What does that tell you?
Well, it tells you that it's possible that somebody can be trans and GOP at the same time. This guy didn't go in the booth and vote liberal.
No, they can't. You can't. Listen. I totally understand the confusion, okay? But when I say that I am MAGA, that means something.
Bullshit. It don't even mean something when Trump says it. Right. If I ask you what does MAGA stand for, if you don't answer by saying we stand for whatever Trump stands for, then you're lying, because MAGA don't have principles. If Trump changes his mind, MAGA changes their mind with him.
It's not true.
Bullshit. You think right now MAGA's about America first?
Hold on. Do you think that if the president got Mondani into the office and said, you know what, we're going to make all grocery stores government-owned and free food, you think MAGA would go along with that?
They didn't have a problem when he brought his socialist ass in there and they had a friendly conversation. Yeah, you guys would be okay with it. Yes, I believe that. Yes, you would be okay with it. He came in the office and they were all buddy. Y'all didn't say nothing about it.
That doesn't surprise me that you would think that, because you yourself don't have any.
Man,
I think that you are unanchored by any morals. I do believe that.
Bullshit.
I think that you would think that of other people.
MAGA, listen,
we are where we are.
You know I love talking to MAGA like no other, but I've been following Fox and following MAGA back when it was a Tea Party and all that. Under Trump, you guys are going against stuff happily that you fought for, like no new wars. Don't start any new wars. Pay attention to America first, not go trying to free Venezuelans and Nigerians and protesters in Iran. That ain't America first. You guys are all about America first. Ain't nothing Trump's doing America first.
Listen to me, okay? You have mistaken America first for America only. And so if we looked at another country, he wouldn't have to. You don't like it when he is diplomatic. You don't like it when he goes to war. You don't like when he tries to stop a war. The man stopped 8 wars in his first 7 months.
Who was he?
You guys didn't like that. You wouldn't even admit that he did it.
He didn't stop no 8 fucking wars.
The fuck he didn't. No, and they listed them for you. And the prime ministers of Turkey and Azerbaijan and all of these countries, they're like, yeah, we were about to bomb one another. India and Pakistan. And it didn't matter how many people we brought in front of you. None of you took him seriously. None of you.
Listen, I know the reason why I'm saying this is because when Biden was in office and we were chastising, and I was part of the crew chastising Biden on some things. But we were chastising Biden on everything from saying that he couldn't end the war in Gaza to he couldn't end the war in Ukraine. I don't remember it for not even once when Biden was in office, us talking about 8 ongoing wars. So when the hell did these wars begin if he stopped it? I don't remember hearing any of this under Biden.
Tim, listen, you tell me why the prime ministers of those countries didn't go, what the fuck is he talking about? We were fine. We weren't at war. India and Pakistan said, hey, we're good.
That ain't true.
Azerbaijan and Turkey, hey, no problem.
If I'm correct, India and Pakistan came out and released a statement saying Trump didn't stop shit. I think you got that wrong.
You're wrong about that. As a matter of fact, it was going to go nuclear if he hadn't stepped in. Look, I gotta go. I got other people that are waiting for me. I love you, man. It reminds me of how much work I've got to do every time I talk to you.
Yeah, because you ain't nowhere around.
It reminds me that I am doing exactly what I need to be doing, and I just need to work harder. That's all.
Well, as Karen Carpenter once sang in the 1970s, we've only just begun. I'll let you go. I'll leave it at that.
Later, buddy.
All right, good talk. All right, now I wasn't going to do a live tonight. Let me turn that down. I wasn't going to do a live tonight, but since this was going pretty hectic, I figured I'd tune in my platforms so you guys could hear that. It's been a slow news day. If you guys want me to queue up TikTok and do a live, we can make that happen. Otherwise, I'll call it here. I do want to respond to a couple super chats. Caitlin ran for governor, and thank you, We the Rebel. We the Rebel, you normally on the other side, so I appreciate you coming through and pointing. I didn't even remember that Caitlin, I want to say Caitlin Clark, Caitlin Jenner had ran for Republican governor in California, so I do appreciate that. And Denkel, I saw your comment saying the war was over is a lie. Yeah, and he didn't look at the end of the day. And like I said, I enjoy talking to MAGA, but Straight Talk is going to be MAGA absolute. So remember, he is the one of my very few MAGA viewers that say he's never heard Trump tell a lie. Now, I got a lot of devoted MAGA supporters, and I don't have any of them that believes Trump has never lied. He's one of the only ones that believes that. And Jay Sid, you asked me why am I wearing the robe? Because I wasn't going to go live. I just figured, me and Straight Talk, we talk sometimes, like I said, I like to interact with MAGA. So I figured I'd come down in the makeshift studio and holler at him for a minute. And then I was going to go back up and watch a game or something and crash. But it went on a little bit. But looking in the comments, that dude, we put on my glass. Somebody says that dude is That dude is one dumbass. MAGA maggot, says Mr. Whoa now. So look, I don't have a topic. What I'll do, if I will chat with you folks for a minute, I'll fire up TikTok, and this is gonna be one of those shows where you get to direct it. You get to direct the show. Other than what is his name, Dr. Fauci, which is still kind of going on. My opinion on Fauci is that shit's a witch hunt. Some of you guys can clear it up if you will, but to me, I think the Fauci stuff is, I don't want a diversionary or something of that sort. I mean, at this point, the pandemic's like 7 years ago. There's a whole lot more important things that are going on in the here and now. The guy got total immunity. I don't see the validity, or I don't see the worth in it. I mean, even if he did lie, and I don't necessarily see him the way my friends on the right sees Dr. Fauci, and I understand you guys think he is Dr. Evil. I understand that, but it's been 7 years ago, and the guy got complete immunity. So why put him up in front of a congressional hearing? He doesn't have to talk to you, and it's in his best interest not to. Now, if the answer is we put Dr. Fauci up because we want to get to the bottom of what happened, simple. Give the guy immunity so that he can, like they did Bill Cosby before they locked his ass up anyway. But Bill Cosby was brought in, and he was being interviewed about his past, and they told him, we'll give you immunity no matter what you say, it can't harm you. Now, they lied to Bill Cosby, and they ended up prosecuting him based on what he said when he thought he had immunity. That's what led to him getting released from prison a few years later, is that you had no right to lock this guy. So what I'm saying in regards to Dr. Fauci, if you really want to get the truth, you want to get actual answers, give him immunity, and then you can ask him questions where he don't feel like you're trying to railroad him. Because look, the Republican Party has already said the guy belongs under the jail. So you got immunity, and you're going to sit down and have an interview with people who have already said they want your head? Why the hell would you do that? Any lawyer would tell you you're a damn fool to do that. Why would you do that? Unless Dr. Fauci comes forward and says, I'm the bad guy, I lied to everybody, I deserve to hang. Anything else he says outside of a complete confession, the right ain't gonna believe it anyway. So why the hell would you go talk to them? That makes no sense. So he should plead the fifth. Why would you go talk to people who want your head on a stake? So, because people are, well, he pled the fifth over 100 times. That means he got something to hide. Maybe, maybe not. But there is absolutely no benefit whatsoever of Dr. Fauci talking to Republican congressional members that can easily charge him with perjury if he says something that's not right. So, yeah, of course. I mean, he's going to plead the fifth. Now, somebody's asking me, did I read his diary? That's what I just said, though. Unless Dr. Fauci comes out and gives a complete confession, you're not going to accept anything else he says as fact. Everybody has their mind made up on this guy already. So what benefit does he have to sit down and have a conversation with a bunch of people that think he's a piece of shit anyway? So yeah, he absolutely should plead the fifth. But his diary, him claiming that he misled the public in regards to where the virus originated and all this stuff, maybe, maybe not. But the guy has immunity. And I'm going to tell you this, when Trump leaves office and he grants several of his administration immunity, everybody from Vance, Rubio, fucking Steve Bannon, Flynn, all of them are going to get immunity. If 7 years later the Democrats start bringing those folks up from congressional hearings, you're going to say the same thing on the right. It's over. It happened a long time ago. Why are you bringing them up? And just like with COVID, which resulted in a lot of deaths, we went to war in Iran despite our intelligence agencies saying that there was no nuclear weapons being made. That resulted in the deaths of a lot of Iranians so far, not to mention people in other countries and a handful of our own people as well. The folks on the right are not going to tolerate Pete Hegseth or somebody being interviewed about that after Trump has given him a pardon, because Trump is absolutely going to pardon Pete Hegseth. 7 years later, we're interviewing Pete Hegseth. The right is going to say the same shit I'm saying now. He should plead the fifth on everything. The Democrats only have him in there for a witch hunt. It's the same shit. So it is what it is. And Pete Hegseth's lawyer will advise him to do exactly what Dr. Fauci did. And by the way, you guys totally understood that when Trump did the same shit a few years ago. You thought the courts was performing a witch hunt on President Trump. They didn't have him in there for any other reason other than they had already made their minds up to prosecute Trump. And you were okay with him doing exactly what Fauci did. He pled the fifth on every single fucking question. It was totally okay when Trump did it. It was wrong when Fauci did it. And it was wrong when Hillary Clinton did it. And it's going to be right in your eyes when Hegseth, Rubio, Vance, fucking Bondi, and all the rest of them do it again. That's how the courts work. That's how it works. You don't like the system, you don't like the game, don't fuck with the player, change the game. Look, in the comments, I'm going to go straight and talk to a few of you folks. Like I said, this is a zero. I don't have any topics. I was not going to go live, but since some of you folks came in here, I'll holler at you. What's on your mind? Sherbert, good evening. I want to say welcome to the show, but that's not what we're doing. Good evening, Sherbert.
How's it going, Tim?
It's not Dr. Fauci. What's your opinion on this shit?
I mean, he did the job the best he could with what he had in the moment. I mean, with what was going on, he was dealing with Trump. Yeah. And so you can really only get so much past him without, using crayons and his own face on everything. So, and then I don't know.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same position. And in the comments, Cooper says they don't have anything on those people. Well, there are many folks saying they don't have anything on Dr. Fauci either. So go figure. But no, I look at. Let me ask you to you this way: do you agree that Dr. Fauci should have pled the fifth and not answered their questions?
Yes, I think he should have done that because we've seen time and time and time again of I do not recall, I plead the fifth. And I'm so tired of going high when they've gone to the basement. It's time to go subterranean on these motherfuckers.
What?
Because they've been so bad faith, and you have to agree with that, I hope, that there is no excuse. So when they start whining and bitching and moaning when we have power again, they can all just go suck one because go after yourself. I'm done. But
let me just
to be horrible.
Let me ask you this way though: can our country survive if we get a Democratic administration and we get as vengeful as? Because listen, there are some people who believe.
I'm not saying as vengeful too.
Okay, so don't do what Trump did. In other words.
No, but when they start bitching because we put in regulations and actually hold people accountable, I'm not going to listen to that.
Okay,
fair enough. When it's proven that they did sedition and then did insider trading and then pardoned people that were proven to be horrible, horrible, horrible people, and then just when we actually make rules and put people, hold people accountable, when they bitch about that, I'm going to call them snowflakes and walk away.
Yeah. Well, in the comments, Handsome Conservative is saying that Fauci enriched himself in the pandemic, then got pardoned. Hold on, hear him out. He's saying that Fauci enriched himself during the pandemic, then he got pardoned, then illegally pled the fifth. Well, pleading the fifth is never illegal. So I don't know why you're saying that he illegally pled the fifth. You have the right to remain silent. Even the cops tell you that when they're putting handcuffs on you. So there's no such thing as illegally pleading the fifth, but did he enrich himself off the pandemic? I mean, that's possible.
I imagine somebody working in healthcare and research for, 50 years, 40 years, that he had at least invested in some of the companies he worked with. Maybe there's a limit because of the jobs he had, but yeah, when all of those companies made a shit ton of money, I'm sure he got a little more wealthy on it.
But see, here's where the problem is that I was watching CNN today, and I know my MAGA audience has no love for CNN, but it was a conservative on there, and he actually was, I forgot what the subject was, but he did say, because it was something the Democrats did that was controversial or questionable, and before he answered, he said, I understand Trump has made it so we're going to have a hard time complaining about anything that's immoral or corrupt because of what him, just like we're talking now about the potential of Fauci making money off of maybe investing in vaccine companies or whatever. Trump is investing in the materials that ICE used to arrest people. He's doing all of the same stuff we're talking about Fauci made. Did Fauci make money off the pandemic? If so, that's wrong. But is Trump not making money off the war? Is Trump not making money off of seizing oil? I mean, so at this point, it's going to be really difficult to hold any liberal accountable and sound like you really care about draining the swamp after defending Trump all these years.
That's exactly where I'm at right now. Yeah. They can all just keep crying, but we're going to play the same game they have been gleefully playing with us.
Yeah. Yes, if we don't ignore so many things like Trump putting his name on everything. I mean, at this point, can you call any Democrat going forward a narcissist at all? After we stood by and let him do that? I mean, can you say any Democrat is only in Washington just for himself after letting him do that? You know,
the arc to Trump is just the perfect cap on that one. Of course, he wants his name on everything. He wants his name on money. We don't do that with living people. We don't put them on stamps. We don't put them on money.
And we definitely don't put them on a memorial.
Why can't they understand simple rules? 2 terms. You can't have your name on stuff until you're gone. Like, come on. It's not hard. We've had precedent, and if you don't understand precedent, why are you listening to this show?
Well, the notion is that Trump, even though his name is on everything, or even though he may be a narcissist, he is the best president we've ever had, at least in our lifetime. So they're willing to look another way. I had somebody, when I was having a conversation with Straight Talk, somebody even put in the comment section while I was talking about Trump naming everything after himself. Well, he didn't take a salary, though. So, so there you go. I mean, so people are overlooking all this shit.
I'm pretty sure just putting his name on the Kennedy Center cost us more than what his salary was. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I know the refurbishing of that jet from Qatar costs more money. I mean, the president only makes about $500,000 a year. I mean, that refurbishing that jet costs hundreds of millions of dollars. So
it was $1 billion for the refurb.
Is it that much now?
Yeah, so it was $500 million or $400 million for the plane, but for all the equipment and then to full tear down to make sure it was not filled with spy tech.
Wow,
it was $1 billion. Wow. So he literally got the plane for free, but cost us another $1 billion.
I don't even think he got the plane for free, sure. I don't believe it. No, I believe that there's no
Ohio.
In Idaho, the F-15 base in Idaho. And that's the point I'm making, is that when it comes to entitlements and policies for the downtrodden, the first thing the right makes it clear is there is no such thing as a free lunch. That money has to come from somewhere. But President Trump is convincing them that these millionaires and high-tech donors are just giving Trump gazillions of dollars for free. No questions asked. They threw him a UFC party just because they loved him. They contributed money to a military parade because they thought he was a cool guy. And they're believing that. But when it comes to trying to give a kid free lunch or something like that, well, there's no such thing as that. We don't, that money has to come from somewhere. As if all these billionaires are just giving Trump money with no strings attached.
Hey, Tim, can you do a quick Google search?
Sure.
Can you look up the renovation of the Qatari plane on the cost? Because I see a bunch of chatter in the comments, and a quick Google search will solve this.
Alexa, how much did it cost to renovate that plane Trump got from Qatar?
The retrofit of the Qatar gifted Boeing 747-8 is estimated at under $400 million, though some reports have suggested costs approaching $1 billion. Are you interested in the
Alexa, stop. So
somewhere in there.
So yeah, between 400. I'm going with the low estimate. That's what I've heard is 400 mil. But even Alexa stated that there are reports that says it. The fact is, it's still $400 million for something that was totally unnecessary. And the proof
when
is
he's
that
going to keep it too.
yeah, it's just a luxury item to upgrade the quality of his life. It was 100% unnecessary. Yet when we're talking about health care or tuition forgiveness or free lunches for kids in school, well, we can't do that. This is completely unnecessary. Just like the tribunal arch, the reflective pool, his name on the memorial. This stuff is unnecessary shit.
I found out about a new one today. Apparently, he spent $5 million to paint all the statues in Washington gold. I just heard about this.
I've never heard that. How much?
Yeah, $5 million.
And here's what really is the kicker to this shit. Not only is he wasting taxpayer money on these unnecessary projects, the contracts are going to friends and donors. I mean, so it's doubly corrupt. I mean, first of all, we don't need this shit. People in America are struggling, could use help, but then you're giving it to rich people who you've made deals with behind the scenes. Like the reflective pool, that job was given to obviously an incompetent guy, by the way, but the guy is a big-time donor.
But the side part, I don't know if anybody's talked about, but I seriously doubt they're paying the proper taxes on all of these contracts. I bet Trump said, nah, don't worry about it. If they come after you, I'll just fire that guy.
Well, it's probably going to be the biggest pardon list in world history. I mean, already these first 2 years of Trump, I was reading an article that said Trump, I think he's at like 1,600 or something. Trump has pardoned more people in his first 2 years than all 8 years of Obama, all 8 years of Bush, and 4 years of Biden. He's already surpassed all of them combined. So
I mean, it helps that he started day one with 1,500.
Yeah,
like that's already a good amount to start with instead of last day kind of shit.
He ain't just draining the swamp; he releasing these motherfuckers. Like,
he's putting up new levees to build the swamp higher.
Yeah, somebody in the comments said that you're making shit up with the gold statues. And what now? Let me see if I can get Alexa. Did President Trump have statues in Washington, D.C. painted gold? And if so, at what cost?
Yes, President Trump's administration approved a $5 million contract to restore and regild 4 bronze horse statues near the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C., applying 23.75 karat gold leaf. The contract covers full conservation and the gold coating, though the exact portion...
Alexa, stop! That's real motherfucking gold coating? Real gold?
It's gold leaf. Like, it's incredibly thin, which means it will not last.
I mean, but if a motherfucker go out there with a razor blade in a car, can I get a few scraps?
If you think that what's in Goldschlager is valuable too, then sure.
That's crazy waste of money. That is completely unnecessary.
4 statues.
That is completely unnecessary.
Per.
And yet they're talking about healthcare and all this other shit. We can't do that. We too big of a country. I had never heard that one. Even one of my viewers in the comments said that sounded like that was some bullshit. And I'm thinking the same thing. Like, he wouldn't do that. Wow.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Wow.
He tore down part of the White House without any approval or comment or anything. Why wouldn't he just immediately go spend $5 million on this?
Wow. That's crazy. All right, you've upset me for the evening. I got to move it on. I'm doing a quick show, but you've upset me a bit. Thanks. You actually educated me on some shit that I didn't know, so we'll leave it at that. Yeah.
One last question.
Sure.
Maga Reacts in that other live Jeremy was saying I argue in bad faith. As a mostly third-party person, in most of my arguments, do I come in with bad faith, or am I usually just don't have the facts at my fingertips?
I would have to ask him, what is his definition of bad faith? Because I don't, to me, now Maga Reacts once admitted that he believes his purpose is just to defend Trump no matter what. Anybody doing that to me is arguing in bad faith. If you are arguing in favor of something that you totally disagree with just because you like the guy, like, my son didn't do nothing. You see that in the comment section anytime an African American is shot by police or something. My son didn't do nothing. There are some moms that know their kid is out here running all kind of capers in the street. And if you're arguing that, to me is bad faith. when you know you disagree with what you're arguing on behalf of. So I don't think you do that. I've never seen you do that.
I appreciate that, Tim.
All right, fair enough. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming through.
Have a good night.
Sure, anytime. By the way, tap the screen. I guess I might as well ask you folks to do a little bit of that if you want to throw around a hat or a mustache. I don't know how long this live will go on because I was not intending to do this. Like I said, I was sitting here in my robe about to watch the game and chill on the couch for the night, but I figured I'd go in there and holler at Straight Talk, get a little bit of MAGA conversation in, and here we are. Looking in the comments, Trump will go down as the greatest thief tomorrow. Wow. Says Trump will go down as the greatest thief of all time on America by the time he is in the upper room. He's going to the upper room. I'll say this. I don't know if I could say that Trump will go down in history as a thief. Half the country defends what he's doing. I just talked to someone, being Straight Talk. He is 100% MAGA, and he was absolutely defending all of that stuff we just talked about with Trump. The arch, the jets, the helipads, the ballroom. He was defending all that stuff. So you can't call it a thief if half of the citizens are defending him, spending all the money on himself. Handsome conservative coming off a Clapper. Good evening.
See, what's going on with you tonight, man? You're talking about Fauci, and then you're deflecting over to Trump when somebody brings up Fauci. I don't understand how you can't stay on topic.
Easy. If a McDonald's employee is fucking with the guests, starting fights or something, nobody's going to bring up the manager? How the hell does Dr. Fauci get held accountable for all of this stuff? And the president had the ability to easily react. The president doesn't get called up to be questioned or anything. How does that happen?
The conversation when I came in, because I just saw that you were on live, I got notified. When I came in, you were talking about Fauci.
Yeah.
And I put up what Fauci did was illegal.
Okay.
It is a literal law that you cannot have a pardon and then plead the fifth on this. You have to answer the questions. You can't be arrested. You've already got the pardon. But it is illegal what he did. It's 100% illegal, and it has been for a long time. So I don't understand. Why can't you just admit, knowing the law, what he did was illegal?
Well, I will admit it this way. If what you're saying is true, I will admit I don't know the law because I've never heard of that. And I'm going to be honest with you. I don't believe what you're saying is true, but you could be right. But here's why I'm saying that. If Dr. Fauci starts answering questions and he says something that varies from what he may have said during the pandemic, they can actually get him for perjury now in 2026. And the argument could be that Biden pardoned you for stuff you did up to the time he left office. He didn't pardon you for current perjury.
Okay, but here's the thing. Here's the thing with Fauci. Why would he say something different than he said back then? If he was telling the truth, all he's got to do is tell the truth. He's already stated what happened. He's already got the pardon. So unless he's claiming senile, I don't see why he would come across telling a lie. It makes no sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. I can easily answer that. For the same reason that your lawyer will tell you, even if you've done nothing wrong, don't talk to police. Don't what do they say? Don't consent to letting them search your car or search your house. Even though you've done nothing wrong, don't do this because they can trip you up on shit. Or they can make mistakes and come at you anyway. Hold on.
That doesn't apply because he's already said what he has not done. He's already testified. He's even put up clips saying that if I'm brought in, I will be glad to testify. I just posted one of those on my account. And I actually sent it to you.
That's like when Trump said, once the audits are over, I'll be glad to release my taxes. Maybe he was lying.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about a specific. I'm talking about a specific subject. We're talking about Fauci. I know your opinion on Trump. I get that, and I respect that you like to deflect onto Trump. But this is about Fauci.
It's not gonna.
Fauci already said what he had to say. He already said, if I'm ever called in, I would be more than happy to testify.
Yeah.
He's got a pardon. He can't be tripped up because he already admitted what he's done.
Well,
So he's not going to be arrested.
Well, if I'm Fauci, I'm not trusting that. And obviously his lawyers didn't trust that either. The point I'm trying to make is this. There is zero benefit to Fauci to testify and answer questions to people that already have it in their mind you should be under the jail. Why would you, if you received a complete pardon, why would you go down to the police station and let them interview? They already believe that you should be under. There is no benefit to doing that.
First of all, let's talk about Fauci for a second, okay? I'm going to say a few things, and then you can tell me why I'm wrong. All right?
Okay.
Here we go. First of all, during the pandemic, he is responsible. He is responsible for the vaccine for the Chinese coronavirus that he helped create in Wuhan, fucking China, and that's where it came from. Okay, he's responsible for the vaccine. He worked on the vaccine with a bunch of other people. He enriched himself while people were dying after taking the vaccine. He told people that once you took the vaccine, you couldn't catch the Chinese coronavirus. And yeah, I can see why he needs to be put under jail. He's a criminal.
Okay.
He's a criminal that has killed thousands of people.
Okay. So the point I'm making is, considering that there's the people interviewing you have their mind made up already that you belong under the jail and you've received a pardon, why would you go and answer questions for them?
Because by law, he has to answer the questions. You can't plead the fifth once you have that pardon. Not on the same subject. It is literally you can't do that.
So didn't have.
I sent you the news clip. I sent you the news clip today.
Well,
it was from Channel 2. It was a news station, and I can't remember what state it was, but I sent you the clip. I sent you two clips. I sent you that one, and I sent you the one where he said, "At any time, I would be more than happy to testify." I don't disagree. I would not plead the fifth. I
believe he may have said that part, but the part about he can't plead the fifth because that's illegal. I'm not. Cause I got folks in the comment. I got folks in the comments that are also disagreeing with you. I'll just say this: if you are right, then they can. I guess they can go after him for contempt. If he did not have the legal right to plead the fifth, then, I mean, what would that be? Contempt? You could subpoena him and force him to come back and answer the question. That's about it.
Let's do a poll. The people in the comments that are disagreeing with me, ask them if they're Democrat, because that'll tell you what you need to know.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I agree with you that the Democrats are more likely to side with Fauci in the just like when Trump was doing this shit. I keep bringing him up because there's a lot of comparisons and similarities, but you can tell people's party affiliation.
Do you know how many families? Lost their grandparents, their mothers, their daughters, their children, their fathers to that fucking vaccine? That shit killed people.
Yeah.
And the Democratic Party still stood for it, like they were fucking seals clapping. It's crazy.
Well,
that man is a murderer. He's killed people.
But
and enriched himself while doing it.
I'm not.
He's a criminal.
If what you're saying is true, I'm not arguing with you from that point. But here is why I have such a difficult time, and you rightfully pointed this out. This is why I have such a difficult time staying on topic, is because you're pointing out stuff, not necessarily you, because I know your voting habits, but you're pointing out stuff that the right is also pointing out while standing behind Trump, standing behind Bush. Some of these politicians make bad decisions that get people killed. Nobody on the Republican side got punished for the Iraq War. None of them are going to get punished for the Iran War. People got killed just like with the virus. Just like with the virus, they released. Hold up. Just like with the virus, they released false information. They enriched themselves off of it, and tons of people died. All of the same tenets you just gave for Fauci, and the right had no problem with that happening.
Hold on a second. If you want to argue the fact are politicians dirty and criminals, we're going to be on the same page.
Okay.
We're going to agree on that. I get arguments from the Democrats all the time where they think their politicians are clean, but the Republicans are dirty.
And vice versa.
I never said that. I think all politicians are dirty. Second of all, Fauci is not really a politician. He's a fake pretend doctor that helped create a virus, then created a vaccine which did not have time to be properly tested, and then he administrated it to the morons that took it, and several hundred people died.
I don't know.
If not all of them.
I don't.
He's a criminal. He's a killer.
I don't know if I can totally buy that. Conservative, for the simple fact of I saw a clip that suggested that everybody interviewing Fauci all have been vaccinated. Ain't none of them dead. All of it. I mean, when you think about how many folks in this country got vaccinated, and I've gotten all the vaccinations and booster shots. Nothing happened to me. So we're making it sound like we're only going to take in consideration people who may have had, complications or felt ill. We're going to ignore the fact that the overwhelming majority of vaccinated people had no complications at all.
But here's the problem with that. You can't, if there were going to be complications with the vaccine on the virus that he actually created, okay, if there were going to be complications with that vaccine, that information should have been put out before people took the vaccine. That information wasn't put out. People started dropping dead. Now, maybe a majority of people did not die, and I'm happy for you. But what matters isn't the people that didn't die. What matters is the people that lost their life because they, and quote, trusted the science. The God of the Democrats.
How could they tell you the information? How could they tell you all this stuff? Okay, you got a major illness going around, and I see in the comments, Denkel rightfully points out Trump is the one that authorized the vaccine. I don't know why Trump ain't being questioned, but in regards to your comment, though, okay, you got people dropping that are perishing all over the place due to this new virus that's going on. So they're working on something behind the scenes to save lives. There's no way they're going to have enough time to do all of these trials you're talking about to give you the exact number of people that are having effects and things like that from it.
You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. And that is exactly why the vaccine should not have been released. You do not release a vaccine for any illness, especially one that, again, he created.
I disagree.
Okay.
I disagree.
A vaccine without doing enough time with enough testing, no matter who the president was, you can't release a vaccine without proper time and testing. That's why people died. Because they didn't do their job and they murdered them.
Okay, first of all, they didn't murder them. I disagree with you because, like I said, around the world, even with all of this shit going on, interviewing Dr. Fauci and what we know now 7 years later, the consensus still is that the virus saved millions of lives. We don't like Fauci in this country, talking about my beloved MAGA and people on the right. But around the world, them folks are glad that shit came to them. They're not talking about Fauci needs to hang. You don't hear people in Europe saying we need to go to America and put out a warrant for this guy's arrest. He's a war criminal. Around the world, they actually favor that.
100% I agree with you. But you know who's not happy about it? The ones that it killed.
Then we're all the Europeans.
If the vaccine, they're very unhappy about it.
If it's taking so many lives, then we're all the Europeans and Australians and all of them that are speaking up and demanding their government view him as a war criminal and put out a Interpol warrant for his arrest.
I have no idea.
I have an idea.
Why these people from these backwater countries aren't standing up for their people.
These ain't backwater.
And I can tell you what, at least the Republicans, and I'm not even a Republican, but at least the Republicans are standing up and saying, hey, this was not properly tested. You rushed this.
If Trump had
you should be held responsible regardless of how much money you have in the bank.
The reason our country is standing up against Fauci is because it's political. If Trump had won in 2020, that vaccine would have still been given out and we wouldn't be chasing Fauci down at this point. If the reason is because Fauci did all his best work and got all his notoriety under the Biden administration. But if Trump had won in 2020 and the vaccine would have continued, you guys would not be at the Fauci right now. Trump would be going around taking credit for saving millions of lives. But because it happened under Biden, Fauci is a criminal now.
With respect, everything that you talk about on your show is political. So that doesn't hold water.
It does.
Okay, you can't be you can't discuss things every day that is political and then say the reason why is because it's political. Of course it's political. Yeah. It's political, and there's one side that's standing up for the people who died, and there's one side that's saying, let them go. It wasn't enough people. And by the way, just because I'm on Clapper and I can get away with this, I can't get kicked off, okay? I would like to say one thing. That last guy that you had on, fuck him. He's not third party. He's a fucking Democrat. He can suck balls. And I can say that because I'm on Clapper. Fuck you, TikTok.
All right, I'm about to call you Straight Talk. Handsome conservative, always a pleasure having you on. We don't agree on shit, particularly this Fauci stuff, but you know how it works.
All right, hey, listen, I left you a shit ton of gifts down in your fucking wallet down here, man.
Thank you.
Much love.
Thank you.
Need to agree on everything. Support your local liberal.
Hell yeah. Straight Talk, appreciate it. You talking so much like Straight Talk tonight. I keep calling you Straight Talk. Handsome conservative, everybody. Always good to have you on. Thank you, man.
Thank you. That's a compliment. Thank you.
All right. Good talk. All right, looking in the comments real quick and tap the screen. I haven't asked that because of the odd nature of what we're doing tonight, but tap the screen, get the likes on up to 20,000, if you will. One side is crying about the reflective pool. Yeah, all of this shit is political. And that's what me and my last caller, Handsome Conservative, agrees on. Most of the stuff is political. A lot of things that the left is criticizing Trump for, they might look the other way if Obama or somebody was doing it. And a lot of stuff that the right is defending Trump for, they would have a whole lot of problems if Biden or Obama was. Do you think if Obama took a fucking jet from a Muslim country? Remember, the woman telling John McCain, I can't vote for Obama because he's a Muslim. Now all of a sudden Trump gets in there and we like him? We're actually under Trump, we're actually criticizing white people and making allies with Muslims. How fucking backwards is that? You're criticizing fucking Greenland and Denmark and France and the UK and Canada, and you're falling in love with the Saudis? I mean, how fucking backwards? Imagine Obama doing that. You would be asking, where's the nearest tree and rope? So, yes, there is a lot of folks that are favoring this stuff based on what jersey the person doing it has. Because MAGA is defending a lot of shit that Trump is doing that they would go ape shit if Obama or Biden was doing. And that befriending the Saudis and criticizing our NATO member allies is a perfect example of that. What's next? He gonna make a deal with the Iranians and all of a sudden be hanging out with the mullahs? What the fuck is next? In the comments, looking in the comments here, Trump should be prosecuted for betrayal of his country on January 6th. He called for war on his own government officers and officials. That may not be done. I don't know what the statute of limitations is on that shit, but after Trump's term, that may come back up. I don't know for certain, but that possibly could come up in the future. Let me go back to the box. One and only Gangsta Grandma.
See, this is what your problem is.
I got a problem now?
Yes.
What is my
problem? You allow
problem?
people to do. No, you don't listen to me tonight. I'm so sick of your fluffing, no good for the ass Now, you let that white tea.
Oh my God! What the hell does this skin color have to do with it?
No,
What does this skin color have to do with it?
Listen to me.
I'm
Listen
listening.
to me. You allowed him to do all that misinformation. You're lucky your shit didn't get taken down. All that was misinformation.
I didn't challenge nothing, huh? I didn't challenge anything you said.
You was kissing ass.
Oh my God.
Ass. Oh God, you really was kissing ass. Well, like a
Bullshit.
fucking white woman.
Bullshit.
Well.
Bullshit.
No, you didn't even say.
What did I miss? Tell me what I missed since you're talking all this shit.
This. For one, the V is, the shot, right? Did not unalive a lot of people. Yes, they had some people that probably was allergic to something in it, but they did have trials. They did have trials.
Let me push back on you saying that the vax didn't unalive a lot of people. That's an opinion. Hold on, that's an opinion. What is a lot of people? Hold on, let me respond to you.
No.
Then why the hell are you? So you just want to talk? Go ahead.
No, that's not an opinion. Those are facts.
It is an opinion.
Those are
bullshit.
Facts. Those are facts.
Bullshit. It's an opinion.
When the doctors came out, Tim, and said
it's an opinion.
No.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
You know what? That's why your fucking Negro ass a fucking coon.
Just.
That's an opinion. Those are facts.
Can I? Okay, while you're correcting me, am I allowed to even speak, or do you want to just control this shit?
Let me tell you. I'm telling you, you're saying it's an opinion. It's not an opinion. When they have paperwork to vouch for it, Tim.
Okay.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay. Are you ready to hear the other side, or you want to just keep talking?
What other side when it's all fucking fake?
Okay.
That's an opinion.
When you say a lot of people lost their lives, the reason I'm saying it's an opinion is because, like, God damn, can I get a sentence out?
Oh my fucking
Can
God,
I get? Listen.
Paper ass freak.
You know how a debate works. I say some shit you disagree with, then you correct it. But you gotta allow it to be said.
I cannot wait to see you. Wait till you get on FaceTime with me, buddy. Wait till we get on FaceTime.
Okay.
You think this shit's gonna be bad?
Okay.
You wait.
The point I'm trying to make that you won't let me get out, the reason I'm saying it's an opinion is kind of like the MAGA side says that one is too many all the damn time when it comes to trans or immigrants or whatever. So when you say, a lot of people didn't lose their lives, that's in maybe for you 1,000 lives lost ain't that many. For somebody else, that may be way too many.
Do you know how much? Do you know that they saved millions of people? And guess what, Pookie? And guess what? My fat ass went. And yes, I'm Chunky Monkey, and I got me some meat on my bones. I took it all. I took all the fucking shots. I took them all. Guess what?
Okay.
I'm still living.
All right.
So miss me with the bullshit. And when did it become against the law to plead the fifth? I'll fucking wait.
Well,
and when is it against the law to plead? And why did he didn't have a fit when the Donald Duck of Orange Tangerine pleaded the fifth?
Thank you. What did I say, Mr. Knight? Appreciate it. No, I agree with you in regards to what Hanson Conservative said about the fifth.
Where's your muscles at, too? I want to see the muscles.
There you go.
Listen.
That's a little something now. I'm not aware.
Jim?
What?
That ain't no muscles. I thought you had
what
some
the fuck is that? Is it that flat?
Yeah, that's a little bit.
All right, goddamn.
I thought you said you could pick my ass up. You can't.
Wait till I pull out the dick.
I'm scared of you. You're going to make me fall.
All of the muscles are a little bit lower. But what I was going to say is...
Yeah. Whatever, Timmy.
What I was about to say... You all up on this. You need to bow down for a minute. I don't fucking lost my train of thought with you. You know that? I don't even know what I was about to say now.
Wait, Jim. Almost time. And I told you I will go live with you at the damn, what is that, airport. I got to wait there for a couple of damn hours. Ain't that fucked up, though?
No, that's what happens. What the fuck was he talking about? But in regards to the actual vax, even though you say I didn't push back, I actually did by telling him none of our allied countries, nobody else around the world is actually saying negative things about the vax like we are here in America on the right. For the most part, the rest of the world is thankful for the vax.
They are.
Yeah, so I disagree with him. You just didn't see it that way.
No, but see, let me tell you something, Tim. but you allow them to spit this shit out, and that's not cool.
That's how a debate works.
No, misinformation is not freedom of speech. That can unalive a lot of people, and it did. Did you realize how much it did when it was coming out and people was afraid to take it because people like him said it was unaliving a lot of people, and it really wasn't? And it unalived a lot of people. A lot of people didn't want to take it because they was afraid to take it. Well, that's what's sad. A lot of people don't listen to him. A lot of people unalive unnecessarily because of idiots like that.
Well, listen, they got idiots telling them not to take the vax for the measles and chickenpox too. That ain't got nothing to do with this conversation. That's just
that's what's going down right now, though. That's what's going down.
Measles is going up.
The biggest measles outbreak ever. So what are you talking about?
Listen, I can't help it that the right does not trust science. They don't believe in. They believe in the right believes in God. They don't believe in science. They believe you can pray your way out of this shit.
Listen, you unflavored biscuits. Okay, listen to me. You unflavored biscuits. Okay.
You ain't tasted shit yet. Don't say that. There may be a lot of flavor. Wait till you taste it. Wait till you taste it. Go ahead.
I would never taste
Go ahead. Let me hear what you gotta say. Let me hear what you gotta say.
Let me tell you this: you unflavored biscuits.
You ain't tasted yet.
God made scientists. You unflavored biscuits. He made them. Science and God does run together. You unflavored biscuits.
Oh my God.
So what are you motherfuckers talking about?
I don't.
You gotta leave.
Oh
you know what I'm saying?
Now
They're so dead. You know what? They're so into this cult shit. They're so into this cult that they'll believe. They will believe a fucking moron that's in office right now before a doctor, and that's insane. That's why. And if you really want to know who unalived the most, was them.
I see my comment. You've driven my comment section. You've driven you've driven my comment section wild with that unflavored biscuit shit. Pineapple juice will fix that. Real quick in the comments, Sean Herbert, what is your question in regards to? He says Alexa search the rates. I don't get what you're telling me to ask, Sean Herbert, about that. But you and that unflavored biscuit shit, we're gonna change you on that. You're gonna taste the rainbow.
You ain't never gonna change me. I stay with chocolate. I would stay with chocolate all damn day. No unflavored shit touching me. Oh God. Shit. I cannot.
I don't know.
You gotta. I can't. I'm trying. Hey, I'm being honest. You feel what I'm saying? I ain't Captain.
Thank you, Tony Parker. Appreciate that.
I took the vaccine. I still take the vaccine.
So did I. And
I haven't unalive. But you know what, though? Knock on wood, I haven't caught the damn thing at all.
I haven't either.
I haven't caught it.
I'm to say I've never had it either, and I don't.
And
I don't know. I don't have anybody in my family that is not vaccinated or that perished from it. Nobody in my family lost their life, and everybody's vaxxed.
You know why? Do you know why they want to go after him? He's very good. He's a very good doctor. He saved a lot of lives.
They're going after him for the simple fact that he did that shit while under Biden. If he had, like I said, if Trump had won the 2020 election, we would not be going after Fauci. It's as simple as that.
Shit for me, but that was ridiculous.
I'm not trying to.
That was so ridiculous. I mean, if you had a six-pack, Tim, I swear to God, I would be coming over there. But honey, I
could not present you with a six-pack unless I started drinking beer. So that ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen. That is not gonna happen. Ain't nothing I can do about that.
Tim, I promise you, Tim, your unflavored biscuits are getting on my damn nerves, on God. They're trying to go after Fauci. He's one of the best damn doctors we have. He saved a lot of lives during the HIV crisis, AIDS crisis. He saved a lot of lives during COVID. What else they want? They just want blood for something. They wanted. This election was all about getting revenge. Revenge on what?
You gonna keep talking about these biscuits and then putting your gravy all over these biscuits. So you need to quit tripping.
They ain't gonna get no gravy on my.
Look, I can hear you. I can hear you cheesing. I can hear it in your voice. You're cheesing. I can hear it in your voice. You're cheesing. I got you off your damn square. I heard it.
biscuits?
I heard it. You heard of biscuits and gravy, right?
No, your black ass did not tell me I'm cheesing on unflavored
Yes, you
biscuits.
are.
Well,
I can
I'm
hear
so
it.
anti-unflavored
I
biscuits.
can hear it.
No,
I can
I'm
hear it in
not.
your voice. I cut
I'm
you,
a-
threw
you know
you
what,
off your
Tim?
damn square. That's what it was.
Tim, let me tell you something, Tim. For the last damn time, I never go white. I went straight black and never go back.
Do you do
I
any?
never go white.
Is there anything in your life that doesn't involve race?
Nope, because it's racism every damn day. You know what you're talking about, Willis? And then it has to be white gravy on top of it? Hell no, you got me fucked up.
It's your
And
gravy.
if I had some flavor, all they put is raisins in
That's
fucking potato
no, that's
salad.
your
That's all they
gravy.
good for.
That is your naturally produced gravy on those biscuits.
No.
And it's that and it's that color too. It's that color too.
No.
It's that color.
Willis, you got me fucked up.
Your sausage gravy. That's your sausage gravy.
No. But you know what, Tim? I'm so happy. I won't be in Chicago getting my babies and stuff. Like, they don't have to be afraid that nobody's coming to get my babies and stuff. You feel what I'm saying, Tim?
Hold on a second. Hold on.
I can't wait to meet you.
Hold on.
I can't wait to meet you.
Hold
Your
on.
ass, though, for real.
I was talking
I
about.
cannot wait.
I was talking about.
Frying pan, Tim.
Alter Ego says your gravy might be green. Oh my
That's
God.
the white man, bitch. That's the
You
white
said
man.
green.
I never had a complaint, bitch.
You said
I never had a
green.
complaint. All my fucking babies, they can't shit.
You said
All my men
green.
said hallelujah.
Your shit
And
might
they
be.
didn't come out. And you know what the thing is, though? They put a ring on my fucking finger after the first time. Just shut the fuck up. You motherfuckers can't get shit. You guys can't even get a decent woman. All you guys got fuck. All the men, all the bitches that you guys get, the women, your white tea women, are roast beef, bitch.
But he
Roast
said,
beef.
I'm thinking about wasn't the Predator leaving green liquid behind? Didn't Schwarzenegger say something like that? If it bleeds, we can eat it or something like. Anyway,
That's
but
bad, too.
green. Oh my
You
God.
just hate because you can't get a fine black woman like me.
Well, Gen
You
X
can
said.
never get a woman like me.
Gen X says she has a vajayjay that's sourdough. God.
Well, tell that to Tim.
Oh my
Tim never
God.
complained about it.
Oh my
Tim has never
God.
complained about it, bitch. And would.
I'm about to bring some Aunt
Why do you
Jemima.
think Tim wants it so bad? You think it's green, bitch? You see, Tim would get it before any white man would get it. So
You
shut
said
your
I'm a
mouth.
white man.
Well, unfortunately, yeah, I got to put a paper bag over your ass.
Do I need to bring some Aunt Jemima for flavoring? You said shit is green.
You need to bring. Well, you stupid as fuck, Tim.
Pour a bottle of that Aunt Jemima on it so it tastes right.
Mozzarella shit, Tim, the unflavored biscuits are
All right, we
uneducated.
going off the rails. I got to move the show on. We're getting crazy here, but
Okay, Tim.
yes.
But Tim, for real though, you gotta stop them with that V.
I
with the
did
V,
that
for real,
shit.
though,
I just didn't do
mozzarella.
it to your
You-
liking. I
But
did
Tim,
that.
you have to stop it because let me tell you something, Tim. On some real shit. All jokes aside, that shit it unalived a lot of people. It really did.
I'm not disagreeing with
All the
that
people.
part.
No, it did. And when the people came out and said the V was unaliving a lot of people, it did because it scared a lot of people off. And we can't do that because now we finally have it under control. Now look what they're doing with the measles vaccine. The shit's not a joke, dog. It really is not. And guess what? It's not a Chinese virus. Do you see how racist that shit is? Let me break the shit down one more time. The reason why a lot of viruses come from China is because they have the jungle over there. Even a lot of viruses come from Africa. They have the biggest jungle, and they have a lot of like the bats. That's what COVID is from. It's from the bats.
They don't agree with you,
And they
but
bite the chickens and stuff.
I gotta move it on, but they don't. They don't.
really gotta get educated.
I gotta move it on, but they don't agree with you. Gangsta Grandma, thanks for coming
I don't
through.
give a fuck what they think. Y'all cook biscuits or uncooked for a fucking reason.
I gotta go. Tap the screen. That was not easy. We should be about 40,000 by now. Y'all can tap the screen, get the likes up. Thank you for the hat and mustache. Somebody dropped that on your boy, Brandon Johnson. Appreciate the love. This is white. This is what do you say, handsome conservative? That's right. You call me crazy because I believe in God, but yet you put your faith in. No, I don't call people crazy that believes in God. Look, I used to still to some degree, my faith is shaken. I don't feel, let me get these words out here. I'm having a Biden moment. I don't feel like I'm a full-blown atheist. I just question what I've been taught in relations to the deity. Hopefully that makes more sense. But I don't, if you ask me, I don't know. I don't walk around saying I'm a full-blown atheist. I will walk around and say, I don't know, some of the things we've been told. I'll give you a perfect example. Just taking my own home country into consideration. We've been allegedly a Christian nation since the very beginning, since 1776. Yet we've had slavery. We've had massacres with the Native Americans. We've had, obviously, the women's suffrage movement. We've had the civil rights issues. The Triple K, who were having their meetings in church and they burned crosses because they're Christian too. I'm just saying this. My faith is shaking because I see a whole lot of people claiming to be Christian, not doing a bunch of Christian shit, up to and including right into our government. Our government, claiming to be Christian as an origin, co-signed all of the shit that I just mentioned to you. Even the KKK stuff, all that stuff, all throughout the government. The oppression of different groups of people that I just mentioned to you, from slavery to the Trail of Tears, all that shit was sanctioned by the government. All Christians. So I'm not going to come and say that I don't believe, but I am going to say I've seen so much fucking hypocrisy by people donning the cross that I'm confused. I don't know what a good Christian is, because the ones that are telling me they are co-signing this stuff. Even what's going on right now, we got Christians saying that it's okay if you're in this country illegally. I don't care if it's 20, 30 years ago and you've done nothing wrong, for ICE to hunt you down. We don't do that on any damn thing else. If you come in the country and your visa expires or you're in the country illegally, that is a misdemeanor. In no other instance do we go hunt people down for 20, 30-year-old misdemeanors. We don't do that in no other area. But when it comes to these people, well, if you're here illegally, you broke the law, we're a land of laws, we got to enforce it. There's no other area where if you committed a misdemeanor in the 70s, 80s, or 90s, they would still be after you now. No other area. But for some reason, when it comes to this group of people, well, we got to hold them to the letter of the law. So, and we're okay, even if it means deporting them to dilapidated countries that, people have food insecurities, or even countries they don't even know anything about. Like Kilmar Brego Garcia, they were trying to deport him to Africa. And when I give you the story of how they done it, and tap the screen, I'll go back to the callers right after this, but you guys all know the story of Kilmar Brego Garcia. He's the one they sent to CCOT, claiming that he was a human smuggler of immigrants and that he had beat his wife or something like that. He hasn't been charged or convicted of any of that stuff. The best they got on him is his wife made an accusation and she didn't do anything to follow up on it. And he got stopped by a Tennessee state trooper that said he had extra seats in his car and it looked like he was trafficking other people. That's the best they got. He has no legal right to be here. But he's from a country where the judge ruled it's too dangerous to send him back. So they caught him and sent him to CCOT. Probably one of the most notorious prisons in the country. Once again, the judges forced him to come back. And Costa Rica, another Hispanic country, after seeing all of this shit going on, offered to take him in. Costa Rica said, if you're going to deport him, we'll give him a home here. And his attorney and Kilmar were perfectly okay with going and being deported to Costa Rica. However, the Trump administration got embarrassed because he fought back in court against all these allegations that he was a human smuggler and he was beating his wife and shit like that. So the Trump administration offered him a deal. We'll deport you to Costa Rica if you plead guilty to what we're accusing you of: human trafficking and domestic violence against your spouse, even though the spouse is saying there's nothing here to go with. She's not even pressing charges on him. But if you plead guilty, then we'll deport you to Costa Rica. If you fight it, we're going to send you to Africa. So they're holding this over his head right now. He's fully ready to go to Costa Rica. And they're threatening that if he don't plead guilty to shit that he has not been convicted of, they're going to send him to Africa, a country he has no ties to whatsoever. That administration and all of the folks that support that administration yelling in the comments, this is what we voted for. They're all God-fearing Christians. I'm confused, folks. I'm confused. I'm confused how a Christian community could look at that and say, this is what we want, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. I'm confused. So I apologize if that baffles any of you. But that wasn't what I was brought up to believe Christians were about. But I'm seeing the Trump administration do this stuff, and I'm seeing tons of God-fearing Christians applauding it, saying this is what we voted for. This is what we wanted. I'm confused. Anyway, looking in the comments, right off the bat, I'll say, you let them talk. We the rabble. She don't normally do that. The rates of unloving what does that say? The rates of unloving, unaliving, I guess you mean. The rates of people who, I could see if I could work that. Alexa, how many people lost their life to the COVID vaccination?
COVID-19 vaccines have prevented about 2.5 million deaths worldwide, and studies showed they didn't increase overall mortality. Deaths directly linked to the shots are extremely rare.
Alexa, stop. Here's a problem with that, though. It's going to depend on who. Alexa, stop. It's going to depend on who did the study. So the right is not going to trust any study that comes back with that information. The right wants to hear that it caused a catastrophe. So I'd have to go into asking where did the study come from, et cetera, because the device is saying that deaths due to the vax are very low. The right obviously does not believe that. They obviously does not believe that, which is why I brought up with Handsome Conservative, if the vax has been so perilous, why aren't other countries, because most of the countries around the world partook in our vaccination. What was it? Moderna. It was 3 vax. Moderna. I can't even think of the 3. You guys let me know. But there was 3 of them. Johnson & Johnson, I think, was the one they ended up getting rid of. It was one by Moderna, one by Johnson & Johnson. There was a 3rd one out there. And the rest of the world used that shit. And they're not Pfizer. Yes, Pfizer, Travelman, thank you. Yeah, and the rest of the world is not complaining that people were dropping dead all over the place. What is it different when you put it in the arm of an American or somebody in the United States versus somebody in Europe? They're not complaining that. So it doesn't measure up. It does, and as the article I read said, all of them folks questioning Fauci were vaccinated. None of them complained. None of them, while they were hammering Fauci, none of them complained that they were falling sick. Did none of them congressmen say, I spent 8 weeks in the hospital after taking this shit? None of them complained about it. So I don't know where to go with that. And thank you, Sherbert. We the Rebel says from K to G, she is the triple G. Yes, indeed, she is. In the comments, Trump brought stock in Johnson & Johnson during the beginning of COVID. It'll come out. We'll certainly find out eventually how much money Trump made in getting involved in various things that regarding his presidency. Travelman, good evening.
Tim.
Yes, sir.
Man, I was up there listening to you and
you didn't hear that. Let me hold up the Men in Black eraser pen. You didn't hear any of that shit.
Man, that dude was spewing so much lies and BS, and he just goes on and on and on, and that way it's like what Republicans do. They don't stop talking. They try to overwhelm you. They filibuster you so you don't get a whole lot in. And then they say so much bullshit that it throws you off and you forget what you was gonna answer.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Which is why I keep the notepad right next to me, because you're right, that does happen.
You know, how they love to blame Fauci with this thing about how much money he made while he made money off COVID. Straight up lie. Been debunked. The whole 9 yards. The thing with Republicans / MAGA is that they don't give a damn if it's debunked. They don't care if it's false. They just love repeating it. Okay? Billions of people got the vaccine. Like you said, around the world, 96% of doctors in the United States got the vaccine. If it's good enough for 90% of the doctors, damn it, it's good enough for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought that's my sentiment as well. Yeah, that's my sentiment as well. When my doctor recommended I get it, why have her as a doctor if I'm not going to take her advice? I mean, my doctor told me that she advised that I get it in, and same thing when it came to the booster shots. And real quick before we continue, in the comments, a Polish guy says heaven has borders. Isn't heaven a place where they say you're all are welcome though?
I don't know. In heaven?
Apparently not. Heaven has. We get deported from heaven.
Been to heaven?
Huh?
You better watch. You ever met anybody been to heaven?
I don't know. I mean, he said, but he did say heaven has borders. That's crazy that they would say something like that.
It was so crazy. You know, I watched some of that Fauci hearing yesterday, and I have to tell you, man, it was embarrassing. It was really embarrassing, you know? And they keep talking about, well, you know, they gave, you know, Biden gave him Biden pardoned. You know why Biden pardoned him? You know why Biden
Because he knew this was going to happen.
He knew exactly what was going to happen if he did not pardon the people that he did, that Trump then was going to come in and he was going to unleash holy hell on everybody that had anything to do with any investigation or anything, which they did because they gutted DOJ, they gutted the FBI. That's what they did, and the people that they let go were the ones that was working on January 6th or whatever. Okay, the organization would be a reflection of the leader.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what I keep saying. I don't understand. You're right about the leader. If Fauci did something wrong, why isn't the administration head, which is Trump, being questioned on it? And P-Dub, thank you for the TikTok cap. I don't see how you can, just like when Trump's taxes got released, how is all of these entities, or you're saying the election was stolen, how is all this stuff happening under your watch and you're not responsible for any of it?
The only time we seem like we've had a bad election was when he was president.
Right.
Okay.
The fraud is happening under your watch. The IRS is not secure under your watch. The intelligence in regards to whether they're getting nuclear bombs or not is accurate under your watch. All of this stuff is happening under you. Like, how is he not getting the blame for any of this?
Yeah, I mean, inject disinfectant, put light inside your body.
He didn't say that. He didn't
take
say
those
that.
tranquilizers and take those because, as a matter of fact, he said he took that. You know, he said it was going the COVID was going to disappear when it got warm. I mean, it's all kind of.
He did say that. He did say COVID would be gone by April. He did say that. And I'll tell you this. In regards to some of my viewers talking about how bad the vax was and tons of people died. If you're going to hold Fauci accountable for that, because tons of people may have died believing that it was going to go away by April as well. So if you're going to believe that bad information cost the lives of thousands of people, Trump should have to testify. What made you say COVID would just go away by April? Because people acted on that. You said it was nothing more than just like the flu. People, where are you getting this information from? People acting on that and may have died too.
Hey, that's because MAGA always spew bullshit without facts. Okay, the only people, you had people dying right before they put that down put them on the ventilator. They said, "Oh yeah, I believe it was COVID." Too late, your ass going on the ventilator, you're not coming back off. And then after the vaccine came out, the majority of the people that was unalive after that was the MAGA that didn't take the vaccine.
Yeah. But but I understand MAGA. I sympathize with MAGA. If you believe Trump and he's told you it's going to be gone by April and it's no worse than the flu, I can't fault. Just like what was his name? Herman Cain went out there and partied with no mask on. So we're holding Fauci accountable under the perception that he gave out bad information. But we're going to ignore all of that stuff. The fact is, Trump and the right. There are plenty of folks on the right who also publicly to audiences of millions gave out bad information.
Shit, they still giving out bad information. Didn't they just tell us back in February that the war was gonna last 6 weeks? We in the 5 months.
Yep, 2 to 4 weeks. And thank you, Hands of Conservative. Appreciate that. Wow, $100 over tokens. Thank you. But that's what I keep. I don't understand why Fauci is the only one getting held accountable for bad information. If we can show solid evidence that Trump did the same thing, but they'll say that's deflecting. We don't want to talk about Trump. Let's just stay focused on Fauci. Then why are the other guys getting away with it?
What do Tim? I think I've said this on numerous occasions that the Republicans in MAGA, they stay on point. Hey, I'll give you a good example. All of a sudden, last year in 2025, how much did you hear about communism? You ain't hear it.
No, because I'll tell you why though. What Mom Donnie has done has proven that socialism is not as bad of a term as it used to be. Because no, they weren't talking about communism last year. They were talking about socialism. It was working very well to some degree on Obama, and they've been using that term. But as capitalism has continued to fail more and more Americans, socialism isn't scaring people away. Certainly after they used it against Obama, and people were like, that wasn't that bad. So now they have to come up with a new term, which is where communism is coming from.
But see, the thing about it, Tim, is 90% of these clowns that run around their house about socialism don't even know what the hell it is.
Oh, thank you. No, they don't. They don't.
Are they complaining because the government is taking over, buying a stock in different companies and trying to tell them how to run it? Are they complaining about that? Are they complaining about the fact that we're now we're basically a corporatocracy because corporations are basically running everything?
But see, that's what I asked Straight Talk earlier, who was talking about communism and socialism. And by the way, Rita Rabble says Semper Travelman, so he's paying you homage. But that's what I asked Straight Talk earlier. I said, would it be better and maybe more leaning toward making America great again if we just got rid of democratic socialist policies and instead of giving taxpayer money to, tuition forgiveness or health care or daycare or EBT card, would it be better if we got rid of those type of democratic entitlement programs and just gave the money to Trump and let him spend it on himself? Because that's kind of what we're getting away from the entitlements. But the spending of Trump on himself is astronomical. And they're okay with that. They're telling us, well, he didn't take a salary, so he deserves all of this. So would it be better if we just got rid of it and just handed him the money and said, spend it on any pet project around Washington, D.C. or just on yourself? They seem to be okay with that.
Oh, yeah. They have it all jacked up because we live in a hybrid system that has socialist tendencies. Social Security, fire department, all that stuff is, we're one of the few countries, Tim, that don't have universal child care. We don't have anything in place for our seniors. We don't have anything in place. We don't have a universal kindergarten. We don't have anything that pertains to the family. We're one of the few countries, industrialized, the G7, that don't do that. And same thing, healthcare. I lived in London for 4 years. I lived in the UK for 4 years. They have private doctors in the UK. They have private hospitals in the UK, just like they do in Canada. Just because you have universal health care don't mean you don't have the private system also. You have private insurance. You have private doctors, you have private nurses in hospitals and everything. They got it all screwed up. Because right now, this country runs on greed. And in the last 10 years, we've been running on freaking evil. We are turned an evil-ass country.
I need you to elaborate on what's making you say we're running on evil. Thank you, Alter Ego.
Look at what we're doing, Tim. We're sending people to countries. We're sending people to war-torn countries in Africa, and they from Asia.
That's evil. To me, our immigration policies, I get that, you should come here the right way and stuff like that. But the Trump administration is anti-immigrant. It goes way beyond, we just want you to come here the right way. First of all, right now under Trump, I don't really know if there is a right way. I think they pretty much cut off immigration almost completely. So
including legal. You know, his first term, at the end of his first term, legal immigration went down and illegal immigration was up.
That's the only way, because that's the only way you can do it. Alter ego. Thank you. The only way you can, I mean, it's like anything. If you ban something, if you completely outlaw something, you create a black market. That's the only way they can get it. So right now with immigration, the only way people can get in the country is illegally, because the Trump administration is, for the most part, cut off any avenue, asylum or TPS. Even if you get sponsored by a company, he's raised the price that company has to pay to sponsor you by $100K. So, I mean, there really is no legal avenue.
So let's do. Okay, normally, I studied back in about 15 years old. So let's take a look at this. Back in the day, in Virginia and some of the other states, they shut down a school system for 2 years because they didn't want it break. They put concrete in swimming pools because they didn't want to integrate, right? And look at what we're doing now. We cannot build houses fast enough because they're deported all the freaking guys that do the framing and do the drywall. So as a result of that, the housing construction has slowed down, which is also impacts the skilled trades, the electricians and the plumbers and stuff, because they can't get in there until the drywall stuff is put up.
So it's a domino effect.
It's a domino effect. But we're steady deporting them. We're steady deporting people while we got vegetables and stuff rotting in the ground. We're steady deporting them.
But as opposed to, maybe we got it the wrong way. As opposed to what we're saying in the comments, Ruggin62 says, folks, shut the hell up, quit your whining, do what Trump tells you to do, and everything will be all right.
You know what I say to him? Fuck you. That's what I say to him.
You didn't agree with that, huh?
Ruining the freaking country, man. He's ruining the freaking country. We're isolated from the rest of the world. He just, like I said, we are running on evil. That's what we're running on. Look at how we deal with each. Look at how we talk to each other. Look at how he acts when he goes on the world stage. He acts like a freaking moron.
Yeah,
they laugh at him.
He was just calling LeBron James a racist at the White House Correspondents' Dinner or something. He just called LeBron James a racist the other day.
Yeah, from a man who daddy gave him everything he needed, and this dude he built his own thing. But I'm not even gonna say he's a nepo baby, because he blew the money that his dad gave him, and The Apprentice is what saved his career. Yeah. But that's enough of that though. It's what he's doing. You go to DC, they got freaking pictures of him hanging on the DOJ, the agriculture building, these big ass pictures of Trump. Dude, I've been here since '98. I've never seen any shit like that. Actually, I've never seen that with anybody, any president that we've had.
It won't last after he's gone. But MAGA said, my beloved MAGA says he's the best ever. I gotta move it on, Travelman, but as long as he's in there, they're gonna keep naming shit after him because they think he is the best we ever. They want to put him on Mount Rushmore, so there you go.
Yeah, well, okay.
All right. Appreciate it.
Tim.
All right. In the comments, so tap the screen. I seen We the Rebel says the complaint about Fauci for both HIV and COVID is that he's gung-ho on getting a vax rather than focusing on treatments. Obviously that's an opinion, but even if it's accurate, I guess the point being, first of all, the HIV vax or whatever you want to call it, HIV pretty much is not, obviously it's not a death sentence anymore. So whether we're talking treatments or whether we're talking a vax, they have gotten HIV significantly under control with the assistance of Fauci. So, okay, you'd rather fight for a cure versus the vax. I get it if that's the point you're making. But to the actual patient, let's take a Magic Johnson type guy or whatever the case may be. If you get to live for the most part just as long as everybody else, it's a win either way. Now, maybe treating it and curing it would be obviously a better win than vaccinating someone against it. But even still, Fauci gets a huge, heroic celebration for what he did in regards to HIV. If you want to say he should have went for treatments instead of vax, so be it. But to me, certainly based on his HIV program or training or education, he's a hero from that standpoint. I can't take that away from him. Now, I will say if the right is accurate on what they say about him with the pandemic, then we got a conversation in regards to demonizing him. But I don't feel confident the right is accurate. And I'm saying that from the simple fact of the rest of the world that has taken those 3 vaccinations are not saying the same thing that the right is saying. If people are dropping from the vax, they should be dropping all over the world. They shouldn't just be dropping in conservative circles. Conservatives should not be the only ones noticing that. There's no reason for somebody in the UK or somebody in the Ukraine somewhere to hide the fact that their people are dropping from the vax. If it was happening, you'd hear them saying something about it. Why aren't they speaking up? So that's what makes me question what's coming from the right. Is there should be more people complaining. This is not something that only America partook in. All of these countries were using his vax. Why aren't they losing people? Why aren't they complaining about it? So that has to be explained. And until I see an explanation for that, that kind of puts me on the opposite side of the right in regards to this stuff. You know something, Tim? A true coward is always showing his easy ass try. Let me read your comment with my spectacles on, because I know it's an insult, but okay. DOA Knife says, you know something, Tim? A true coward is always showing his ass, trying to prove that he's not a coward when his true nature is that he is. I'm thinking that's an insult toward me, but I don't know what the reference is. Clear that one up, DOA Knife. And by the way, folks, you guys know we don't block, ban, or censor here. So when we say you can be critical of anyone, including the host, we mean it. So, you know, as long as your comments don't get into the racial aspect, we don't really block, ban, or censor anything. It's all about free speech here. We go left of Mom Donnie with our comments to I'm having dinner with Q. So tap the screen, get us on up to 60,000. We'll go. Shanti says that's the problem. Why is that the problem, Shanti? Let's go to Emily. Good evening, Emily. You know something? I saw that already. Yeah. Propaganda about vax, propaganda about the election, fraud like how they lost 60 cases, propaganda calling anything that helps the average American socialism. Stop going against your own self-interest. I like that, Jeremy. I agree with that, Jeremy. Let me see, did I bring up Emily? No, I did not. It didn't bring her up. We'll go back on to the box and we'll try it again with Kevin rather. Few drop lines is a death sentence. What do you mean by a few drop line? I don't know what that even means. I'm having trouble bringing up, folks. I never had the vax and never had COVID. Fair enough. I have had the vax. I never had COVID, and I never had any type of ailments as a result of the vax. Go figure. Go figure. Regardless of Democrat or Republican, what do you think that really needs to change with government and politics? Wow. I think the government needs to care about the people. The excuses we continue making suggest that we can't do anything for the downtrodden in this country is falling on deaf ears. That's why you're getting Mom Donnie types now. People are starting to look. I keep bringing up Trump because he actually, there's so much about him that resonates with what we're talking about. All of the claims is that we can't give folks health care, tuition forgiveness, daycare, EBT cards, whatever you want, housing assistance, whatever you want to name, because we don't have the money. Where the money is going to come from? Who's going to pay for that is what you always hear. I'm bringing up Trump because, in my opinion, Trump's only been in office for 2 years, and he has shown us time and time again there's plenty of money. He is finding money for all sorts of unnecessary pet projects right and left. And the same folks that continue saying we don't have the money to pay for stuff are suddenly saying, well, that's actually a good idea. You weren't expecting a tribunal arch when Trump got elected. So that's a ton of money you were not expecting to be spent. And the minute he decided he wanted to build one, okay, yeah, we could use that. Well, we could use some health care. We could use some daycare assistance for some of the moms now that you're taking away their pro-choice rights. Why don't you help them out? So to me, President Trump has proven that a lot of the claims that we can't do anything for the downtrodden are not truthful. Just the Qatar jet alone, refurbishing that at a rate of 400. Think about how far $400 million could go to some of the programs helping the poor. That's just being done to take Trump off of Air Force One, probably one of the most high-tech 747s in the world, to put him on something that's more luxurious. That's all that was. You just took him. That's like getting rid of an Escalade to buy him a Bentley. Unnecessary. The Escalade is totally comfortable. You just thought a Bentley would be even more comfortable. The 747, known as Air Force One, the one you see behind me, totally suitable for the job. But you're taking $400 million of American taxpayer money just to upgrade your flying conditions. But when it comes to all the stuff for the downtrodden, well, who's going to pay for that? How about the same people that pay for the jet? So absolutely, Trump has proven to me that a lot of the stuff that they're claiming can't be done or falls into the category of who's going to pay for it can be done because they're paying for this stuff. I mean, we just had a conversation earlier about the fact that Trump spent millions of dollars painting statues in D.C. gold. 100% unnecessary. 100%. Same thing with my last caller talking about the photos of Trump all over D.C. 100% unnecessary. They're finding taxpayer money for all of that stuff. His name, his face, and name on a memorial and shit. All this stuff is unnecessary. Not one pushback from MAGA asking, who's going to pay for all that stuff, sir? So you lose me now when you suggest that people can't pay for stuff because Trump is proving that it can be paid for. MAGA reacts. Good evening, MAGA. Welcome to the program.
Tim,
Yes,
bro,
sir.
you're complaining that Trump is spending like $400 million, and he should be instead doing shit that would cost like almost $80 billion. You know what's the difference between $400 million and $80 billion?
Yeah, I don't.
EBT costs $80 billion a year.
So wait. We went into Somalia. Remember the Lyrian centers that made all that fuss about that taxpayer money, but we can turn a blind eye to the jet. How much? That wasn't $400 million in Minnesota. So there's plenty. What I'm saying is, now you're saying, well,
No, that's just what they caught. If they look harder, they'll actually find.
Why aren't they looking at the jet? Why aren't they looking at the jet though?
Because it's something we need. You know how old our Air Force One was?
We don't need
How old
that.
was it?
I don't know how old it, but it flies. It flies, MAGA. We don't.
How old is it? You say it's like high tech. It's from 1992.
And it works.
That's old as fuck.
So it works.
What do you have right now in your house from 1992? Other than maybe a kid or something.
My old ass. I was around in 92 and I'm working. I'm still here. I work. The point I'm making
you want
is
to carry Trump around?
no. Okay, so you're okay with them painting statues gold in DC too? That's okay?
I don't know. It's not okay, but I'm not gonna be like, oh, I can't believe he's not fucking curing cancer.
You're okay with the tribunal arch?
Dollars because he's spending.
You're okay with the tribunal arch?
If you wanna say what you're saying, give me something that costs the same money. Don't be like, oh, he's spending money here. Actually, I'm okay with it because that money is still going to fucking Washington D.C. It's being spent and the projects that make money for people.
First of all,
and I know you think it's all his friends, but it still makes money for the city.
Yeah, and there's no way I'm gonna put that above the doing things to help the downtrodden. I'm just not. I mean, the stuff you're talking
But it's
about.
not above you. Give me something that costs the same money for the downtrodden. What could you do that costs
First of all,
or something in the same range?
Well, it doesn't have to cost the same range. There's all kinds of programs that I didn't. I'm mentioning healthcare. I'm mentioning the expensive shit, but there's a lot of other programs that at 400 million
Plus,
can
a
do
lot of
something
shit has
for.
to go through Congress. Where the shit he's doing, he could approve himself. He
No.
can't approve what you want him to do because it has to go through Congress.
Actually, I believe the stuff he's doing requires him going through Congress too. They're just not saying anything. He's spending a lot of money on his own for unnecessary shit.
That money's already allotted.
Okay. For the jet?
Yeah, for the
No, that's
Air
not.
Force to spend on.
No, hold on.
We already had this
Hold on.
conversation.
No,
I
hold
already
on. When
Googled
Trump
it.
was
I paid
president
guys
the
to come
first
up here,
time,
and I showed you that
no, you're wrong.
under the Air Force budget,
You are
they get a
wrong.
bunch of money to do this
You
shit.
still, when Trump was president the first time, he showed us that he's already approved them creating another Air Force One. So there's another one that's supposed to be coming out soon. This plane here is just putting them in luxury
And
for a
it's
couple
late,
years.
and I don't think it's gonna come out in time.
But it ain't the Air Force One we have out now, the 1992 one you're talking about. It is not in such dilapidated state that it can't be flown for another 2 or 3 years. That you don't need to create a whole nother plane in the interim.
All right, well, he felt it did. Plus, you don't know if that airplane's going to show up in time.
And
it could also be another, like, 4 or 5 years late.
And we feel that healthcare or some other social program would be more worth it.
It doesn't stop healthcare, Tim. What social program? Name one social program that we couldn't do.
Tuition forgiveness.
That costs way more than $400 million.
Okay, then take the 400 million.
How much it costs?
Take the 400 million and go as far as you can with that. Then give them a percentage of forgiveness. Do what you can with the 400 million. I would rather do that.
I got you. At least say that. Don't be like, oh, because he did this, he can't fucking.
Whatever the case may be, if you took the price of the tribunal arch and some of these unnecessary things, go as far as you can with that and give them that percentage. To me, that's much better. Mike, what's going on?
Just listening to this moron is still not understanding about this fiscal spending that Donald Trump is doing in just 2026 alone. But, so he just spent anywhere from 20 million to 42 million on Escalades. 250.
Okay.
250.
That's not on him. That's just fucking what they spend on those fucking cars.
Can I finish the sentence?
I thought you were done.
No, I wasn't. And before you respond, MAGA Rats, because you know how this typically works out for you. In order for you to justify the spending.
Oh, you're just going to call yourself the winner?
Nope. In order for you to justify.
He cooked me, Tim.
Let him stay this point. You can take it. Wait, hold on. You can take it, MAGA. You can take it apart, but let him say it. I don't know what the fuck he's going to say. Go ahead, Mike.
I know. So and this is Trump bragging about the 250 Escalades, the high-end Escalades that cost $170,000 each, and he bought 250 of them. Just do some simple math. Now, in order for you to say they needed a MAGA Reacts, you would have to know the conditions of the fleets that they currently have, right?
Yeah, which I don't.
Oh, therefore, exactly. So, yes, I do. And this was an unnecessary spin, like Tim has been saying the entire time. They didn't need to do this. They did not need to do this. But he said his words.
What did he take the money away from? Did he take money away from the cure for cancer, or what?
Was it? Well, I'm going to finish my statement. He said this was luxury because they like luxury. He didn't say this was a necessity.
He actually said that?
He said, yes, if you would like me to pull up the quote, I'll pull up the quote. The bottom line is this. This man's spending, he is allocating money and looking for money for defense while he's cutting programs like interior environment, agriculture, justice, education, health and human services, housing and urban development. All of these are negative that he cut out of the budget in the billions. And oh, by the way, a federal judge just came out, I think it was yesterday, and proved, because the Trump administration claimed it in court, that the only reason they cut federal funding to Democratic states was because those people voted for Kamala Harris. So he cut funding.
And not because of all the fraud.
He literally. Would you like me to pull up the quote?
I'll just say, hold on. No, Mike, you don't need to. Mike, hold on.
Where's the actual
Mike, MAGA, hold on.
Is not proof.
No, MAGA, you know he don't need to pull it. You would look. We have conversations. If there's one thing I know, is that Trump operates based on revenge. The fact that Trump would hold up some type of federal funding to a state that does not like him, That shouldn't shock you. You know he's capable of doing that shit. You know the only reason why they went to Michigan hold on. You know the only reason they went to Michigan had nothing to do with Somali fraud. It was because they didn't like Tim Walz and Mayor Fry of Minneapolis. If that was a conservative state with the same fraud, he would not have sent all of that ICE there. I mean, he does shit based on revenge. You know that.
No, but that state had a lot of issues. Even from his last administration, it had issues.
Yeah.
Why is that about Tim when we had the same problems his last 4 years before Tim Walz?
The point I'm making
he had fraud the whole time. I mean, he didn't invent the Somali fraud.
No, I didn't say he invented Somali fraud. What I'm saying is if you're doing something wrong in a conservative state, you don't have any chance in them.
On fire.
If you're doing something if you're doing something in a conservative state, you have no worry that they're going to flood your state with ICE, the National Guard, or do any of that stuff. They're doing it because they want to show the liberals who's boss. It's revenge, and you know that.
No, because conservative states don't fight ICE. They let ICE do their job.
Oh my God.
Yeah, see,
I mean, where's the conservative state where we protest?
You see this right here? I'm sure you can read that where it says Trump, and you can. There's about 13 sources you can go. You can pick one. Trump admin admits canceling clean energy grants to Democratic states. Court filings show grants denied to states if they didn't back Trump's reelection, but administration claims it's misrepresentation. When you look in the court filings, they literally see that if you click that court documents right there, it'll go to the court documents. And they literally said it was based solely, let me back up because it's blurry, solely on whether they backed Donald Trump in the 2024 elections. It's in the court documents.
Mike, didn't they do something like that
I need to see more than that.
During the pandemic, didn't they do something like that with one of the hospital ships going up to Seattle because a mayor or something in that town didn't like Trump? When Trump was sitting, so he's done shit like this. This ain't something new.
Those hospital ships only been to Democrat cities. They went to New York and then Seattle.
MAGA.
When they simultaneously to a Republican city.
And by the way, Tim, during that, while he simultaneously sent some of the COVID machines over to Putin, if you remember, our hospitals were in need of the.
I remember that scandal. Yeah, I remember that too.
And he sent them to Putin, while Americans were unaliving because they didn't have access to the very things he sent to Putin.
Yeah, I don't know why MAGA is trying to pretend like MAGA. You're
exaggerating.
I think you're exaggerating and trying to pretend like you don't know that Trump does stuff based on reviews.
No, he still hasn't shown me any proof. He showed me a summary of a summary, basically. Show me the actual proof. What did he do? What did he say?
You're not going to believe him anyway.
Every time we have these fucking arguments, I get off this thing within 5 minutes. I Google it. And I find out it's fucking bullshit that's being taken out of context.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You never ever went back and fact checked me and I was wrong.
Bro, last time I was up here, I proved that the fucking budget only fucking says, plain procurement. It doesn't tell you what to spend the money on. If you can spend it on Air Force One or
that's
some
right,
because
you've never done a budget before, so you said some stupid fuck shit that anybody that's done a budget
You've never done a fucking budget for the United States of America. Have you ever passed a budget bill in fucking Congress? No, you haven't.
Wait a minute, dude.
Don't compare your bullshit budget
hold on.
to the fucking budget of the fucking country.
Whoa. So if I have to, you know what, MAGA? I'm glad you said that because there's really no different separate scope. So let me give you an example. If I have
there is a difference because they don't have to go into details when they approve this shit.
Exactly, because you don't know what a true budget is. So I won't talk to you. I'll talk to Tim because I know he knows what I'm about to say.
Because there's a difference between micro and macro. You did micro budgets. The fucking Congress does macro budgets.
How do you know?
Because I downloaded the bill.
How do you know if you don't let me finish
nothing in there was line item by line.
How would you know if you don't let me finish
speaking? You say the same dumb shit every time.
No, actually, I'm smarter than you, and I know that bothers you. But listen,
no, you speak better than me.
I've done macro
and Tim
budgets.
Understands.
Okay, you guys are talking over each other. MAGA, you got to let him speak. Then you speak after him. You're talking over him, so you guys are just talking over each other.
Let's just get back to the spending. The bottom line is, Tim, you were right. You were 100% right. MAGA Reacts will never turn on his screen and prove his point before he comes up here. That's why you lose.
I spent the galaxy and came up here with a fucking bill from Congress and showed you that there was no line item on the bill that tells them how to spend the money, like line item. Like there's no details like you said there would be in the fucking bill to fund the country.
There
No,
is the
it's
detail.
details for like certain
Okay,
programs,
listen.
like F-35. There's no details.
3
for,
minutes.
like
3 minutes.
this
Okay,
airplane or this
So
airplane.
check this out. Let's move back to the subject. The bottom line is Donald Trump is and it's funny how you guys don't have a problem with this now. All of the spending, he's increased our budget since he's been in office by himself. His first term and this term, up to $16 trillion goes directly to Donald Trump in 6 years of our total $39 trillion deficit.
Wow.
16 of it belongs to him. And you guys
I
have
call
the
bullshit on
nerve.
that too.
Well, all you got to do is teacup and pull it up. Matter of fact,
First of all, most of that was COVID bipartisan
it doesn't
bullshit.
matter. It doesn't matter. It's a tribute to his presidency. Now, instead of us doing this back and forth, let's just start putting wages on shit. Let's just see how committed you are to what you say versus what I say. 16 trillion is directly correlated to Trump's administration of the 39 trillion.
And we don't know when this war is going to end. So that this war is costing a lot of money per day. That war is costing money per day.
And they're still borrowing $50 billion a week. Now, the bottom line is this same spending that he's doing, this is the very reason why y'all said y'all voted for him, because he wasn't going to do this. Matter of fact, that's all we heard for 4 or 5 years. Spending out of control, costs is high, prices are high, eggs are high, all this gas is high.
He brought in Elon to do Doge, and you guys fought Elon tooth and nail and fucking set his relationships on fire.
Actually,
you guys didn't care. Hold on. MAGA, yes,
oh my God, he fired
MAGA, and okay,
He's
they complained about him firing people. They called, but hold on, hold on. You are right. They complained about him firing people. Said he's racist. You guys didn't give a fuck about that. Why are you even bringing that up? He still went up there with a chainsaw.
When they emailed people asking them what the fuck they're doing, so they find out if their job is worth keeping. Just because they emailed them, like, hey, what do you do in your job to see if it's worth keeping or they should
I'm
be
just
fired?
simply saying,
Like, I can't believe they're asking
you guys,
these people their fucking job.
you make me laugh. You make me laugh when you try to suggest that. Well, we didn't do this because you guys was making it. Trump bringing up that Trump did something and people were making a fuss. Trump don't give a fuck about people making a fuss. Who cares that the Democrats spoke out against it? They speak out against everything he does. No, he don't.
Give a fuck. Why do you call him Taco? Why does he Taco then? Why does he Taco if he doesn't give a fuck?
Because it ain't in his best interest.
Exactly.
Why wouldn't make it for his best interest?
You're it because had he
his best interest is what the people want.
Listen, you don't know anything about economics, clearly. But you're about to find out in this quarter.
Speak for yourself.
About to find out. Okay, perfect. So if I'm wrong, then why did our GDP growth only grow 1.5% for the last quarter? Down over projections of at least 2%. Why did that happen?
Because the fuck you're on war, if that's even true.
But it's not, well, it is true, and all you got to do is Google it. And anybody in the chat can go Google and come back and tell you whether I'm lying or not. You notice people don't come back and say I'm wrong? That's because all you got to do is do a little bit of research. But the reason is because now we don't have the reserves of oil to play with. See, all of that was just market manipulation. We don't have that shit no more. We're at the lowest reserve we've had since 76. Our lowest, or 83, our lowest reserves right now. So we can't play with the market anymore. And oh, by the way,
you were up here projecting it would be $200 right now.
Go ahead and wrap it up, Mike, because I do got to move it on. I'll let you finish your point, Mike, and then Maggie, you.
I am. Perfect. Now, what you didn't anticipate, what you should have anticipated is Iran, now they got control of one strait, and then they closed down the other strait over in the Red Sea. So now we have 2 straits down. Russia's major oil refinery is offline. They can't do shit. So they can't export anything out of Russia right now. If you go and look at the numbers.
Let him finish. He's wrapping it up.
I'm wrapping it up. If you look at where we're headed after the end of Q3, which ends today, going into it's October, July, August, September. We're going into Q3, or we're in Q3. Watch what the numbers is saying now. Your gas is going back up, MAGA reacts. My gas is going back up right now as we sit here and speak. Diesel just jumped almost 40 cents overnight per gallon. You're not paying attention because you want to be a contrarian about everything, and you don't care about the ultimate result. that Americans are feeling. But everything that is happening, you guys voted against. I'm going to leave it right there.
All right, Mike. Last point to you, MAGA.
But I didn't even fucking talk about Fauci. I came up here to talk about Fauci. Stole all my time. But
I give you 2 minutes. I give you 2 minutes.
Listen, they've been constantly projecting doom and gloom the entire time. Fucking Trump tries to cut our budget with Doge, and Elon tries it. You guys fight it tooth and nail. He fucking tries to get a peace deal with Iran. You guys fucking make fun of it and fight it tooth and nail. Everything he fucking does, you fight it. And then you turn around and be like, I can't believe he's not fucking. I know it's politics, but you're being hypocrites. You can't like one day be like, oh, I can't believe this Iran war is so fucked up, and then every time he talks peace, is like, oh, I can't believe
that's the same shit you got. You guys prevented Biden from passing the border bill. Said, I can't believe the border's so fucked up. That's politics. That's how it works.
Yeah, but Trump proved he didn't need the bill.
Well,
we proved that.
And they're going to prove you. And they're going to prove you don't need Trump. What do you want to talk about Fauci?
Well, again, the thing with Fauci and pleading the fifth, you can plead the fifth because you're allowed to not snitch on yourself. But when you have a pardon, you can't snitch on yourself because you have a fucking pardon. So Fauci was safe as long as he told the truth. He could have gone in front of Congress and told people, back in 2022, I murdered someone. And he would be fine because he would be fucking pardoned.
Did he violate the law? Did he violate the law by pleading the fifth at all?
It's weird. Like he should.
Did he violate the law by pleading the fifth?
Technically, yes, because you're only allowed to plead this fifth to not incriminate yourself. But when you're pardoned, you can't incriminate yourself because you have a fucking pardon. So the only thing him pleading the fifth, I don't care about him making money. I don't care even about him pleading the fifth. But what it tells me is he didn't want to get caught lying because as long as he told the truth, they couldn't, with his pardon, as long as he told the truth and the honest truth, they couldn't fucking get him for shit. So when he's like, oh, I plead the fifth, it's like, oh, so he doesn't want to get caught lying. And have you read his fucking diary?
I heard about it. I'm going to respond with exactly what Advent Comics said in the comments. He says, I'm not going to try to justify myself in front of people who want to arrest me. I don't care if Fauci was going to get up there and say the exact mirror and tell the truth. These people do not have your best interest at heart. There is no benefit to talking to these people. None.
It's not about those people. It's about the people of the United States of America.
Then go on TV. Then go on TV and talk to the people but in front of this folks that are interviewing you.
He was on TV.
No, but the people that are asking the questions do not have your best interest at heart. You go sit down with Chris Cuomo or go sit down with some newscaster and answer those questions. But these people that are interviewing you, they don't have your best interest at heart.
Except in that situation, he only gets in trouble. Like, he could go lie to fucking Chris Cuomo all day long. Yeah. In that place, he could tell the truth all he wants, but if he lied, he would get in trouble.
Right.
So I would trust him, anything he said at that point. So then he wants to lie. Then, I mean, we already caught him. He lied about a bunch of shit.
What he did, I don't think there's going to be any lawyer out there that's worth his salt that would tell you, I would have advised my client to do anything different than what Fauci was advised to. Any defense lawyer is going to tell you what he did is exactly what I would have told my client to do. Just like people always say, if you ain't got nothing to hide, you would let the police search your car. You would talk to them. All defense lawyers say don't do that. There is no benefit to doing that. They're never going to speak on your behalf. They will only hold your statements against you. So why do it?
Because if you have a pardon, they can search your car.
I don't give a fuck.
They can find all the drugs in the world.
I'm still standing by my statement.
If I had diplomatic immunity or a pardon or any of that bullshit, go fucking do whatever you want. I don't care. I'm not gonna get in trouble for it.
There is no benefit.
The whole point.
There is no benefit to doing it, even if it has no.
The benefit is you don't have half the people hating you because they think you.
You really think that if Fauci had answered those, you really think that if Fauci had answered those questions, MAGA was all of a sudden going to start liking him?
I mean, I would maybe understand him. Maybe
that ain't what I asked you. Do you believe you said half the people were not liking him? Do you believe if he had answered those questions, he would have changed the hearts and minds of MAGA?
Some people. He would have gone
right.
Some people.
So he would still had a whole lot of people that hated him. So in other words, he would have still had a whole lot of people that hated him no matter what he did.
A lot less.
In your opinion.
It would have been a lot less, and
Yeah, right. There's no way in hell I'm gonna believe that. I gotta move it on. Fauci did what any lawyer would
There's
advise
so
him
much
to
more
do.
with him, but
Okay.
I'll get into it next time.
We'll talk about it next time. Fauci did what any lawyer would have advised him to do. Why would you go talk to people that are looking to hang you? Most of these folks that are questioning you have appeared on Fox News or some news program saying you should be under the jail. Now they on TV interview you. What the fuck do you have to say to him? Why would you sit down and even have a conversation with somebody like that? That's like some cop already on television saying that you did it and you need to be punished. Now they're knocking on your door saying, can I ask you a few questions? Bullshit. Am I being detained? I'm out of here. Why am I going to talk to you? You've already made it clear you got your mind. And I totally disagree with his statement that Fauci could have changed some hearts and minds of MAGA. That ain't happening. Because by the time Fauci got done interviewing, you'd had half of MAGA on right-wing networks like Fox saying he lied anyway. No matter what he said, you're going to have folks that are detractors of Dr. Fauci going to say no matter, he could have told you what time it is. And there are going to be some folks on the right-wing networks after that said he was lying. So why would you go tell? And I see in the comments, MAGA Reacts, you said, I just wanted him to speak the truth. That's the point I'm saying. Is that when people believe you're lying in their eyes, you can never speak the truth. No matter what Fauci said, even if it was 100% honest, there are going to be MAGA on right-wing networks saying he told you lies. They're just not going to believe it. So why would you go out there trying to convince them otherwise? There's nothing in it for you. You can only lose in this. There is nothing to gain. You're not going to improve your image in the eyes of MAGA no matter what you say out there. So he did what, like I said, any lawyer would have advised him to do. In the comments, Hans Conservative says, why should we forgive tuition for women who go to college to get degrees and can't find a job? Same reason you should be okay with giving a billionaire a refurbished plane that they don't need. That's the point I'm saying. Is if I don't want to hear why we can't do something for poor people when we're doing all this shit for rich people. If you're consistent, you win the argument, but you're not. We're fighting against doing things for the downtrodden while regularly turning a blind eye and letting the wealthy just make a killing. So no, you're either for tax money being spent properly or you're not. This sounds more like I just don't want my tax money spent on poor people. That's what it sounds like. Hans says because it is illegal to plead the fifth on the topic that you got the pardon from. If, like I said, I don't know the law well enough. I don't tend to believe what you're saying is accurate, but I'm no legal scholar. If what you're saying is accurate, that it was illegal for Fauci to plead the fifth because he already received a pardon, then if it's illegal, then they'll go after him. I've been watching a lot of right-wing programs. I haven't heard anybody. You're the first person I've heard suggest that what Fauci did, pleading the fifth, was illegal. I haven't heard anybody else say that. In fact, I was on here the other day playing a clip from Cuomo talking about it. I don't know if I still have that queued up. Talking about why that happened. And he's a lawyer. He never said nothing about it's illegal. And I tend to think he would have said it. But I haven't heard anybody suggest that Dr. Fauci pleading the fifth was somehow illegal to do.
The breaking news is that Tony Fauci is pleading the fifth. Why is he pleading the fifth this time when he never pleaded it in like the hundreds of times, or certainly the handful of times that he's talked about COVID-19 specifically? Why is he doing it now, especially after a preemptive pardon? Well, the reason is his lawyers have convinced him that if he were to be accused of having to lie about something now, it may not be covered by the pardon. Or there could be a state that hears what he says and decides to prosecute him at the urging of Rand Paul or any other politician or on their own accord, and the pardon wouldn't cover that. So even though he has a preemptive pardon, I do get why there is a concern, and he certainly believes this, and so do his lawyers, that they're going to twist things and try to get him into a position where they can accuse him and say that the pardon doesn't hold because it's not something he said in the past, it's something new, and that he can therefore be charged, and that's why he did it. And in a civil setting like this, there is an inference when you say you're taking a fifth that there's something that you may feel that you have to hide. I do not believe that that's how Tony Fauci feels. but I do believe he's listening to his lawyers. I do believe he's an older man now, and he's at an age and stage where he doesn't want to deal with this anymore.
Now, Chris Cuomo was giving you his opinion toward the end of that, so I'm going to go ahead and stop it. But I agree with what he said in the beginning. Like, if you say something that you may have gotten wrong, or let's say he gets up there and says something that differs in any way, shape, or form than something he said in the past. Maybe he just forgot some numbers he gave in the past. How many folks lost their life before you found out that this was getting to be a major problem? And he gets up there and says, when the numbers reach 500 patients or 10,000 patients, I took step 2. And they can show in the past where he said it was only 2,000 before he took step 2. So now you're lying in front of them. And it could lead to that's perjury to lie in front of, lie while you're under oath. What Cuomo is saying is that if you get something wrong, they may try to twist it and suggest that your current perjury is not covered by the Biden pardons. Biden pardoned Dr. Fauci for what he had done up to Biden's term ending. So if Dr. Fauci gets up there and commits an act of perjury in, July of 2026, that's not covered by Biden. And that's what Cuomo is saying, is they may say, well, you just lied to us now. Biden's pardon doesn't cover that. And then it's up to Dr. Fauci and his legal team to take it to the courts and appeal it up to the Supreme Courts and see if the pardon covered it or not. Which is why Cuomo is stating, and I agree with, the simple solution is just don't talk to these motherfuckers. Don't give them the opportunity to try to find a way they can twist it, some sort of prosecution. They can't get you if you don't say nothing. And that's what he did. And like I said, I totally understand that. Somebody wants, Tanaj, you said, ask Alexa, what's the net budget cut for Alexa? What is the net budget cut for Doge?
There aren't any announced next cuts for Doge because the agency is essentially being wound down. The White House's 2027 budget proposal still allocates a modest $35 million for Doge, but officials said it's pretty much eliminated and no further large-scale reductions are planned.
Alexa, stop. Yeah, I don't. You have to let me know what the relevance of that is in this point. I mean, because obviously Doge has been, for the most part, disbanded. Alexa, stop. That thing wants to keep going. Anyway, looking in the comments here real quick. But yeah, MAGA Reacts was talking about, Trump tried to do this or tried to do that, and you guys are making such a big fuss about it. Look, if it's one thing I can say with a fair bit of certainty is Trump don't give a fuck what the liberals are speaking out against. So if Trump does something, he either succeeds or he fails. It's as simple as that. I don't want to hear anything about the liberals had a problem with it. He doesn't care about what the liberals have a problem with. He's shown that. He goes right on through any liberal tears. And in fact, he makes fun of it and jokes about liberal tears. So he don't care about what the liberals are saying. In the comments, the reverend of topping the cut in what are you saying there? The reverend of topping the cut is midterm, same temple if he wants his party back in power. Billy, I do not know the word. I don't get the wording of that. We'll go back to the box though, and we'll make it happen with we'll go to Keisha. Good evening to Keisha. More people are going to vote in the midterms and in the general election than previous times because Trump, more people didn't vote at all than the amount of people that voted for. Jeremy, I'll say this. If there's one thing I give Trump credit for, he's gotten more people interested in politics than ever before. And right now is because they don't like him, but they really loved him in 2016, 2020, and 2024. Takesha, good evening.
Hey, Tim, how you doing?
I'm doing good. We just kind of tossing it around. Wasn't going to go live, but it came up. What brought you up?
I won't be here but a second, but it amazes me. I saw MAGA Reacts on Gene, and they ran him out of there, baby, so fast. You would have thought a dog had cat behind him. That was the funniest thing. I was so tickled I couldn't get myself together because he knew better than to go over there playing around. But listen, Tim, it amazes me that Donald Trump is going around Washington like he Tim the two-time Taylor, the home builder, remodeling Washington. And then we found out yesterday the part of Medicare that pays for your helps with your prescription subsidies, Part D, will end in December. So that means that people that are on Social Security, disability, and all of that will now pay higher prescription costs. But he around here gold paint statues, trying to make Washington look like he owned it, like he's never gonna leave. This stuff is not important, Tim. I could care less about a reflecting pool. I could care less about a gold statue. I could care less about whatever he's doing on the lawn. I could care less about an airplane, Tim. What I'm concerned about is you got a man in office that don't give two flying freaks about how the American people are struggling. And that's what happens when you put a person in office who's never had to struggle. Ooh. So they don't understand what struggling is because they never had to, Tim. Trump keep talking about groceries going down. He can't tell you how much a loaf of bread is. He can't tell you how much a gallon of milk is. He can't even tell you how much the eggs are that he keeps bragging on because he's never been in a grocery store, Tim.
I actually agree with that. And for the standpoint of we know Trump lived a very lavish, luxurious life even as a citizen. And if you're willing to spend your own money to live luxurious, you can imagine what you're going to do when you got somebody else's money to do it. So yeah, that's exactly what it is he's never struggled. And now that he got access to our tax dollars, he's just decking out DC. And I got folks like MAGA on here that's saying stuff like, well, DC needed that. It's our capital.
We could care less about
right.
We could care less about how DC look when we are trying to pay bills, buy groceries and gas. And this is the last thing I'm gonna say, Tim, because I try not to get upset. MAGA. He said that this man have to go through Congress to get stuff. Tim, when has he ever went through Congress to get some money?
He does supposed to have to do it. Congress just ain't enforcing it. Yeah, Congress just
ain't. When has he done it, Tim?
Never.
He's not asked them for anything. He does just what he wants with the money. I thought they held the purse string. Apparently, they done cut that string and handed it over to him because he does whatever he want to do with the taxpayers' money. But MAGA don't have a problem with that, Tim. But when it comes to helping the American people, they got their draws in the war. They don't want people to get their student loans paid off. They call it social. They doing too much. Yeah. They want to complain about Mondani, who got in office and is doing exactly what he said he was going to do. You know why they mad? And you know why some Democrats
because his popularity is growing. He's a threat.
It ain't even about the popularity, Tim. It's the fact that he is letting the American people know if they want to help you, they can.
Yep. That is so true. Yeah, you get an argument from me.
He's showing them up. They tell us what they gonna do. They get in his office. They swear they can't find a way to do it, and this man is doing it, and he proving that they've been planning our face all this time, and they don't like it, Tim.
Yeah, you get no disagreement with me.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Y'all have a great night.
You too, Takesha. Always a pleasure. Come on back anytime. I would say this in regards to her comment about Mamdani. The Republican Party got 2 years on Mamdani. I'm just going to come out and say that Mamdani has been mayor of New York since January of this year. The national election in 2028, that presidential election. That's so by the time we vote in November of 2028, Mamdani will be in office just shy of 3 years. I'm gonna tell it to you like this: New York better be falling the fuck apart by then. If things are going even remotely smooth in New York, you're going to have socialist candidates everywhere. Because the right has made it sound like socialism is going to destroy the world. And that has worked in preventing any socialist candidate from rising to power. But now you got one in there, and he is the mayor of America's largest city. That city better be falling apart by the November elections in 2028. If it's not heading in that direction, this socialism and communism scare is not going to hurt it. It's not going to frighten anybody. Because now you got a guy in there that is like what Takesha, my last caller, just said, is that Mamdani is proving that all of this, we can't do that. We don't have money for this. He is starting to slowly prove they actually can help you a little bit if they really want to. He is proving that. Maybe they can't do the big stuff yet. Maybe you can't give everybody health care. But there's a lot of little shit that, because right now we're telling people we really can't do nothing for you. There is no social program in existence that the right is not trying to limit or suggest it can't be done. Mom Donnie is starting to prove that they actually can do a little bit. And to me, I also think Trump is proving it as well by spending all that money on himself. He is also proving that. We just in the Trump years, and all of this is not a ding on Trump, but in the Trump years, we've shown that they can come up with stimulus checks anytime they want. Trump came up with and produced $1 trillion in stimulus money out of the blue. Obviously, I'm talking about all the pet projects where Trump is spending money on himself to the tunes of hundreds of millions of dollars, from jets to tribunal arches and shit. And now we're at war with Iran. Another optional expense. Another hugely optional expense. Just think, if we didn't go to war and we took away those pet projects that Trump is spending on himself, that could go a long way to eliminating at least one of those programs we've been discussing. Whether we're talking tuition, whether we're talking daycare for dependent moms, one of those programs could probably be completely eliminated from that stuff that I just mentioned alone. And we don't know when the Iran war is going to end. It's still going on. And that's not to mention all the other stuff that Trump is spending money. How much taxpayer money is going into the fight against E. Jean Carroll that'll ultimately lead to failure? He's going to end up having to pay E. Jean Carroll. How much money in legal fees have been wasted on that? And that's the 2020 election. How much money in legal fees have been wasted on that? We're paying for a lot of that shit. All of that's not being covered by private donors or coming out of Trump's pocket. We as taxpayers are paying for Trump to somehow, some way prove he won the 2020 election. Even though at this point it's a moot point. The statute of limitations has expired. Biden is dealing with stage 4 fucking, what do you call it? Not pancreatic, the shit in your prostate cancer. So there's nobody's going to be punished for that. And now they're dealing with Fauci. All of that stuff costs money, tons of it. So we are finding money to do stuff. It's just when we want to do it. And nobody really gets any benefit by helping out the poor. So we just keep making up excuses for why you can't help out the poor. But the Trump administration is proving we can easily find money if we need it. And thank you for the hat and mustache. Somebody sent your boy some love. Thank you. Help the boy with the hat and mustache, girls. Thank you, whoever just sent that. I think that was Brandon Johnson. Thank you. In the comments, Trump promised stimulus checks multiple times, but none. He did give it once though, and it happened, I believe, under the Biden administration as well. But I'm just simply saying they are showing us that when they want to give money for shit, they can do it. Look at all the money that magically appeared for ICE in the big beautiful bill. They found money to do that. So, and now Pete Hegseth is asking for over $1 trillion to expand the military because of what we're doing. No money, huh? They keep finding money for what they want. They just don't want to take care of the poor. That's all it is. The money, they actually can do more. I agree with Takesha 100%. Mamdani is showing you they actually can, if they really want to do this shit. They can do a little bit more than they're doing. And the Trump spending, to me, is all you need as an example. Because he's spending money on a lot of shit that ain't even necessary. Mr. Fortune, good evening. Welcome to the program. I'm out. Have a good evening. Handsome conservative. Always a pleasure having you here. Have a good night. Rest. I won't say rest in peace, but have a good rest. In the comments, what was the name again? Good evening. Are you there? Okay. I don't know who I just brought up, but apparently they are not there. We'll move on. No, Tim, my super chat was for you to ask Alexa, was the net budget cut from all, wait a minute, was the net budget cut, what does that say? Was the net budget cut from all the Doge cuts? Alexa, what was the net budget cut from all the Doge cuts?
Doge's claim net cuts total about $214 billion, but analysts say only roughly $1.4 billion in contracts are verified, with overall real savings likely between $55 billion and $85 billion.
Alexa, stop. Okay, I get what you wanted to know is how much money did those Doge cuts allegedly save us. That's what I didn't understand what you were saying. And I kind of heard it the same way the device mentioned it, is that the Trump administration and Elon were bolstering the numbers way above what they were. I didn't even know. Now the device is saying at least 50 billion. I didn't even think it was that much. But I also do believe in regards to the Doge cuts that we also cut people that didn't deserve to be cut. I don't think everybody they fired, every program they got rid of was beneficial to the United States, necessary, or in some cases even detrimental, because they got rid of some people and had to hire them back. I don't think the cuts to USAID was a good idea. You're going to cut money going to poor people in foreign countries like that, and then all of a sudden Trump is getting it. Now, you want to talk about, now imagine that money that Trump spent to refurbish that jet, that $400 million. Imagine how that could be. Imagine all of the stuff you could do when it comes to helping out starving children in some other country. Giving them shit like wheat and flour. Even in this country, some of you folks like myself may remember back in the day when they had government cheese and you had boxes of cereal that were just generic. You just had white background. It said cereal on the front, or it said oatmeal on the front. Stuff like that they would give to American children that were, what do they call it, when you're having trouble getting food. $400 million would buy a whole lot of that shit. You're talking about government cheese and powder milk and cereal, just the staples. They used to give cans of tuna. I remember all that shit. $400 million in cash will feed a lot of American families who are, having issues buying food. Just so Trump could fly in a more luxurious manner. Or as Mike brought up, the fucking Escalades or something like that. What did he say? 250 new Escalades, all of them costing well over $100,000 a pop. That would feed a lot of people. It doesn't just have to be tuition forgiveness or healthcare. There's a lot of other programs you could do to help out the downtrodden. There's a lot of other programs out there. Just one of Trump's projects could do ton. That Tribunal Arch alone, which is completely unnecessary in D.C. Not only is it unnecessary, pilots are suggesting that when they go to land at, Dulles or Reagan Airport out there, that thing is going to cause them to have to deviate from the normal glide paths coming in to land. That thing is totally unnecessary. Millions of dollars. Let me go back to the box. Tap the screen. Help your boy with the hat and mustache. Tick-tock cap goals. And like I keep saying, if you change the R and the D, and the Republicans would be complaining about this shit. If Obama was president, he was spending money on all these pet projects all over D.C., all of the MAGA that are defending Trump doing this would have a major problem with this shit. They would have a major problem. Putting Obama's face all over D.C., they would have a major problem with that. What MAGA reacts or handsome conservatives know about that life? I don't think none of it was a good idea. He said they were going to give us money back from all of them. Yeah, and that didn't happen. Yeah, the Doge cuts was supposed to lead to a stimulus check. That's what you're saying. No, that didn't happen either. That absolutely did not take place. All right, we'll bring up Mike. Good evening, Mike. Welcome to the program.
Hey, what's going on, man? Jim, listen. Hey, I'm saying this to the Trump supporters, MAGA. Y'all got played so bad. There's nowhere else to go.
They don't agree with
jig is up.
MAGA's happy.
They don't. Tim,
MAGA's very happy with Trump.
Tim, that is the cult behavior. We're at a point now where you cannot. There is no stone that has been left unturned that MAGA can say they got what they voted for unless they're the racist people that want this to be a fascist regime. There's no, Tim, let me tell you, we were just talking about Doge cuts, right?
Yeah.
Think about this. Think about what I'm about to say. They said they were going to cut $2 trillion in Doge. $2 trillion. That's with Elon, $2 trillion. And all of these cuts are to pay themselves. Everything that they cut, they moved into another bucket to give to themselves. They have been played. $6.5 billion of the Doge money was USA. They were willing to kill and unalive people across this globe to get wealthy. That is a fact. There are over 600,000 people that have died because they didn't get their USA. That's a fact. All you gotta do is just look this shit up.
I haven't. I'll say this. I have not looked it up, but I've been saying that that's what it appears to be from day one, is that the Trump administration is cutting programs, and it appears that they are pocketing the money. I said that about USAID. There's an oil vessel coming out of Venezuela that they stopped from going to Cuba. They haven't told us where the money went for that. It does appear that that's exactly what's happening, is that they're cutting programs and pocketing the money. We'll end up finding out eventually, but that's what it does appear to be, because they're cutting all this stuff, saying it's waste, fraud, and abuse, and they're not showing us any inkling of information. Okay, well, where did the money go? What did it benefit?
It's them. And this was we said this before the election. I've been preaching this since we met. They said it before the election. Nobody believed it. They didn't believe anything. Project 2025. They didn't believe shit. All the things, the e-files, didn't release them. Oh, we don't know. Everything they deflected on. Now, there's no more, like I said when I was up here with MAGA Reacts, there's market manipulation is running out, Tim.
You're talking about because our strategic. I played that clip yesterday on our last live news clip that is saying that our strategic reserves are at a 40-year low. So we're talking like right during the Carter gas shortage, era. So that's going to cause. And what I stated is, we've been, even though we're paying a little bit more for fuel, it looks like short-term paying for long-term gain, because they are tapping in. Once that runs out, you're going to see a big increase overnight.
Well, absolutely. And I'm not just talking about oil and gas. I'm literally talking about the market. It's up. Why do you think he had to come right back with those tariffs? Why do you think he did that? He did that because he knows they don't have, this market is not sustainable. Why do you think the Fed left the rate where it was? Why do you think our GDP went down? The inflation's about to go. All of this shit's happening. And by the way, I told you this before, Tim. There's no direct and easy way out of beyond. I told you that when this shit started, and here we are.
Well, your guy,
literally easy.
But your guy MAGA Reacts in the comments says you guys didn't say shit when Biden wasted most of it. I don't recall Biden spending. I think it's with Trump spending money on pet projects and all this shit. I don't know what the Biden equivalent of this is. So that's why Trump is getting more, because he's going out and buying lavish shit. So he's going to get, he's just UFC fights and military parades and stuff. Totally unnecessary shit, putting his picture up and everything. What did Biden do that's comparable to that?
Nothing. That's what I'm telling you. They're flailing, Tim. They're fighting the air right now. What else are they going to do? Because if you think about it, you can't lean. The only thing they can remotely lean on right now is the border. That's it. There is nothing else anywhere that they could lean on and support it. Nothing. Not one fucking thing. And it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse, and they don't care. And if you don't believe me, just continue to watch what they do and watch for the money. Look what they're asking for. You want more money for defense spending? More money? Watch what everybody. Listen, if you're not paying attention, then you're willfully not paying attention at this point.
Well, when you look at now, Trump campaigned on, no more forever wars and even ending wars like the Ukraine war and stuff like that. But the fact that they literally changed the Secretary of Defense to the Department of War. Have you seen the new military commercial where he's giving a speech and shit's blowing? It just looks so fucking aggressive. They got a new military where they say join us or something like that. It just looks like they had a preordained plan to just, I don't want to bring up Hitler, but that's what Hitler did, is he intended to attack a bunch of countries. It almost looks like Trump had this planned out. Greenland and Venezuela and Cuba, and it looked like that was the purpose. Is we're gonna take over the world.
guess what? It's all in Project 2025. Tim, I've been telling you this, and you thought I was crazy from the very beginning. You thought this nigga lost his mind when I first met you. I know, but I've been telling you this. If I
it's so fucking dark, Mike. I can't. Hey, listen, I understand the complaints against Trump, but listen. If you had told me how America would be right now in 2026 and what Trump is going to do, even as somebody who leans left, I would have accused you of fear mongering. That Trump might lean right, but he ain't going to do all that. I wouldn't have believed it, and MAGA wouldn't have either.
I know, but see how they're always talking MAGA racks. Are you paying attention? Put me on the big box real quick, Tim, before I go. You see this right here?
Poison in the blood of our country. Yes.
You see that right there?
Yeah.
Now, mind you, you can tell this is a doc, right? You can see that this is a document,
yeah,
right, on my computer, right?
Yeah.
This is a document. MAGA Reacts, pay attention, you might learn something. See, what I do before I get on a panel and start talking about shit, I do my homework. So you can see I literally do my homework.
What does that say there? What does that say there? Trump often used this phrase to classify domestic political rivals. The federal judiciary and bureaucracy often called the deep state. Was Trump?
Right. Yeah. So listen.
Really?
Now listen. What this doc is, so you know, I have six. I haven't put the rest on here yet because I'm moving stuff around. I got 6 key points. 3, 4, 5, 6 from. See where it says Nazi parallel?
Yeah.
And you see where it says this context up here? This is what Trump says, and this is the parallel to Smotsy, Hitler. These are the 6 things that he says, and it's the parallel that they use. The very thing that he says is the very thing they said. But people get on this app and tell us, and tell me, and tell the rest of us that we're making it up.
Bro.
When I can go through, and this is what I'm saying, Tim, when I can go through and do my homework and I can show you things that this administration has said and he has said that go lockstep with the Nazi parallels, and then they tell us we're crazy.
It almost, something from the stuff you're presenting, it would almost.
Oh, by the way, Gangsta Conservative, if you think that I just typed it up, Google any of them. You'll find every last one of them.
Gangsta Conservative, really? Okay. I'll just say this. Based on what you're presenting, it almost makes it look like, let's say, President Trump or somebody who wrote Project 2025 may have, aspired, saw the Führer, Adolf, in an inspiring way, maybe read Mein Kampf and thought, he could have succeeded if he had a. I'm going to show you he can succeed if we just don't make a few of those errors. We could actually make this work. It almost looks like they're trying to do what he did, plus or minus a few things that cost him victory.
I listen, and Tim. It's because it's not. At some point, you're going to tell yourself, you're just going to just stop trying to rationalize it and just call it what it is. At some point, you got to do it. At some point, you just have to go, it is as dark as you say it is.
So if it's as bad as you say, I got to ask you, give me your opinion on this. If you think what Trump's agenda is as dark as you're suggesting, and I'm not totally there yet, getting closer because you're opening my eyes so often, but I'm not. But let's say if Trump's agenda is as dark as you think it is, what the fuck's going to happen in November? I mean, because we know Adolf would ignore the midterms entirely. What do you think is in store for November?
I think we need to be very careful about voting. When you vote, don't think you can vote as early as you did last year. You can see everything they're trying to do. Pass the SAVE Act. I mean, to the point where he didn't want to pass the Housing Act, which was bipartisan, which both sides agreed that would be great for the American people. He said, fuck the American people.
Yeah.
We cannot have this election. Mike Johnson, J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, they've been on the trail fear-mongering people, saying, if we don't win in the midterms, we're all going to be indicted and go to jail, and they're going to come after us, and they're going to come after you. Have you noticed that? That's been their theme.
Yeah.
They're trying to scare people to go vote because they're not sure. And these are the real things.
So are the Democrats involved in an election come November that they can't win? I mean, as Trump said when he came down the golden escalator, it's rigged. I mean, are we looking at an election that's already rigged? I mean, because the Republican Party, no matter what happens on election night, will still be in power at least until January of next year, which gives them room to do a lot of things. I mean, and me and Denkow talked about this on the other show. I talked about there will probably be all kinds of bipartisan bills passed after Trump leaves office, with both sides agreeing to prevent this stuff from ever happening again. One of those being that I think they need to get rid of that 2-month gap between the election and the swearing in. Once a party loses power, giving them 2 months allows them, like a lot of times these people will lose power and then they'll pass laws to prevent the incoming administration from having power. They do all kinds of things to limit them. So they probably need to reduce that 2-month gap or limit what they can do now that they've lost the election.
I don't disagree with you. I think after this, well, first of all, I think that the Republicans, MAGA, are in jeopardy of losing the House and the Senate. Why do you think they're trying to prop?
I get all of that. I get and believe all of that. But even the political analysts agree with you on that. But what I'm saying is, what happens if they lose and they don't adhere to that? What if they say it was all stolen? I'm not going to swear any. Mike Johnson gets the word from Trump. It was all fraud. I don't want you swearing any of them in.
Well, you mean for midterms?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they can do that. I mean, they could attempt to do it, but this is where the federal courts come into play. And then at that point, who disobeys the federal courts, right? Because we talked about that before, right? They haven't been tested to this point, but the federal court has made them move on certain things over the years. And that's what I was looking to see. I was looking to see if some of the court orders that they were going to follow or they were going to disobey the courts. And they followed a lot of them. So that was interesting to me.
Whoa.
Now, I'm not saying they're going to continue to do that. I don't believe that at all because it's not their end goal. The problem, but see, go back to my original point before I go. The problem is there's a subset of Trump supporters right now that are going through what I described. And if you notice, Tim, on this app, you're on here more than me. You're starting to see more and more people that are quote unquote escaping MAGA.
Yeah.
More and more.
Yeah, when I see the lumberjacks and Natalie's, I'm starting to see some hardcore. I stand with ICE MAGA. To me, the most harmful thing Trump has done to his legacy and his support has been that Iran war. That is pissed off. They were okay with ICE. They were okay with the spending, Doge, all that. That Iran war is incredibly unpopular to MAGA. So it's really cost him, because that's one of the Epstein files too. But I think the Iran war even more so.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's going to happen? You're going to have the cult members that are just going to drink the Kool-Aid and go out just how they go out. I told you this months ago, but you got a subset of people that are like, they won't say it publicly. They're feeling everything that we talked about tonight. They're feeling that shit. They may not tell their family. They may not tell anybody. They're feeling that shit. And they're either going to, they won't vote the other way. They'll just stay home.
Yeah.
And
that makes sense. I don't expect
the thing they can do.
I don't expect them to vote for a liberal, but yeah, that's probably what will happen if they become disgruntled. They'll just stay home, which makes more sense. You don't expect MAGA to go out and vote for Kamala Harris. But I will tell you it is, because Trump was voted in back in 2016 as a disruptor. You had a lot of folks like Bernie Sanders that wanted something completely different than the two-party system. And when they didn't get Bernie Sanders, a lot of them voted for Trump. That's where Mamdani is coming into power now, is that the Mamdani crowd, they still want that disruptor, something different from the two-party system. And Trump, now that he's been in power for 10 years almost straight, he's proven he's just one of the same. He's no different than a regular RD. Now that he's in power, he's no different than a traditional big spending, politician talking, not always honest, just like any typical politician. Even the right who fought for draining the swamp are starting to admit, yeah, well, they kind of all do it. So he did not meet that. He didn't feel that craving of people who wanted a disruptor, that wanted a non-typical politician. Trump got in there and he's just more of the same. So you may end up getting a Mom Donnie type candidate. And like I said before you came on, if New York is not falling apart by the November 2028 election, socialism is going to be cool. And certainly far more than it is now.
100%. When you said it, I was like, you're spot on with that, because people, and it's a scary proposition for somebody to come in and do something that people said couldn't be done, because you go back and question everything at that point. Right? Which is my point about MAGAs. That's my whole point. That's why they don't want progression, because that will change, that will make people start thinking about the way, and that's what Mondani is doing. So you're 100% right. This whole thing, the whole inception of this country has been based on, we don't want people to think that they can progress. They've always wanted a poor middle class. Always.
Bro.
It's just, and they're trying to get back there so they can enrich themselves. I wouldn't be surprised, and I'm going to look it up before I go to bed. I'm going to see if anybody connected to Donald Trump has any stock in Cadillac. Because that's
because he escalates. Right? Because of the Escalades.
Because of the Escalades, right? Because they may have some stocks, so if they buy those and they get more dividends because they sold those.
I'm going to tell you, when they say Trump is a businessman, he really is. There's a connection somewhere. I don't care if it's the dealership was a big donor. There is a connection somewhere. You may not find it before you go to bed, but they didn't buy all of those Cadillacs from some dealership at random. There is a connection somewhere there. If it ain't in Cadillac, it might be, like I said, it may be a friend or a big-time campaign donor that owns the dealership or something. There is a connection in it somewhere.
That makes sense. Yep. Yeah, and I'm going to find it too.
All right.
I appreciate you having me up, Tim.
Anytime. Mike, you're always a good call.
All
right, moving on. Right, real quick before we wrap this up, tap the screen, get us on up to 90, if you will. We'll see if we can bring up Den Cal on Instagram. But yeah, I do believe everything. Trump is very transactional. He was trying to get, I believe, the stadium in Washington, not Redskins. What are they? The Commanders now getting a new stadium built or something like that. They needed approval. He was trying to get his name put on that. Well, we'll give you approval, but you got to name it after me. He was trying to get his name. I mean, he's transactional. He's trying to get Penn Station in New York named after him. Once again, it's some kind of transaction that you need approval from the federal government. When Trump approves deals, he's trying to get cuts out of it. You know, what did the guy say? A nickel bag gets sold in the park, I want in. I think that was Christopher Walken, the king of New York. That's what he's doing. If he's responsible for approving the deal, he wants a cut out of it. I mean, I think there was a big telecom merger that once again you needed to get federal approval for. Did Verizon or T-Mobile? Two big companies purchased it. Two big companies combined to become one. And, anti-monopolies and shit like that. The federal government had to approve it. He wanted a cut. Anything that has to go through the federal government, he wants a cut out of it. So that guy's getting paid. That's all I'll say. Den Cal did not come up, apparently, so we'll move on. You are so delusional. I wish you would just go away. Man, you sound like my ex when I was trying to holler at her in the beginning of our relationship there, St. Jack Miller. Says you're so deluded. Are you African American too? Okay. All right. Bless your heart. It's most of the country. It's Hormuz and damage to the economy is the problem. The war is the problem. Without the war, the Strait of Hormuz will still be open. Here's my problem with this. I know everybody in the country, including on the left side of the aisle as well, believes that Iran should not have a nuclear bomb. Everybody's saying that. I'm on a different, my opinion is different. I personally do not believe that if Iran got their hands on nuclear weapons, they would just go around dropping nukes on countries. For a few reasons. First of all, it's suicide. Because now you're going to have all these countries rising up and dropping nukes on you. That's the first reason. And I just don't see it, because I tend to believe, just like North Korea, we were saying the exact same thing about that country. They get, they're a rogue nation. They're threatening the South Koreans and the Japanese all the damn time. They're Asian sponsors of terrorism. They got their hands on a nuke. They're not dropping nukes on anybody. North Korea hasn't dropped a nuke on anybody. And I don't think Iran would do it. What I think would happen, which is what I've been saying before, just like the 2A crowd often says, an armed society is a polite society. The belief being that if you allow the citizens to all have firearms, it'll be a lot less chaos, because everybody will know that anybody you mess with has the ability to defend themselves. I believe that applies on the world stage with nukes. I actually believe that if everybody had their hands on an atomic weapon, a lot of these conflicts would not break out. Nobody's fucked with North Korea since they got their hands on a nuke. Nobody's fucked with Pakistan. Even though we knew bin Laden was in Pakistan. We invaded Iraq. We invaded Afghanistan under the belief that bin Laden was there. We actually verified he was in Pakistan. We didn't invade them. We did that shit under the cover of darkness, got the man, and got the hell out of there. Because they have nukes. So I actually believe that if the world had nukes, it would be exactly like it was back in the 80s when we had the Soviet Union and the United States mutually assured destruction. The belief that if we fire weapons, they're going to fire them back at us. Everybody's going to die, thereby making it, irrational to even do it. And it kept everybody at bay. And I do believe, because think about it, the United States, we're constantly involved in conflicts with countries. All non-nuclear nations. What does the 2A crowd always say? Gun laws only make it so that criminals will have guns. Nuke laws only make it so that superpowers will have nukes. And that's what we have, is a bunch of superpowers fucking with little guys. That's all you have. They say the criminal element is going to run amok if you put gun bans out. That's what's happening. On the world stage, the countries that don't have nukes are constantly getting fucked with by the countries that do. That's what we say about the Ukraine. If they hadn't given up their nukes, Russia wouldn't be attacking them right now. So I actually do believe if the Iranians were allowed to obtain a nuclear weapon, first of all, we wouldn't be fucking with them. But I don't believe they would still be getting involved in all kinds of acts of terror themselves. Because now you invite people to use shit on you under the threat you may use it on them. So I actually think that the world might be better off like that. But nobody agrees with that. I get it. Both sides of the aisle believe that Iran should not have nukes. And that's because it gives us dominance and allows us to kind of throw our weight around in that region, which is exactly what we're doing. In the comments, though, socialism and communism are different, though. They share roots in wanting to fix the problems of capitalism. Yeah, look, I don't think when it comes to this communism and socialism shit, it's a boogeyman. I admitted this to Straight Talk earlier when he was talking about the word racism has lost its value because black people throw it all around all the damn time. They call everything racist. And I actually told him I kind of agree with that. There is a lot of cases of African Americans throwing around racism in cases where racism has nothing to do with what's really going on. We do yell racism quickly. But I told him, you're doing the same thing when it comes to calling everybody socialist and communist. According to the Republican Party, everybody on the left are communists or socialists. They're just throwing the word around really willy-nilly. You don't want us calling everybody on the right racist, do you? No. Then why are you doing it the other way around? So it is what it is. So I do believe that the words can lose some validity to them when you're throwing them around like that. And that's why socialism isn't scaring people anymore. Because, the Republicans are throwing it around at everybody. In the comments, Don't think that he don't know that his MAGA base is falling away. That's why he's out there constantly making speeches. So yeah, because he didn't look. I strongly believe Trump could have been a fairly decent president, even as somebody who leans left. I think he could have went down in history as a much better president if he had just simply did what he campaigned on. Get rid of the illegal immigrants that are here committing felonies and shit. That's something that is so popular that even the immigrants got behind it. Get rid of the rapists and murderers. Nobody has a problem with that. No more forever wars. Nobody has a problem with that. Attempting to even end wars overseas and stop the killing in places like the Ukraine or in Gaza. Nobody has a problem with that. If he had actually just did what he campaigned on, he would have went down in history as a fairly decent president. He just got in there and said, "Oh, that shit was a joke. I'm going to do this over here instead." But if he had did what he campaigned on, I think he secured the border. That's a legitimate cause. We should know who's coming in the country. People should not be able to freely come here and leave. I don't agree with biological males playing in sports against girls. I don't think it's a big issue, but I don't agree with it. So if you want to prevent that, okay with that. Same thing with gender assigning surgery to minors. I don't think there's a lot of people doing that either. It's not a big issue like the right is making it, but I'm okay if you want to ban that because I don't think a child should be able to do that on their own. Fair enough. But he went way above and beyond that stuff. Way above and beyond it. I mean, they're just anti-immigrant. They're way above and beyond rapists and murderers. They're just passing a whole bunch of anti-immigrant policies, going at the people who've been here illegally, 20, 30. People who served in the military are getting deported. He didn't campaign on that. So I really believe that he would have been fairly decent if he had just did what he ran on. Trump messed up when and the Epstein stuff too. His mishandling of the Epstein stuff. Big ding in him for that. Dark, good evening. King.
I got something for you, though, dog. That's some fucking you like that fucking robe on tonight. Fake black Ric Flair, motherfucker.
All right. Talk to me. What brings you up? Talk to me.
Man, you know what I'm about to say. I find it comedic that you got a motherfucker, you got a misinformation artist that you constantly bring up day by day to sit there and lie about shit he has no fucking idea about. Why? You know what? I understand why. We talked about
Who are we talking about?
I get it. Motherfucker, MAGA reacts. You know exactly what we talking about. This motherfucker don't know nothing he's talking about. Nothing he says even makes sense. Y'all ass sat up here with him, letting him spew that shit out the other night, fucked around and lost your accents. Come on, man.
Well, we got it back. We got it back now. I don't know. Listen.
Damn well what that shit was about. You knew when it went off what the fuck was going on. He was spewing that crazy ass bullshit he be spewing, not making no motherfucking sense except to the other motherfuckers who drink that same fucked up Kool-Aid. And that's what the fuck happens when TikTok hears shit.
The man is passionate. The man believes what he believes.
No. He ain't no man, bro. That's a little boy. He showed that shit tonight. You can't even have a real conversation with a motherfucker like that. Because everything he said, everything Mike said, he was trying to step on. Shit don't make no sense, man. Grow up. Damn, you supposed to be 30-something. Grow up.
I gotta defend MAGA in defense of MAGA reacts. A lot of this stuff. Real talk. Well, in defense of MAGA reacts, I'll just say this. A lot of stuff that people say in defense of this stuff, they're believing what Trump is saying directly. A lot of people still are believing Trump, and that's what's leading to this.
What's up, real talk?
Hey, what's good, bro? First of all, let me hold on, good music. Let me get on Mr. 10 real quick. Okay, sir, you normally supposed to be jumping on at a certain time. When I get off at 1 p.m. and I go and I ride my bike to get my drink and I get back home by 2 o'clock, you already be live. and I got on a day and you wasn't live, and I was drinking, and I got on somebody else's live. But anyway, so I don't know, Miss Tim, you know Mother? You ever heard about it?
She's a conservative. She's a conservative. Yeah, I heard about it. I may have gotten cussed out from her once or twice.
Yeah. But she cool people though. You know what I'm saying? So I was just on her live real quick. And the thing that I want to understand, like I'm asking you, I'm asking my brother King Finn too though, like, how do we reach them, man? Like, because like nah, come on, bro. We can't feel like that, bro. Like some of them. Nah. Go ahead, bro.
I'll answer that. They believe the liberals with the transgender shit is fucking up kids. They believe you're aborting kids in the 9th month. There is nothing you're going to say as a liberal that's going to reach out to MAGA. They think you're destroying the fucking world.
Yeah, because see, the thing that I didn't understand when I was on there, right, and I was talking to one dude, and his question was, what are the Democrats running on? Or whatnot like that. And my response was, it's the same thing that all them run on. Because they was like, oh, they just running on Trump bad. I was like, isn't that what Trump did when he was running for 2024? Okay, so it be like that the Democrats bad. So they were like, oh, well, why you believe them? I'm saying to myself, we don't know if they telling the truth until they get in there and show us what they truly saying, or what they gonna truly do.
Well, I would also push back at the notion that the Democrats are running on a lot more than just orange men bad. It's all the stuff you're disagreeing with.
I agree.
You're disagreeing with tuition forgiveness. You're disagreeing with a minimum wage increase, common sense gun law. They're telling you what they're running on. Police and criminal justice reform. They're telling you. You just disagree with it all.
And it's crazy, sir, because I had said when I was just in Mother Live, I just left Mother Live. I came straight to yours and Son of Galaxy just to come up. I saw you was on live and you had like 100,000 likes and you probably finna get off already. But I can hurry up. It was Son of Galaxy. But that's what I said when I said that the Democrats finna run on everything that Trump said that he was gonna do. And one of the dudes told me, he said, but Trump did run. Trump ran on the things that he did. And, he ran on him. The first thing, what I have noticed is that what they always talk about was immigration. Okay, so it be like that. And then I said, okay. He said, Trump ran on immigration day one. I said, you're right. He did say that. But what about grocery prices? What about our energy bill being cut in half in 12 months? Or whatever case they be like, they started laughing and ridiculed me, man.
Really?
You should have said, what about that $37 billion we've been spending in 7 months for a fucking war we never asked for? What about the fact that you are everywhere in the e-files? What about the fact that you pleaded the fifth 400 fucking times? What about the fact that you tanked our economy? What about the 16 trillion you added to the national debt? What about the fucking billions that you made for a fucking plane that ain't nobody gonna fly but you?
Damn.
What about all of this shit?
Damn.
You see, Kid Finn, you hard, bro. Like,
damn.
I don't want to be that hard with him because
fuck all that. I'm coming at their ass. I'm coming at you. I'm coming at their throat. Because that's the fuck they do this on a daily fucking basis. This motherfucker is in ace trying to pull back the Voting Act of 1964. What do you think that's going to do to our people? He's walking around shitting on himself with an incontinence nurse behind him, falling asleep at every fucking video you see him in. He fell asleep at Lindsey Graham's fucking funeral. He's falling asleep everywhere, and then he stinks. And he's fucking walking around putting gold pictures up, gold accents up in the fucking White House he picked up at Home Depot. He didn't run on none of the shit, none of the fucked up shit he's doing. The fucking reflecting pool. Are you kidding me? The fucking idiot drove over it with a fucking 12-car escort in the Beast with 10 other fucking SUVs. That weigh over 50,000 something pounds each.
How about this?
Reflecting pool didn't work.
In the comments, Becky B says 600,000 black women fired. The numbers aren't that high, are they?
I know of 300,000. I'm not gonna sit here and lie like I know of 6.
Wow.
But 300,000 is
One is too many.
Shit,
That's what I was told.
One is too many.
That's what I was told.
600,000 is crazy though. 600,000 is crazy.
Then you got
300,000 is crazy, sir. It's like that.
And you got people drinking the Kool-Aid acting like that shit's okay. It's okay to do that. It's all right to take away women's fucking bodily autonomy. It's all right not to feed the kids. It's all right not to do none of that. Let's take away all the money for fucking SNAP. Let's take away all the money for daycare.
Hey, bro, let me ask you a question, though. But how do we reach our countrymen who misled, man?
I don't know. That's a really good question. I would love to sit down with Obama and somebody else who knows how. Me personally, I don't give a fuck no more. I just want their ass gone. I'm tired of hearing it's like a buzzing fly in your house. What do you do? You go get a fly.
How about this one? Let me ask you guys this. I want you guys know we get controversial. We get controversial comments all the time, and we don't block men and censor.
I'm petty and proud.
Okay, well, you about to give. I want you gentlemen to respond to this. Now, this is Gen X. This is in hold on, hang on. This is in response. Hold on, hang on. Let me get it out. This is in response to the claim that 600,000 black women have been fired, posted by one of my guests. Gen X says, I wouldn't care if it was all of them. Don't no one want to work with a loud-mouthed colored woman?
And you know what? Again, I say to you, Gen X, stay the fuck out of my conversation and go change your options. Keep that private shit in Montana. Because nobody goes to your old run a sandwich ass woman. Go make your own fucking sandwich.
I'm gonna go ahead and improve his message. Or if it should be like that. But look, bro, like real talk at the same time, dude, like you said, like what Finn, when you said what you said, like, you know, there was I think back, even when MLK was in there, you know what I'm saying, for us to have the things that we have right now, or whatever the case should be like that, there has to be some of us, if not all of us, but some of us, to have the mindset that you know, we have to show and reach others. Like shouldn't we try to figure that out? Try to find it out.
You know what happened last time a black man had a dream?
You got shot in the face.
Remember?
Yeah, he did. He did. But
so
bro,
why are we having
3
this
minutes.
fallacy? Why are we having this fallacy as if these motherfuckers really care? They don't give a fuck.
But bro, check this out. You said that the last time the man had a dream, he was shot in the face. But look at what that have gained the people who was like him. Look at what that have gained us. Now, I'm not saying that that's okay. And I'm not saying that that's right. Or if the case should be like that. But what I'm saying is one day all of us ain't going to be here. What are we going to do to make sure that the people who suffered like us don't have to suffer like we did? How do we get to that point?
The only thing we can keep doing is keep doing what we can, bro. I don't want my son to grow up in a world that's like this. Hell, it's too late. He's 15. He's already had a racist experience.
Yeah, and
I don't have no other way. And that was before I even had a chance to have a talk with him about that shit. So it's not about, no longer is it about what we can do to fix this world. It's what we can do to survive. Like it
and I agree with that. But when we survive, like, and again, I dated back to the reason why we have the positions that we have today. There was that person that had that dream, like you spoke of, that wanted to survive, but their survival was bigger than, like the movie said, it's bigger than Nino Brown.
But wait a minute. Are we suggesting that Trump has permanently altered? I mean, can we? What happens after Trump? Can we not get past this? Is Trump making it so that we're going to be permanently in some state of mind?
No, we can. See, this is the thing with that, sir. We can get past Trump.
But see, the thing is, it always depends on people's actions. Because see, we as in people can make people feel like that's how you're supposed to feel. Or sometimes somebody got to make a sacrifice. Or if the case should be like that. It's just like when you have kids and you trying to tell your child to do the right thing, but your child ain't doing the right thing, and you're constantly going through things until they get grown, and you sit there and tell your child, you're an adult now, you on your own. Or if the case should be like that. Sometimes, and I'm not saying that it's fair or that it's right, but sometimes things are greater than us because it's about, for me personally, it's about what we leave behind. Or if the case should be like that. It's about showing the world, even if we are the martyrs, or if the case should be like that, it's showing them that, you know what? We had the strength, so we need you to be stronger. Because the people that's going to come behind them.
Well, that part remains to be seen. I got to move it on, gentlemen, as always, though.
For sure.
I appreciate you gentlemen coming up. Thank you.
I already know it. Thanks for bringing me up.
Anytime.
Good day,
Anytime. You too. Looking in the comments here, Tim, you tired because you ain't getting no air on your skin like you was. Or what do you mean air, Shanti? No air on my skin? Do I need to turn my fan on? Maybe it is late. I ain't seen a hot mustache in a moment. Maybe it is getting late. Y'all getting tired too. I do appreciate the 104K, 104,000 likes. Oh, you mean my shirt was off? Yeah, I had to get out of this hot ass robe I had on. I wasn't going to go live tonight until I talked to Straight Talk. We started chopping it up. You know, I like to talk to my MAGA viewers, and we had an interesting conversation. And I just decided, you know, since I tuned you folks in and it was going well, I'm like, I'll go ahead and do a live. So that's how it spun off. I'll read a few comments before we wrap it up. Tim, I can Galaxy back. What do you say? I can Galaxy back up if you want. I'll give you a moment, MAGA. Thank you, L Biggie. Thank you very much. Night all, sweet dreams, and I love y'all. Gen X, that comment, Gen X, you and your comments about nobody wants to hear from loud colored women. What are you suggesting? That all black women are loud? That ain't stereotyping at all. You know that's a bad comment. I'm telling you, that's a really. I thought she was joking, MAGA reacts. I really thought she was joking. I'll give you the 10, though. Why is America about to pass a bill that says we will combine our military with Israel? Have you heard about that, MAGA reacts? Why is anybody supporting it? Have you heard that we're combining our military with Israel?
I think everybody's against that shit. It's not going to go through. They tried that shit. It's bullshit.
Why isn't the Republican politicians... Really? Real talk? Why isn't the Republican
They're
Party
already trying to steal my time?
I see that. Why aren't the Republican... He got to put in a request. I don't see your request, real talk. But why aren't the Republican politicians more vocal about that? Combining our military with Israel. Some say we are only at war because of them.
I mean, because half of them are paid by Israel. But as far as I know, it's not going to go through. Anyway, I just want to come up to reply to the last two idiots. Basically, if you want to be nice with MAGA and reunite the country, just do the things you agree with us on, or the things that just make sense, like a fucking secure border. Don't tell me the border is fine and secure. Just fucking, help us make it secure the way it should be. You want immigration? That's fine. That's a whole different argument. What we mostly care about is secure border. And then, freaking IDs and shit for elections. We want a secure election. Just basic things that are common sense. You could fucking agree with us on that shit.
That makes sense. Two things. First of all, one being that some of Trump's...
Also, don't be pro-socialism. When we know socialism doesn't work, don't fucking try to tell us it works. We know it doesn't work.
Well, I already told you. Hold on, hang on a second. Real talk. Real talk. Hold on. Hold on. Real talk. Hold on. I already said, MAGA reacts, that we got 2 more years into the 2028 midterm. New York better be falling apart. If that city is still being ran fairly well, all of this stuff you're talking about socialism won't work. We'd already seen 8 years of Obama, and you guys claiming he was a socialist, and that didn't work. That didn't go out like you guys said, because y'all said he was going to destroy the country as well. There's only so many times you can lie about this.
No, the socialism thing he did was Obamacare, and that
they said the guy was a complete socialist.
The subsidies.
They said Obama was a complete socialist. They actually said his whole agenda was socialism.
It was, and what he got to pass from it, which is mostly Obamacare, is very socialist. Has made healthcare unaffordable. I mean, the college loans and the college, stuff has made college unaffordable. Anytime the government pays for shit, one, they run the program like shit, but two, they make the thing unaffordable. And this grocery store is probably going to be fine for a couple of years. It's going to take like a whole 5
That ain't going to work. It better fall apart faster than that, man. You don't got 5 years. It better fall apart faster than that.
That's how this socialism
that ain't going to work. That is not going to work. 5 years. If that guy is running New York for 3-4 years, well, on the 5th year it'll fall apart. That ain't because he only gets 6 years in office. So you're basically saying just about his whole term it could be ran well.
Well, that's the problem with socialism. I mean, it feels good at first
because
all of it feels good, but in the long term, it always fails. And by the time it fails, it's too late for the people who put it in to get punished. It's always people down the road that's going to get punished.
I'm telling you now.
It's actually the capitalists that are going to get punished because they're going to charge us taxes to pay for their socialist bullshit.
I hear you, but they're
going to make our healthcare more expensive. They're going to make our college more expensive.
I hear what you're saying. You don't have 5 years, though. You do not have that. If that guy's getting in there and he's looking out for people, within a couple years, if this shit is still going well, the support for what he's running is going to grow. This 5 years, you got to wait till 5 years. No, that ain't going to work.
And like Obama, some of his shit, the non-socialist stuff is going to be good. Like, accepting pre-existing conditions, that was a good part of Obamacare. And eliminating bullshit licenses, which Mondani's doing, that's going to be good for New York.
Better fall apart.
So some of the shit he's doing is good, but I'm just worried about the socialist shit because we know that stuff doesn't work. It's going to make things expensive in the long term.
Like you mentioned, healthcare under Obama became unaffordable. I think the reason why this stuff doesn't work to people like you guys is because you don't give a shit about the totally uninsured. Because when you bring up the problems from Obamacare, you're bringing up the problems of people who have money. The people who had zero insurance altogether, Obamacare was a benefit to them. You don't bring them up at all.
No, but it made it expensive for all of us, including those
That's
people.
How the hell are you going to look out for of course it's going to make
it so cheap that they can afford it.
If you're going to help out the poor, the only way to do that is to take some taxpayer money from the people who have. Of course it's going to cost you a little bit more. Otherwise, you're not going to take care of those people.
No, if you make things cheap enough and available enough, like iPhones and all the other shit that poor people could easily afford now that they couldn't afford before, that's how you help the poor.
Okay,
you don't help them by giving them free phones because either they're gonna be shit or they're just gonna make phones for everybody else more expensive. You make phones affordable for everybody, so everyone can buy a phone.
Okay, then
that's
once
how to help everybody. I mean,
then once Obama's plan didn't work and we got 4 years of Trump, 2016 and 2020, then he should have made it affordable for everybody. He didn't do that.
He tried, but McCain
he failed. I don't care what he tried. We don't hand out participation trophies. You either did it or you didn't. He failed.
I mean, thank McCain for that. He's
a Republican. Your party failed.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't MAGA, that's for sure.
First off, Mr. Tim, I saw you switch that clock from 11 to 18. Feels kind of way about that. I'm going to let that go.
What?
They did like that. Second of all, Maggie asked me, you talking about some of the last two clowns that was up there. Don't call me no clown, brother. I'm good with you. What can't let me like that? You know what I'm saying? Like,
hey, for real? No, for real. You are a clown, but I love you, bro. You're good.
Oh, you know what?
You're one of the nicer ones out here.
Nicer ones?
That's what's up,
hey, I'm a clown too, so.
Hey, because I was just about to say that, so I appreciate you saying it before me. But regardless of what it is, but look, bro, like, at the same time, right? Like, I heard you saying that, you know what I'm saying, about how Democrats said they're going to do this and they're going to do that. Bro, you really be hard on the Democrats. Now, don't get me wrong. Like, if they ain't talking about what they going to do and they ain't doing it, then, hey, F it, they got to go. Whoever case say be like that. But, bro, listen, bro, like, Trump doing the same thing right now, bro. Like, this boy is saying that, how long ago we were supposed to be out there goddamn war, bro?
I mean, yeah, we should have been out of it like months ago, but it's a war. You can't fucking control everything.
Right? You're talking about the war,
But
right?
honestly though, if the Strait of Hormuz was open and it wasn't affecting our economy, no one would give a fuck about this war. We could bomb around all we want.
But you think that we should be out of this war, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't care about the war. I want the Strait of Hormuz open. Whether we're out of the war or in the war, I don't give a fuck. I want the oil to flow and our economy to go back to being thriving. I really don't care about the war part.
So you know what? I'm glad to hear how you told me you were talking about the war. But Magriette, brother, do you remember when Trump said that it's not a war, it's just a conflict?
Yeah, that's semantics. That's semantics. So you can,
it ain't semantics. It's a lie. It's a fucking lie.
In a way, it's not a war, and in a way, it is. I mean,
so he was lying.
No, it's fucking semantics.
What's the difference between semantics and a lie?
For a lie, you're trying to deceive someone. He's not trying to deceive someone. He's just by the fucking rules.
He's obviously trying to deceive somebody.
It's not a war.
He is obvious. He is trying to avoid calling it a war for a couple of reasons. One being that it's illegal. If you call it a war, then that means you're involved in an illegal war because you didn't request permission from Congress to do it. That's the first thing. The second thing is you're playing games with the death total by trying to say, well, some people died during the ceasefire versus some died during the actual mission. So he's calling it. Go ahead.
Listen, but some things have layman names to them. The layman name to this situation is a war, but technically it's not a war because we haven't fucking put boots on the ground. We haven't done a bunch of shit.
Boots on the ground ain't got nothing to do with it. Boots on the ground ain't got nothing.
So the layman thing is to call it a war. It's like when I call a tissue a Kleenex. It's not really a Kleenex.
It's paper.
But everybody knows it as a Kleenex. When I call my Sea-Doo Wave or my Yamaha Wave Runner, when I call it a jet ski, jet skis are only Kawasaki's, but everybody knows them as jet skis. I don't fucking sit there and be like, oh, you're lying because you called it a jet ski when it's a wave runner.
So that picture that you see right now, that's my Honda 600 F2 CBR.
Wow.
I call it Honda 6 F2 CBR.
I used to have a 954, a Twin V. I used to have several R1s. I rode bikes all day long. I used to ride with Rough Riders.
But hold on, brother. But what I'm saying is that picture is a CBR 600
BMX on my bike.
But bro, what I'm saying is that's what that is. It's not a Kawasaki. It's not a H2. Yeah, I mean, it's
not a motorcycle. Okay, actually, you know what? You know when people call it, like back in the day when they used to call them ninjas, even though they weren't Kawasaki's, they'll call all these sport bikes ninjas, even though like none of them were ninjas.
Like for an example, right? They call them all crotch rockets, right?
What was that?
Yeah, but that's the term for all of them are crotch rockets.
Moxie, thank you.
Ninja, only Kawasaki's are ninjas, but they used to call them all ninjas.
Yeah, thank you,
So what that says is, by what you said, you had just, when I went through down that line with you, there was terms for different things, correct?
Yeah, and there's technical terms and layman terms.
So does that mean to you, being that we went down those different terms, technical terms and real terms, that means that words matter, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so are we in a war or a conflict?
I don't know. I don't even know what the technical definition is.
You know what you sound like, MAGA. You know what you.
We're in a war. But
Thank you
what's
for
the point of this argument?
because
What is the point of the argument?
Look, bro, you just said we're in a war. So I was waiting for you to say that. So I was gonna bring it back to you. Trump tried to play it like we was in a conflict when in the beginning when we actually in a war. So did he lie or was he telling the truth? Not semantics.
I guess he was playing the game. He was.
Hold on. Let me get in here. Hold on. Let me get in here. Hold on. Hang on.
I mean, what do you want me to say?
Well, let me tell you. To me, hold on. This sounds like when you guys say Democrats don't know what a woman is, you guys don't know what a fucking war is. And apparently you don't know what a victor of an election is either. Because y'all can't answer who won the 2020 election. Y'all don't. You guys don't know what a war is. We're at war. Period.
Listen, no, there's semantics and there's context and all that shit to all this stuff. Because look, I'm not trying to take something that's not a war. I'm not trying to take like a fucking.
Your answer should be yes.
With an earthquake.
Your answer should be when he asked you that question. Your answer should be yes. That's all. Just like when he asked who won it. Just like when he asked your side who won the 2020 election. It should be one word: Biden. You guys are trying to come up with other shit just like the liberals don't want to talk about what a woman is. You're doing the same stuff. You're doing the exact same stuff.
Biden is a winner. Biden is a winner.
You're side of the owl, man. Not you. You're side of the owl.
Elections. Don't get us banned again. Don't get us banned again.
We're not talking about it.
We're not going to do that.
Yeah.
We're not going to do that. So what I was
warned him last time, and he kept going and got his ban. Don't put that on me. I warned you 3 times.
But what I was talking to you about, you had admitted it. So Trump is out here lying, right? That it's a conflict. He actually in the war, right? He lying, right?
Right.
Yeah,
listen, no one's getting tricked here. Nobody's like, oh, I thought it was a fucking peace thing. I thought we were going to do something else.
They're not getting tricked. They know he lying.
No one's getting tricked by Trump.
No, they're not getting tricked. They're not
getting deceived by Trump. That's why you have to ask yourself every time you're like, Trump's lying. Who is he deceiving? Is he trying to deceive you? Or is he just
he tried.
Game that he has to play?
No, he tried. He's trying to deceive people. It just ain't working no more. People don't get to the point where they know he lied.
Is he trying to convince you that a man is a woman?
Let me answer. Hey,
you got 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
You saw 3 minutes. You saw when Trump came out and did that election fraud thing, and he was talking about China. You saw that, right?
Talking to me?
Not really, no. What are you talking about?
Okay, so when he was talking about like China was trying to interfere in the elections, get Joe Biden elected.
Tobias, I'm gonna respond to your comment, Tobias.
Government website. Hold on, bro. You can go to the government website and see all the documents. So you said, yeah, you saw that, right?
Yeah. What about it?
Did you go and look at the documents that they had released?
No, not really. I always wait for the highlights.
Okay, so you gotta stop doing that. So when Trump was talking about China, it was actually Russia trying to get him elected. Don't look at something like that. Russia hoax, right? Collusion. You remember all that hoax stuff? Don't look at something like that.
I haven't looked at the papers, so I don't know. I can't reply to you. I don't know if you're right or wrong.
Why wouldn't you, if you saw him say China was doing this, why? Because you were the one. Hey, hold on, McRae. Bro, you were the one talking about core inflation. You went and researched that. You can't be like that. Defend Trump, core inflation. But now, when you were talking about something, it just depends if it's close. But this wasn't close. Like if it was real close, then we wouldn't be worrying about election fraud or whatever case. But it was just so close. But you telling me that you didn't research it?
No, I've researched. I mean, I saw it live and researched it. But when it comes to election, every election from now on is.
Oh my God, that was funny. That was funny.
Who gives a fuck?
All right, gentlemen, I gotta move it on.
Every election is a blowout. Is not a problem.
All right, gentlemen, all right, fair enough. I gotta move it on as always.
And that's why we should secure them.
All right, Maga, thank you. Real quick.
Go ahead, man. I'm out.
All right, appreciate it. In the comments, I wanted to respond to a comment by one of the viewers on YouTube, Tobias. And by the way, I got a poll that's been going on. Only 100 and some odd people responded, but I asked the question: are Democrats promoting communism? Almost 160 respondents. I haven't really even been talking about it, so it's just been kind of hovering in the background. 45% say yes, the Democrats are promoting communism. 55% say no. So take it with a grain of salt. I'll just say this in regards to that, which is what I've been saying the whole time constantly. I don't think most people in America know what communism even is. So when we talk about the Democrats promoting communism or promoting socialism, I don't think there's enough people in the country that even know what this shit is to say it. I'm trying to see, because I got a clip of Trump. I want you to hear this if I can remember how to bring it up, because I think it's worthy of discussing before we wrap it up for this evening. But this is President Trump, and he's talking about Kamala Harris. Let me see if I can get my audio shit going on here. But in the comments, I'll read this while that's queuing up. Trump lost over 60 court cases about the election fraud. Judges he appointed. Yeah, it was a disaster. It was a disaster. This is, I don't know. Maybe I don't have a clip, but there is a clip. There's so many clips, because when they tried to take Trump's life, you had folks like J.D. Vance saying what he's saying here. Let's see if I can find
Look, we can disagree with one another, we can debate one another, but we cannot tell the American people that one candidate is a fascist, and if he's elected, it is going to be the end of American democracy.
But for that to happen, we must defeat Comrade Kamala Harris. I use that term because you know what that term means, right? Communist. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist.
That's what I just wanted to play that clip real quick for context. Now, that was J.D. Vance in the beginning after Trump's third assassination attempt, talking about you can't be calling him this stuff because it's leading to people trying to take his life. And then, of course, you see the follow-up clip of Trump earlier on saying the same stuff about his opponent being Kamala Harris. But the context I wanted to play for that clip is you hear Trump referring to Kamala Harris as a socialist, communist, Marxist, and fascist. This is what I'm saying when I say Americans don't even know what these terms mean. They're just using them to demonize. Communists lean left. Fascists are far right. One person cannot be all these different ideologies. So that shows that Trump doesn't even know what this stuff means. For him to get up there and call Kamala Harris all of these different ideologies shows he, for one, doesn't. I'm not going to pretend like I even know the true definition for all of this shit. But I'll tell you what, no one person can be all of those. So that just goes to show you Trump himself doesn't know what he's talking about.
Term because you know what that term means, right? Communist. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist. Somebody's got to.
Kamala Harris as vice president. Kamala Harris as vice president. She hasn't done enough to even come to all those conclusions. So this is the same man that's now calling the whole Democrat Party socialist and communist. Here's a clear-cut demonstration to show he's willing to make up shit to get a point across. So you got a whole lot of MAGA that are talking about the Democrats are promoting communism and socialism. A lot of it is originating from him saying it. And I'm just playing this clip to show you he don't always know what he's talking about. So I'm just going to make it clear that I don't believe in this country people really know what this stuff means. They just know that our country is supposed to be a capitalist country, capitalist, IST. And if you call someone any other IST, it's a good way to demonize them. Fascist, Marxist, communist, socialist. So they're just coming up with other ways to demonize people. But they don't actually know what it means. So it is what it is. But you can't be a fascist and a communist and a Marxist and a socialist all simultaneously. You just can't. So this guy does not know what he's talking about. But yeah, fascism is far right. Communism is considered far left. So one person can't be far left and far right simultaneously, which is what Trump just tried to say for Kamala Harris. So take it as you may. In the comments, Tobias is going apeshit in my comments. You made a statement, Tobias. I did want to respond to. You don't do so many more of them though. He needs to change, but he won't. He's a narcissist. Something said will always put himself in danger. Trump brought all of those attempts on his life himself. I agree with that. You talk shit, it comes at a cost. I believe in free speech, but free speech does come with a consequence. And you're constantly getting in fights and shit like that with different people. This is what it could lead to. Tobias, I saw your comment. I don't know what happened to it though. But no, and I see so many folks are going back and forth with you though. But it is what it is. I missed the comment, so because more comments scrolled in. But anyway, Democrats something, I guess, believe that Fauci injects mice or human body parts. Dr. Fauci is over with. Dr. Fauci is gone, despite the testimony we just had. The guy is in his mid-80s. He is gone. His time is over with. He's been pardoned. There's nothing's going to happen from that. My opinion is Dr. Fauci is solely meant to be a distraction from all the other shit that actually means something right now. But you're not going to get anything out of Dr. Fauci that's going to be of any relevance in modern time. Even if he came out and said, "Yeah, I'm an asshole. I did this or that, did this or this or this to get popularity with the Kardashians or to make money to make some money." He's been pardoned for it, and it's not going to change anything because the pandemic is under control at this point. So that's just a distraction from shit that actually really matters, like the economy and war. So go figure. But they were willing to waste time on that. It's funny, Trump wants to call Harris communist and socialist, but who's using taxpayer dollars to invest in the companies like Intel and others? Well, like I said, when it comes to social, really the argument should be made is we don't want our money spent on poor people because we're okay with Trump spending the money on himself. Becky, appreciate the love there, and the hat mustache. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the 116,000. Appreciate you for maybe I should start doing some lives a little bit later. I didn't think there was an audience anymore for it. We used to do lives till like 1 a.m. That was a few years ago. I didn't think that many folks were still interested in chatting about politics. So maybe we'll consider doing some later lives, depending on what the support remains. Remember when MAGA cried about wanting our tax dollars to help Americans, says Rooster. Yeah, there is so much hypocrisy with MAGA. I'm not saying the liberals are hypocrites at times as well, but the amount of hypocrisy with MAGA is astonishing. To see them openly supporting stuff that Trump is doing, that they were highly critical of liberals doing. The spending from Trump alone, using our taxpayer money to put up photos and shit of himself. I just cannot imagine how the right would respond to big ass photos of Obama all over DC. It would not be friendly. Obama, remember John McCain taking the microphone from the woman that stated she would not vote for Obama because he's a Muslim? Can you imagine Obama criticizing our NATO member allies and befriending Muslim nations? Trump is attacking the Europeans, the Canadians, all. He's actually attacking the white people and making friends with the Muslims. Maybe he's not a racist after all, as some people claim. But he's actually making friends with the Saudis and the folks in Qatar and the Kuwaitis, Jordanians and shit. But he's pissed off at the Brits and the Canadians and the French and the Germans. Like, what the fuck? Your dad was German, dude. So, go figure. I do believe it's because there's some greenbacks involved in it. There's some money involved in it. But can you imagine Obama doing that? Making friends with all the Muslim countries, literally selling the nuclear energy to the Saudis, taking jets from Qatar. while ostracizing Spain, France, and Germany. You guys would go ape shit if Obama did something like that. So I do got to point out the hypocrisy, because that's crazy to me. And I want to give you one tidbit before I go, because I think this is something that our men and women in uniform in the future could be dealing with on a serious level. Trump has approved the nation of Saudi Arabia to enrich uranium to not weapons grade, but to use it as energy. Something we had originally allowed Iran to do, but we are now attacking them under the guise that they're going beyond just using it for energy and trying to enrich it to weapons grade. The point I'm making is I just ask you folks, what are the chances that our young men and women in uniform, maybe 1 or 2 generations down the line, may find themselves in a military conflict against the nation of Saudi Arabia because their president in that era is claiming that Saudis are trying to develop a nuclear bomb and they can't have it? Because what Trump just approved is the opening salvo to being able to do that. He just gave the Saudis the opening stages to what you need to develop a bomb. We just are demanding they stop at the energy phase of it, which is the same thing we were demanding of the Iranians. But if they go above and beyond that, you could have a future president sending our men and women in uniform to war against the Saudis under the same reason we're going to war against the Iranians now. Remember, the Iranians, we don't want them to have a nuclear bomb because they are state sponsors of terrorism. The Saudis are the ones that actually are responsible for 9/11. The Iranians didn't do that. That was the Saudis. So we could easily find ourselves in the future dealing with the Saudis for the exact same reason we're dealing with the Iranians right now. And folks will be pointing out that back in 2026, it all started when Trump gave them the gateway to nuclear weapons. Just think about that. That's how all of this shit begins, folks. Many would suggest that we knew Iraq, Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction because we originally may have given them to him when he was fighting the Iranians back in the early 80s. We give these people shit. And then when they don't allow us to, when they don't want to play ball with us, we then make up an excuse for why we need to now attack them. We've been doing this stuff. And this is kind of like a broken record at this point. It's become a broken record at this point. We've been doing this over and over and over again. I was about to wrap it up, but Camaro, real brief, I'll give you the tip. Camaro, good evening. What's up? What's going on? What brings you on? I think that says Camaro, does it not? Good evening.
Yeah, let's start.
Oh, you didn't mean to come up?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
What's up, dude?
Not much. What brings you up?
I just want to ruin your night, keep you awake for a few more minutes. Obviously. Okay. By the way, we the rabble off of YouTube.
Oh, that's you. Okay, good to have you on.
That's me.
Good. You be going off in the comments. I appreciate the support. You be going off. What am I getting wrong?
Yeah. Oh, fuck. You're getting everything wrong. Top to bottom, everything. I don't even remember, but I do know you were just talking about Iran. And I would say with Iran.
How do you feel about do you support the war?
Support the war in Iran?
Do you believe it was necessary to attack them?
I've talked to you a few times. I don't really think now, seeing the way this is playing out, I think the truth of the matter is Israel provided Trump with bullshit information that, hey, they're 2 weeks away from getting a nuke like they have been for the past 20 years. And I think you went for it, but I also think Iran getting a nuke is exclusively an Israel problem. I do believe that if Iran had a nuke, they would potentially use it on Israel.
I think if Iran got their hands on a nuke, Israel would leave them the fuck alone, and there would actually be uneasy peace in the region, just like it was between the United States and the Soviet Union. Because now both parties know that they could fuck the other one up. I think that if Iran got a nuke, Israel would back off. They would stop all the encroachment into Gaza, into the West Bank, and they would act like a responsible neighbor.
Potentially, I do disagree with that because Iran is the country that's accused of funding Hamas and all the
I don't get
countries
that.
around Israel that fuck with Israel.
I never could get that. We call Iran a state sponsor of terrorists and shit like that. Just a few months ago, we're threatening to take over Greenland, a NATO member ally, for our own personal benefit. We just yanked out Maduro in Venezuela and basically took their oil once again for our own personal benefit. We're now threatening Cuba to be next. What the fuck is the definition of terror? Tell me, what does it mean? If we can do all of that and we're not, what is the definition of it?
We do actually have a definition of terror. The federal government has a definition. I don't remember the exact words of it, but it is something to the effect of violence against a civilian population for the purpose of affecting a political aim.
So blowing up bridges and desalination plants and in elementary schools full of kids. I mean, what's the definition? I mean, how are we not terrorists?
Hold up, stop. You talk about that elementary school all the time. I do not know completely who is responsible for hitting that elementary school. If it was the U.S., it was a misdrop. Bad intelligence, we hit the fucking wrong target.
Okay.
Which is probably on the 50% plus one side of the argument. And the other side of the argument was Iranian defense missiles. Like, one of them went limp and hit a fucking school on accident, you know?
Well, I don't...
But you do talk about that school all the time. It's not like anybody in the Pentagon was sitting there and it's like, let's bomb some fucking school kids. Like, that didn't happen.
Well, first of all, let me say a couple of things. Okay, I'll say a couple of things. First of all, I want to agree with you that they're not going to deliberately try to bomb a school. But then when you got the president talking about he's going to blow up bridges and desalination plants and power plants, we know the average person working at a power plant is not a military personnel. That's usually citizens that work at power plants or citizens that drive across bridges. So it's pretty clear he don't mind killing innocent people. I don't know why all of a sudden when it comes...
your power facilities and your bridges both count as dual-use facilities where they're considered appropriate war targets and they're legitimate war targets if they're being used for the purposes of conducting war.
And of course, we're never going to see...
One by dropping bombs.
Right, and of course...
By logistics.
Yeah, and of course, we're never going to see any evidence that these were dual-use targets, just like the drug boats off the coast. Hold on, hang on. Just like the drug boats off the coast of Venezuela. We're never going to see any evidence that those weren't just average citizens out there, or that we even had any jurisdiction to be operating in that region of the world. He does not mind killing civilians, dude. It's pretty obvious.
The drug boats, you might have a little bit of an argument there on killing civilians. I do think they could be...
Cuba's in the dark. Cuba's in the dark. You don't think people in hospitals that need machines you don't think that we're killing people right now? Cuba's in the dark because of us. You don't think nobody's dying from that?
Buy oil.
What?
Why isn't Cuba buying oil to run their fucking generators?
Cuba was doing fine into America. Just fuck with them. Why are we fucking with them?
No. Cuba was doing fine when Venezuela was gifting them oil.
Okay, where is America's part in this, though?
We don't have a part in it. We have part in Venezuela.
If America wasn't involved, they would have lights, right?
No, the United States has an embargo against Cuba, which means the United States will not do business with Cuba.
That ain't what's when you start preventing other countries from sending them power. That wasn't happening under Bush or Obama or Biden. Now the country's in the dark.
We stopped Venezuela from sending them oil for free.
Why?
And the way we did that.
Why?
We handed over the fucking oil fields back to United States companies that actually paid for the infrastructure for Venezuela have that infrastructure.
So you literally put a whole country in the dark to settle a debt.
No, we didn't put them in the dark. They put themselves in the fucking dark because they're not buying oil from places that can supply them oil. No. Hey, you're laughing, but the point is, nobody's stopping Cuba from buying oil.
Okay.
They were getting oil from Venezuela for fucking who knows why.
Yeah, you and I disagree on that, but the point I'm making, just taking Cuba out of the picture, the point I'm making is...
Hold on. The point I'm making is the United States doesn't have a Navy blockade around Cuba stopping them from getting oil shipments.
And the point I'm making is Trump does not mind killing civilians. Just the cutting off of USAID alone, he is killing people, deliberately killing. He's doing things that are deliberately causing the death of people. He does not. In fact, not only did he kill people, they made jokes about it.
Killing people. How's that killing people?
If we are sending impoverished nations food like wheat and flour and rice, and you see the pictures of how dilapidated the people look that's eating this shit. If you cut that program off, it's safe to assume people are going to die. Not to mention the medicines you were sending them. You cut all of that off. You didn't verify that they had another source for it. You just said, fuck them.
Yeah, great. How do you feel about abortion?
I'm pro-choice. What's your point?
You're pro-choice? Yeah. Why are you pro-choice? A woman should have the choice to decide. She doesn't have to provide nutrients to that baby. That baby's gonna fucking die if you don't keep.
But I don't deny that it is killing though. I'm pro-choice, but I do admit you are terminating something. You're trying to suggest that Trump ain't terminating stuff. He is killing people. He's also pro-choice. He is killing people voluntarily.
Is he murdering people or is he allowing people to die?
No, he is killing people.
Is he allowing them to die or is he actively killing them?
What's the difference?
If I don't give you money to eat, am I killing you or am I allowing you to die?
Okay. In that particular instance, he's allowing them to die. Is that better?
Yeah.
How?
That's the difference between murder, manslaughter, and neglect.
You're going out and buying jets and putting your picture up in tribunal arches, and you're okay with spending the money on that and allowing people to die, as you say. That looks okay? You okay with that?
As far as buying jets, painting fucking statues gold, which, by the way, waste of money, sorta, but
sorta.
All that bullshit. I'm okay with buying shit for America, even if it is seen as a waste of money, especially the federal government. When the federal government spends money, they require U.S. manufacture. So that money that they spend, like even putting the fucking gold on those statues, which, by the way, waste of fucking money, some American contractor got a contract to fucking go out there and put $5 million worth of gold on a statue. And some American contractor has money in his pocket to run around and spend now.
But you do realize all that wheat and grain that was going to USAID, those were huge contracts that American farmers were getting. That's where that stuff was coming from. It was coming from farmers. They were getting the check from the government, and they were producing those products and sending them overseas. Not that we don't give USAID, not that we don't give USAID anything. Those American farmers have lost these huge contracts. It's hurting them.
I'll agree. That's probably a problem there. Yeah.
Probably.
It is kind of the same thing where it's like our weapons manufacturing. Whenever we give millions of dollars of aid to Ukraine, we'll give you millions or billions of dollars in weapons aid, but you have to buy from U.S. weapons manufacturers.
Okay.
So it is kind of a roundabout way of getting money into the U.S. economy. Even though you're given, let's say $1 billion of aid to Ukraine,
right?
Ukraine is mandated to spend that $1 billion on U.S. companies.
Right. But
the same thing with USAID, where you have to buy this $1 million of wheat from a U.S. farm.
Okay. Well, the point I'm making is I do believe Trump is willing to kill civilians. That's why I said
it's fine.
I want to believe that he wouldn't blow up a school full of kids, but when you're
I don't think it was intentional.
No, I don't want to think it is either, but I don't want to think it's intentional either. But he's shown that he is willing to kill people intentionally. He's shown that, and willing to let people die intentionally.
In his first term.
What?
That's part of the reason why I voted for him in his first term. Are you aware of the Wagner Group conflict? There was a point in time while we were fighting in Syria, along with Russia.
Yeah, the Russians were hiding as a Wagner group. It was mercenaries, yeah.
Yeah, so Wagner Group was coming up on a U.S. base, and the United States said, hey, we got Russians coming up on our base. You know, we contacted Russia and said, we have Russians approaching our base.
And they denied it. Yeah, they denied they were even part of their group.
They denied they're even there. We just bombed the fuck out of everybody that was.
Yeah, but that's self-defense. That's different. That's not killing civilians. That's self-defense. What, like the Venezuelan boats? That's just killing innocent people. We could have easily captured each one of those boats and proved that they were carrying drugs or not. You're actually murdering people when you have options to do other shit. That's killing by choice. So what he did off the coast of Venezuela was just straight murder. It was completely unnecessary.
Yeah, I think your Venezuelan argument. I do believe those boats, the cargo on those boats was eventually headed for the U.S. I do believe we had clear intelligence to say, yes, that cargo will eventually land in the U.S.
Even still, you can't destroy or kill somebody 1,000 miles away, nowhere near American waters under the guise where they're coming to. There's all kinds of other options other than killing them. And then, of course, you're blowing up the cargo as well, which could be bad for the environment, or it could float on somebody's shores, or some kid could get it. I mean, who knows what happened to the alleged drug cargo? I mean, the way they did that is completely irresponsible.
All right, dumping a few 100 kilos of fucking coke in the water or fentanyl or whatever in the ocean
unnecessarily.
Drop in the fucking bucket. Disperse. Dilution is the solution to pollution.
Okay, wait, hold on. You're going to go on TV as the Trump administration, Hegseth and Rubio, and brag about how much a pinhead of fentanyl could kill all of these people. We prevented that. Just a little bit on the head of a pin could kill this many people. And now when it's dumped in the ocean where it could wash up on some island shores or something, well, you know, it's only a drop in the bucket. You just told us this shit was like a nuclear bomb. Now all of a sudden you fucked around and polluted the planet, and now all of a sudden you want to say, well, it ain't nothing but a drop in the ocean.
It's a drop in the ocean, yes.
I want you to hear this.
Girls Elementary School in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people.
Based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hegseth? It was Iran who did that? We're certainly investigating.
Now, everybody's seen this. Why the hell is he saying he's seen something that suggests Iran bombed their own school? Why is he even saying that?
I don't fucking know. That is something else that you do all the time is you say Trump's lying, Trump's lying, Trump's lying.
Is he lying here?
Yeah, probably. Kind of the thing, here's the thing, I'll look at it and I'll say, he's fucking full of shit. I look at it and like, he has no way to actually fucking know that. Either he does know that and he's telling the truth, or he has no way of fucking knowing that.
Well, I'm going to use the same comparison I used on one of my other MAGA guests earlier when we were talking about the fact that Trump don't apologize for stuff. And I told him, I said, if I'm sitting on a public transportation train or something and you come sit next to me and you step on my foot and I yell, ouch, and you don't apologize, I have nothing else to look at other than you did that intentionally. If you're going to blame them for bombing their own damn school, which everybody in the world, it ain't just you and me, I think the entire world knows he's lying about that. So
I don't know, if you're sitting on a public bus and I walk by and step on your foot and you go, ouch, and I don't say sorry to you,
then you've done it
you're
intentionally.
so insignificant, I didn't even notice you said ouch. I just walked past you.
Okay.
I didn't do it on purpose. You just
walked past somebody and they just yelled ouch for no reason at all.
Yeah. I stepped on a snail on the patio the other day. I didn't try to move that. Yeah.
I've never had that happen. I've never walked by somebody, they just yelled ouch for no reason at all.
So am I going to turn and say, oh, fuck, he said ouch, I must be guilty of that? Or
well, I'm assuming you stepped on my foot to the point where you could feel you're stepping on something. That's what you're trying to indicate. It was so light, I didn't even feel me. You step on somebody's foot, you know you stepping on some shit. Come on now. But especially if the person is yelling, ouch. But what I'm saying is if you don't apologize after I made it clear that you caused injury to me, then I'm left with no other choice but to believe you did it intentionally. And that's the way I view a lot of stuff Trump does. If you're not going to apologize for it, then you can't blame the people for thinking you doing this stuff on purpose.
I don't think he's going to apologize for shit, dude.
Well,
like, I think
that's
even
fine.
he makes a minor... Dude, look, he's a complete fucking narcissist. Like, all the shit he does, you can just look at it and be like, he's a complete fucking narcissist. That's what narcissists do. One of the things you guys were complaining about earlier was he's putting his pictures up in D.C. First of all, fucking hate that. Like, that's some Third Reich shit.
You also
that's some fucking North Korea
that's
shit.
fair. That's fair. And you're paying for it, but you're right. It is Third Reich shit. Keep going.
Yeah. Well, that's about it I had on that. I mean, the dollar amounts that you talk about for it, like $5 million to paint statues gold, which, I disagree with. Again, drop in the bucket for...
Yeah, but so was a Somali fraud at that point. If you're going to look at it as a drop in the bucket, we could talk about all kinds of welfare and EBT card stuff that's a drop in the bucket.
Yeah.
You guys make a big stink about that stuff.
I can agree pennies add to dollars. I can agree with that.
I mean, it can't be a drop in the bucket when Trump does it, but when a citizen does it, it's a 5-alarm blaze because that money they stole in Minnesota, it costs a lot less than some of these pet projects that Trump is involved in.
No, I think you underappreciated the fraud that they found in Minnesota. It was in the billions, not millions.
That goes well beyond what I've heard.
$5 billion off the top of my head. Haven't given a shit about it even from the start, but yeah, it was like billions of dollars in fraud in Minnesota, billions of dollars in California, and then
I have not heard that Learning Center shit totaled billions of dollars. I didn't hear it. I mean, it would have to be a whole lot of them to get that kind of money. I mean, I'm under the impression that it was a few dozen of them committing fraud at best. But if you're talking about this billions of dollars, that's 1,000 million.
I think it was hundreds getting multiple millions of dollars, which whatever the fuck the numbers were.
Yeah, I think you got. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah,
it was figuring in the billions, which is significant, especially for a state to cover.
Well, like I said, if we're going to be talking about what's a drop in the bucket here or there, I mean, because we hear people bitching about welfare fraud and stuff like that, and that's really, really down in the weeds. This person is
shit.
You got like the writers complaining about people on EBT cards being able to buy chips and soda, little shit like that. I mean, that's pennies. That is literal pennies.
That's actually the thing I wanted to talk to you about. My opinion is, if you're on welfare, SNAP, food, food stamps, it should kind of suck. Like the kind of things that food stamps give you, it should suck to like live off of it.
Why?
It'll keep you alive. All your needs are met. Your needs should be met. You shouldn't be comfortable. Your needs should be met.
So you want anybody that asks for help, you want the treatment of them to be really bad, but to disincentivize them for asking for help? You want to treat people asking for help as bad as you possibly can. What, do you want to give them meals ready to eat, MREs or something?
MREs would probably cost more than what I'm proposing, but I'd be okay with that.
God damn. Well,
I think MREs are like $10, $15 a piece, but no, like I would be okay with MREs. MREs aren't all that bad. But when you're on SNAP, like I can get rice, I can get beans, I can get chicken breast, I can get water. I'll even do sparkling water would be cool, but you don't need Snicker bars. You don't need Doritos. You don't need all this food that is processed. It tastes good. It makes you fat, like gives you health problems. You don't need all that food. The government's going to help you out. If you're living off the government tit, it should keep you alive. Your needs have been met. You're not comfortable living off the government, but your needs have been met. I will keep you alive, but I'm not going to make you comfortable for free.
Because you really don't want to do it at all, in other words.
No. I will keep you alive.
Yeah, you'd rather not do it at all.
You go to jail, the food they feed you in jail, like you got to fucking starve for 3 days before you can palate eating that shit.
Yeah, and that's why our jail recidivism rate is so terrible. The countries that have a much lower recidivism rate, they treat the people like human beings. You treat people like garbage. You don't disincentivize them from coming back to jail. You harden them so they're no longer afraid of it. You're actually turning people into fucking animals doing that stuff.
Yeah, I kind of agree that going to jail or going to prison is kind of like going to criminal college.
Yeah, you guys.
I agree with that to some level, not completely.
Why do you guys lack empathy? Why do you guys lack empathy so much? And before you answer that, you kind of remind me of the speech I gave earlier in this live about how how my Christianity has been shaken so much because I see so many Christians doing stuff that does not look Christian. You're literally talking about if somebody asks you for help, you want them to just be able to exist. You don't want them to have food that tastes good. And just give them what it takes. I mean, I'm surprised you're not suggesting that we feed them intravenously. I mean, you just want to keep them alive. I want to do the bare minimum for them to the point where the food shouldn't even taste good.
Well, I'm going to start out by saying don't throw the Christian shit at me because I'm not a Christian.
I believe that. At least you admit it, though. That makes sense.
I don't go to church. I'll say I'm agnostic.
That makes sense.
I'm not going to flat out say I'm not a Christian, but I'm going to say I'm agnostic. I don't know. Don't know the answer to that question. Find out when I die, and if I can come back and tell you, you'll be the first to know. Maybe.
Right. But it makes at least in your case it makes sense. I get a lot of MAGA that talk like you that claim to be God-fearing Christians. At least you're not claiming that you're some way somehow religious. You're admitting you're not.
Well, let's just throw this at you too. I think if you are Christian, you should be thankful for the little that you get.
I don't think the lack of. I don't think any Christian. Here's the point I'm making. I don't think any Christian should be okay with what we did to USAID. There's no way you should be able to call yourself Christian and be like, that's what I voted for. To me, even deporting people to Africa and places that they've never been, supporting alligator Alcatraz and taking pictures in front of the sign like this is some great thing. None of that shit sounds like somebody who cares about it, or has empathy for another human being.
Alligator Alcatraz, I think that was kind of marketing bullshit.
What are you marketing? Hate?
Self-deport yourself. That's their marketing.
Yeah, deport yourself or we're going to treat you like shit.
Or you're going to end up in
Right, you're deporting hate. We hate you so much. We're going to give you the opportunity to leave, but if you stay, we hate you so much, we're going to put you at risk for being eaten by alligators. That's hate. That's all it is.
Anybody was at risk of getting eaten by alligators.
Okay, but the alligator Alcatraz, in addition to the alligators, the treatment at the facilities was terrible. Where you might go a week without a shower, mosquitoes were biting all the people up. There was zero climate control. It was a horrible place. I mean, they wouldn't even let the Democrats in there to see how it was. It was so bad.
I would say the mosquitoes and the climate control is a problem, especially in Florida. That should be addressed. You need to give people dignified treatment. You can't let people get in. But like I said, even with the food stamps, I'm going to give you what you need to survive. Getting eaten alive by mosquitoes and climate control. I'm okay with providing climate control, and we'll do something to mitigate the mosquitoes. You shouldn't be tortured while you're being held.
Yeah, like they don't turn the lights out. That was another thing that immigrants were complaining about. They keep the lights on.
About that.
I mean, how you going to sleep and shit if they keep the lights on? It just they were trying to do exactly what you said. We want you to self-deport, and we're going to make your life miserable until you do that.
Well, when you're in alligator Alcatraz, you're in line to get actually deported with no legal option to come back to the United States.
Yeah. I don't know. To me, I see what the right is doing under Trump in regards to immigrants is just pure hate. If he did what he suggested, we're going to get rid of the rapists and murderers and secure the border. That's something that even some of the left could get behind. That made sense. But when you start talking about stuff like, well, all of the TPS is gone, so now we're deporting people back to Haiti, which is still under conflict. We're deporting people back to Cuba, which is in the dark. We know Cuba's completely in the dark. And we're driving people off on that island. I mean, it's terrible. I mean, so you're doing stuff like that. You've gotten rid of all of the asylum seekers, so nobody really can even claim asylum. He also put a ban on all third world countries coming to America. He tried to do it on all Muslims. The Supreme Court stopped him. I mean, he pretty much just said, if you are black, brown, or Muslim, you can't fucking come here. It just was only people he's let in are the white South Afrikaners from Elon Musk crowd. But other than that, you ain't heard nobody getting in this motherfucker. It is about as anti-immigrant as it comes.
I don't think it's quite that extreme, but I will say this. One, I'm really disappointed he turned his back on was the Afghan Terps, the interpreters from Afghanistan.
Yeah.
That's one. It's like, no, even if one of those dudes kind of fucked up, so many of those guys did so much for America, we're going to cut a pass.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the point. Like I said, to me, I look at Trump, you just anti-immigrant. You know, we're way beyond, we just want to get rid of rapists and murderers and come here illegally. No, dude, you want to get rid of as many immigrants coming to, you want to get rid of as many, I won't even say come into the country. You want to get rid of citizens. I mean, there was a clip I wanted to, if I don't know if I had.
Yeah, I do believe that is the case where you have people that have naturalized. They're not natural born citizens, but they've naturalized and they've had their citizenship removed because they declared their citizenship under false pretexts. So we've rejected them.
Yeah,
after the fact.
Yeah, it's kind of like what they're doing is they're going through your records to see. Basically, it's one of these deals where word has come down. If you can find a reason to deport people, we're gonna go look into these people. See if you can find anything to deport people. That's what it looks more like. We're not trying to do this to make America greater. We're trying to come up with reasons to deport people. I want you to hear this. This is what I'm talking about.
300,000 people become American citizens every year through the naturalization process. But new today, the Trump administration is increasing staff and resources to revoke citizenship from people they want to scrutinize. NBC5's Phil Prazen takes a look at the issue.
The celebrations are held across the state of Texas.
It was emotional. It was emotional.
Immigrants and their families pledge allegiance to the United States after years of work. This ceremony is the last step in the naturalization process for those over 18 who are legal permanent residents, who pass a civics test, who speak English and have, quote, good moral character. Now, President Trump wants to beef up the process in reverse, adding staff to the 80 field offices to try to find 100 to 200 people a month to denaturalize, who they claim may have lied on their paperwork, are national security threats, or have illegally used Medicaid or Medicare. A spokesperson wrote NBC, quote, we maintain a zero tolerance policy towards fraud in the naturalization process.
Now, I will pause it because what doesn't matter the wording. When you start naming ahead of time, I need you to find 100 to 200 people. That's just a fucking quota. That's just a quota.
Yep. I disagree with the quota. You don't need a quota. I'm okay with like, hey, if you've done this and you cross paths with law enforcement, we're gonna fuck you up then. Yeah. But as far as like, hey, go dig into the weeds and go fucking find these people. I don't care if someone illegally used Medicaid in December and then in fucking February they became a United States citizen. You got 3 months on us. You know, welcome to the club. Yeah. Happy you're an American. Get the fuck in there.
And that's why I keep saying he's anti-immigrant. But before we continue, I want you to hear this one as well.
For U.S. citizenship right now, USCIS just dropped 3 major policy changes that could completely change your N400 naturalization process. Honestly, some of these haven't been used for more than 30 years. Hi, I am Attorney Jay Francis. I am a U.S. immigration lawyer based in Chicago and Wisconsin, but I serve all 50 states. First, they're bringing back neighborhood investigations. That means USCIS officers might actually show up at your workplace, talk to your neighbors, and investigate your community ties over the past 5 years. They stopped doing this over 30 years ago, but now they're saying the general waiver is over. Second, if you've ever registered to vote or voted when you weren't supposed to, even by mistake, you're getting a notice to appear for removal proceedings. No exceptions. They're being crystal clear about this one. But here's the part that affects everyone. They're completely changing how they evaluate good moral character. It's not just about avoiding trouble anymore. Now they want to see positive contributions to your community, volunteer work, family responsibilities, stable employment, and educational achievements. They're calling it a holistic approach, but basically, they want proof you're worthy of citizenship. Not just that you haven't broken any laws. They're also looking harder at things like unpaid taxes, overdue child support, and even repeated traffic violations as potential character issues. Have you been through the naturalization?
Now, as somebody who personally migrated to I wouldn't have. I migrated to Australia. This stuff is actually stricter than what it. And Australia is known as a country that's hard to migrate to. I paid a lot of money and took a lot of time. This is worse than what this is actually makes America harder to migrate to than Australia. Unpaid parking tickets? What the fuck? You gonna get kicked out for a parking ticket? I mean, so I don't know. To me,
I'm okay with that. I think if you're
parking
you're
ticket,
basically probation kind of thing, where it's like you're not a citizen, and you're basically just abusing the system, like an unpaid parking ticket.
What
if it gets you in court and you done fucked up and your green card's expired or whatever? Well, hey, guess what? Your green card's expired. Just go home. We don't have to worry about it.
Well, first of all, I believe this is being done to citizens. People,
the other point in there, where you have to be a proactive citizen, I disagree with that. I don't think you have to be a proactive citizen to come here. If you end up here and you just want to sit on a fucking curb and die, okay, have fun. Yeah. You know, enjoy sitting on the curb.
Yeah, to me, what they're trying to do. Whereas it looks like they're trying to demand you be the perfect immigrant, they're actually holding immigrants to a higher standard than the average American. Most Americans would not pass some of the shit they're coming in with, because we all, like, I had a lot of unpaid parking tickets as a kid.
Most Americans cannot pass a civics test. Like, not even fucking close. Who was the first president? Like, it's probably
who the fuck can't answer that? Nobody can. If you can't answer,
who was the second president? That's probably a more difficult question because no one knows his name.
Well, isn't he on the $2 bill? What was Jefferson? He on the $2 bill. Who was the second one?
John Adams.
Adams, okay.
Thomas Jefferson was the third president.
Okay, all right, fair enough. But yeah, what I'm saying is the demand.
My point exactly. God damn it.
You're right. What I'm saying though is they're putting when we came out of high school. When I was in before I went to 8th grade in Chicago, you have to pass what they call the Constitution test. All of that stuff's on there. So to get out of 8th grade, graduate out of 8th grade and make it into high school, we would have had to know that. Now, it ain't something I normally recite by today's standards. So just like you have to know all the state capitals and shit. If you ain't using that stuff, you lose it. Like algebra, I don't know shit about algebra in modern times, but I had to pass it to get out of high school.
The biggies that people should know: how many amendments are in the Constitution? How many branches of government are there?
Yeah.
Who's responsible for what in those branches of government? So, I think a lot of your callers actually don't understand this.
I think
the executive branch.
You just heard Trump. Well, shit, you just heard Trump call Kamala Harris a fascist, Marxist, communist, and so hell, he don't even understand this shit.
That doesn't have anything to do with what I'm talking about.
No, but I'm saying people don't know everything.
Government, who's responsible for it? The executive branch is responsible for enforcing laws. That would be the president.
Yeah.
The legislative branch is responsible for writing and passing those laws. That would be Congress and the House.
You're going to have a hard time in modern times when people see Congress doing nothing. When you start talking about what Congress is responsible for, the kids are going to be saying, well, why are they letting Trump do all this shit? They're not doing this shit.
I'll actually go back to Obama when Obama was getting shit for doing everything by executive order. And he threw shade at Congress and said, pass legislation.
And they just decided, well, wait till Trump gets here. We're going to show you how to really do nothing.
Yeah. Trump's getting shade for spending money that he doesn't have. He does have the money. It's just he's pulling it out of places you didn't really expect him to pull it out of. Like the $5 million statues. I'm sure that money was already allocated to parks and whatever the fuck.
I'm going to here's where you and I disagree on Trump, because obviously with you supporting him, I actually believe that what he's doing is almost like a fucking heist. I believe that he is taking money from different projects and somehow, some way pocketing it or giving it to close associates, like the Venezuelan oil that they stopped from going to Cuba. They were questioning, like, where did the money from that? Where did that go? They can't even tell you where it went. You think about a whole cargo vessel full of crude oil, like that was worth a ton of money. Where is that at? Same thing.
They handed those oil reserves back over to the companies that paid for the infrastructure to tap them.
Yeah,
Chevron,
and we just got to believe that, right? We got to believe that Trump, who normally is very transactional, he didn't charge them shit for getting them their oil back. Trump is making money off of this stuff. Yeah, I'm going to get you your oil back. You know, I want to keep 1, 2, 3% of it. I mean, that dude is doing
invested in those companies prior to that.
Exactly.
There's a possibility of that.
Whatever the case may be. Same thing with the Doge savings. They claim we saved all this money from the Doge cuts. Where did that money go? I mean, where's all this money? All the money we saved from USAID. Okay, where's the money at now?
Hold on. I believe the sad truth is, in government spending, is so much government spending is actually in debt currently. Like, if we continue, this is kind of the thing where I'll look at it and I'll say, like, the $15 million or the $5 million to paint a statue gold is fucking bullshit. We don't have money for that. We don't have money for anything.
Let me ask you this.
Our budget.
Do you believe he made $2.2 billion all legit?
Probably depends on what you say legit. I think he probably did insider trading.
That ain't legit.
The same thing you bitch about Nancy.
The swamp. Yeah, the same thing he bitched about the swamp doing.
Yeah.
The deep state, all the deep state shit. He's now the deep state and the swamp all rolled on. Do you think he violated the innocence of any children, since we don't know what's in the Epstein files?
Personally, I don't think so. Like, what do you define as a child? Is it like 17 or
what the fuck? I didn't think you would go there. What do I define as a kid? Let me just say it this way. Let's exonerate Trump. Do you think he is protecting pedophiles by not releasing the list?
Yes.
Why is Ghislaine Maxwell in minimum security? What do we get out of that? Why is that done? Why is
I don't think she's a threat. I don't think she needs to be in anything more than minimum security.
Really?
What the fuck's she gonna do sitting in a jail? Is she gonna kill somebody?
She was basically Epstein's pimp, providing him with underage pussy constantly. What do you mean she ain't done nothing?
I understand that. So does she need to go to a higher security level of a prison?
That's where you and I would go. That's where you and I would go if you or I orchestrated the violation of all of those. Yeah, that's where they would put us. Why is she getting the camp?
Because we have dicks, dude.
So you're defending her because she got a pussy?
I'm defending her not being in maximum security because it's very unlikely that she would do anything violent while she's in jail.
So what you're saying is if you find out some 70-year-old priest was banging a 10-year-old from the back, you can put him in minimum security because you don't think he's going to violate anybody anymore.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, is the extra level of security extra punishment, or is it just go to fucking jail?
No,
sit in a hole for a while.
The point is when you commit a violent crime on the outside, you go to maximum security. Nobody cares if you're a threat going forward. If you could, I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer wasn't going to. Once they put him in jail, he wasn't going to harm anybody. What do you want to put him in minimum security? No.
Well, Jeffrey Dahmer didn't go to maximum security. He got killed by other inmates.
In maximum security. He got killed around maximum security inmates.
Well, I guess I don't know enough about prison system to understand why you would push for maximum security. I do understand like white collar jails are kind of fucking not bad, where you get a TV, a PlayStation, you just hang out in your fucking room all day. Not that terrible. I guess that's what Ghislaine's fucking doing these days.
I just don't see any reason, once she has been sentenced and she is in jail, to go in there and just, I think your surroundings are pretty bad. I'm going to upgrade your sentence. I don't see any reason to just go do that for this lady, considering her past.
A trade for testimony. I think that is actually something that happened with her. Is she agreed to go testify as a witness and trade for lower security?
We didn't. Well, I would love to know what she. I would love to know what she testified. We didn't hear anything. We know men violated women. Not one person's been arrested. What testimony did she give? Nobody's been held accountable. The only names that have been released are the victims.
Yeah, no one ever will.
So what of value did we get out of her? Right. So if nobody got held accountable, What was the purpose of her testifying? How the hell did she get upgraded when obviously nothing of value was gained from her? No, there was no justice gained from her at all. Nobody's been held accountable.
Hey, got a fucking tricky Jew lawyer. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Maybe you got a Jew president. I don't know. I mean, listen, as somebody that supported Trump, being on, did you expect him to do so little on this, or did you expect more out of him on this Epstein stuff?
Epstein wasn't on my radar. It's not something I care about.
Fair enough. All right. I got to move it on. Go ahead. Last word.
I was just going to say the whole Epstein thing, it's one of those where it's like, holy fuck, these powerful people did terrible shit. But also at the same time, people do terrible shit all over the world. Just fucking.
That's it? People do terrible shit all over the world?
Yeah, it is. I know it's like the comparing thing where it's like, oh, Trump was supposed to be the savior, but, he campaigned on being the savior, and you're just giving him the pass because terrible shit happens all over. I did expect him to release the Epstein files. I didn't know what the fuck was going to come out of it.
But you didn't really care.
Yeah, it's not really on my radar. Like, people are beating me up in the comments, like 17-year-old's a child, and it's like, I kind of think a fucking 19-year-old dating a 17-year-old is okay.
How do you think he's doing so far? I always ask my callers, letter grade A, B, C, D, or F, like we got in school. Yeah. What do you think?
Last time I talked to you, I've talked to you a couple times. Last time I talked to you, I told you C. I'll leave it at a C. He's just going average. I do think the Iran war, he's fallen a lot short on that. And it's probably the opposite direction where you'd like to see it. I think in Iran, like I told you last time, he needs to fucking stick his dick in dry and fucking finish the job. You might remember.
Right after we got done talking about juveniles in the sex trade, you come up with that shit. I gotta move it
That's what I told you last time.
All right.
He needs to finish Iran properly, and the job just needs to get done. It seems that Iran's not coming to a negotiating table.
Well, according to Trump, they've been begging for a ceasefire since this began.
I'm really curious about that. It's like, is there fucking some IRGC dude that they're talking to?
No, they're fucking lying, dude. It's a lie. Iran has been releasing.
I don't know who the fuck they're allegedly talking to.
They are lying to you. They're not talking. Iran keeps releasing every time Trump says that. He said it at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. They're begging for a peace deal. They released a statement later that night that said we ain't talking to them at all. They've been begging for us to put boots on the ground. They want the war. They don't want peace. They want the fucking war.
I don't know if their government is intact enough to actually coordinate what the fuck they're doing. You may have one party that's just staunchly like, no, we're going to fight to the fucking end. You may have another faction of their party that's like, let's go fucking talk about it and we'll negotiate.
Ain't nobody talking. My guess is if you were talking to the Americans right now after all of the shit Trump has done, they would probably chop your head off. It would be like when General Milley went behind Trump's back and started talking to the Chinese and Trump wanted them punished. It would be like that. I mean, we don't blew up a school full of girls I keep mentioning. We're talking about getting rid of water desalination plants and bridges and shit, which would starve their population. They don't have any desire to work things out with us. I mean, Trump has said the whole civilization is going to die.
Hold on. You may have a small faction in their government that's actually interested in running a coup.
What?
In Iran, you may have a faction of their government interested in running a coup.
Yeah.
Whatever. A coup.
But even if you want to run a coup, we just made a deal called the JCPOA under one president, had another president just say it's a dumb deal and attacked him. Why the hell would you I don't care which group you are of Iranians, why would you make deals with that country? They bombed a school full of kids and they didn't take responsibility for that. If it's one thing they should know by now is you guys have no business trusting the United States.
I think Iran was violating the JCPOA, and I think they know they were. The 60% enrichment would be a problem. You
Well,
can enrich up to energy levels. Why do you have 60%?
Then I need to know why. Then I need to know why Tulsi Gabbard wasn't fired, because she said they weren't doing it, and she's the head of our intel. She's getting information that bad that's putting us all at risk for being nuked. She needs to be. She needs to be just like with Fauci. They need to call her up and ask her what made him go in there. Trump and her need to explain that. How did you guys come to this opposite conclusion, and yet we went to war? So Trump needs to be testifying.
I was going to talk to you about one thing. First of all, Tulsi is gone.
Yeah, but she quit. She quit weeks later. She didn't get fired. Trump gave her a beautiful send off. He made it sound like she was doing a great job. She could have got us nuked, according to him.
So she quit. I don't know if that's completely under her own terms exclusively. It may have been hey, guess what? You're going to fucking quit.
Well,
you're going to quit in 2 weeks. You're going to quit in 3 weeks.
If you're suggesting that they were weeks away from getting a nuclear bomb and they were going to use it on us, and the woman that's responsible for giving us this warning said they weren't developing a nuclear bomb at all, she should be terminated immediately, and you should not be saying positive shit about her on the way out. That means she really fucked up.
Here's my pushback on that. I will say at the time when we decided to do the opening salvo with Iran, we were probably using Israel's intelligence.
Right.
And I personally would say at the time, who the fuck would know more about what's going on in Iran than Israel?
I don't know. I think America has quite a bit of assets as well. I mean, and we know Israel has their own agenda, by the way, too. So
yes, they do.
Yeah, you don't follow Israel into some shit, and now we can't get out of it. I mean, and Trump is starting to kind of slowly turn on Netanyahu and let us know, because Netanyahu, when he came over here for Lindsey Graham's funeral,
I'll tell you what would be the funniest fucking thing is if he glasses Israel, because you can't say glass the Jews. Then you can call him Hitler. You can call him Hitler if he fucking glasses Israel.
I'm calling him Hitler for what he's doing to immigrants all fucking ready. I got to move it on. Good talk. Enjoyed it. Be the Rebel. Come on back anytime.
Thanks for talking.
Anytime.
Right.
Thank you. All right, folks, you guys know what I got to do. I work for the man just like every fucking body else. I got to get my ass to bed. Thank you for the 130,000 likes. Buckeye, I saw you in the comments talking big shit. Anyhow, it's your boy Tim the Handsome Liberal. Y'all got me up really late. Like I said, I may end up doing some late lives. Apparently, there's an audience for this. I started doing lives a few years back at an earlier hour because I didn't know there were folks who'd be up this late wanting to talk about this shit. But if you guys do, we'll end up doing. I'll have to see what the support and the screen taps and all that shit looks like. Nevertheless, it's your boy Tim the Handsome Liberal. I got to go. Mr. O'Better, you said that was awful. That's how that man spoke. That man believed what he said. I mean, he got a difference of opinion, but we the Rebel, that's his opinion. And we enjoy hearing opinions from all sides. If you enjoy this type of dialogue, I'm going to take this moment to ask you to subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. Follow us if you're watching us currently live on Instagram, Substack, TikTok, or Clapper. And until then, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.